सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
World's #1. World's #1.
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि
Viewers, a network that bouquet boasts of.
The #1
channel, my
जिंदगी में हम
कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं,
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के साथ वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
The success story of Dangal TV is a green-like journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest primetime ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है।
mythology,
जय हनुमान संकट मोचन नाम दिया।
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा।
comedy, supernatural fantasy,
इश्क की दास्तां, नागमणि,
and much more. Dangal TV, providing the best entertainment to 195+ million monthly viewers. A network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
Subgroups Broadcasting Bouquet boasts of the undisputed, unchallenged Masti, India's #1 music and youth channel.
नमस्कार, मैं हूँ अमिताभ बच्चन।
Hi everybody, I'm Shahrukh Khan.
हाय, मैं हूँ कटरीना कैफ।
Hi, मैं हूँ अक्षय कुमार। Hi, मैं हूँ सलमान खान।
हाय, मैं हूँ सोनाक्षी सिन्हा और आप देख रहे हैं
देश का #1
म्यूजिक और यूथ चैनल मस्ती।
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the land that offers feast to minds that love to explore. Subgroup explored and offered Daba, a complete action-packed blockbuster movie channel. My Boli, a Marathi general entertainment channel.
जमायला सगळंच लय भारी.
नमस्कार, मी सुबोध भावे।
नमस्कार, मी अमृता खानविलकर.
नमस्कार, मी वैभव तत्ववादी.
नमस्कार, मी सयाजी शिंदे।
आणि तुम्ही पाहत आहात
महाराष्ट्राचं #1
चॅनल माय बोली.
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा, जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान। पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ। अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से।
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चले।
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ है और होता कुछ और ही है।
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के साथ वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
The success story of Dangal TV is a dream-like journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space, with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest primetime ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है।
mythology,
जय हनुमान, संकट मोचन नाम दिया।
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा।
comedy, supernatural fantasy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin in 5 minutes. Very happy to see you all seated and excited as well, hopefully, for this lovely day. We're going to begin in 5 minutes. Happy to see you all settled. Let's look forward.
Made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की। सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की। हम दिल से दिल जोड़ेंगे, सपने नए बोएंगे, ले आएंगे खुशियों की बरसात। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से।
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा।
I hope I'm audible and clear. Good morning to one and all. Welcome to IWMBuzz TV Summit 22. Can I have a huge round of applause for the entire property, please, from everyone? Thank you so much. We assure you that it's going to be a power-packed day filled with insightful debates, discussions, and some real enlightening insights. The Indian television industry has seen a massive change in the last few years in terms of content play. While the fiction space has attempted to experiment, old cookies have time and again tasted delicious. News as a segment is still popular, yet facing a challenge from social media pertaining to immediacy of information. The web entertainment mushrooming has also impacted content consumption patterns. The Indian TV industry is at the threshold of a paradigm shift in the way content is being disseminated and consumed in India. In such a scenario, how will the medium evolve? How well will it straddle the imminent changes and face up to challenges to stride into a future where it is still the de facto leader in the realm of Indian entertainment? What content will work in future? The best in TV business come together to discuss and debate. For detailed agenda, visit www.tvsummit.com. To begin with, let's thank our sponsor partners, title partner Colors, co-powered by Dangal, associate partners GTPL PTC Network, Neela Film Productions, Sri Adhikari Brothers Group, Everest Entertainment, Fandom, and 24 Frames Digital, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you can please tweet your thoughts using hashtag TV Summit and tag IWMBuzz to maximize the buzz on this. Thank you so much. So to begin with, may I please call upon stage Mr. Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz.com, to begin with. Can I please have Siddharth Laik on stage, please? Siddharth Laik, can we please have you on stage, please? Welcome, sir. You need to tell us about the property, how TV Summit has grown over the years, and what are our expectations this year?
TV Summit we did prior to COVID. TV as a business, as a content creation ecosystem and distribution is very important for our editorial. We kind of break a lot of stories. We cover the ecosystem. We do interviews on a regular basis. A lot of broadcasters back us as strong advertisers in our community. So TV Summit, essentially TV Summit, we thought of doing it again on ground this year because there's a strong buzz that TV is dying or TV advertising is going down or a lot of people are not watching TV. But we strongly believe that TV still is a very important medium of entertainment for the masses. So this year we have curated a very interesting lineup throughout the day. A lot of broadcasters are speaking, a lot of senior spenders in the space, marketeers, agency heads. We're ending with actor Nakul Mehta, who's a very strong face as an actor in the TV space. So this is what we are looking to have throughout the day.
So if I ask you, what's the overall agenda like for today, and what are the main discussion points that we're going to have today? If you can please enlighten us on that.
Of course, we are talking content on TV, we are talking distribution on TV, we are talking advertising on TV. We have some of the most well-spenders in the TV space speaking. We have Jain sir from Amul speaking, talking about how viable TV is still a medium when it comes to spending. We have Shashi Sinha sir coming in the afternoon, who is also the head of BARC, talking about how the ecosystem is changing. I can see Pavitra has come in from Colors. We're going to have the next session with her. She's going to talk about how Big Boss has done great branded content this year. So we have a very interesting lineup. We tried to make the agenda as inclusive as possible, which includes broadcasters, content creators. We have good writers like Zaman Habib coming and speaking his heart out, what are the challenges and opportunities. Like we mentioned, we have Nakul coming and speaking on how acting of TV, movies and OTT is different. So when we curate an agenda, we try to bring in as many diverse people as possible so that, we can curate it as beautifully as possible. Yeah.
I have a question which I'm sure you're going to be very happy to answer. How has IWMBuzz performed in this lovely year?
Post-COVID, this is the fifth IP we are doing this year. So we did the Kids Summit, we did the Digital Awards, we did the Web Fest. This is TV Summit we are doing. We are doing Celeb Bash on 22nd, where we get the entire ecosystem to party. So IP-wise, it's been pretty encouraging after the COVID. Editorially, we have grown. We are reaching out to millions of global readers, especially in India, Bombay market, via our publications. We are a 5-year-old company now. We have grown from a strength of 4 to 70. We have some great supporting partners, be it Colors, Dangal, and all partners over here. And we intend to keep ourselves updated with how the consumption of content is happening, how people are reading and watching video. And we are pretty sure that next year it's going to be bigger and better for IWM.
Fantastic. Let's look forward to the same. Thank you so much, sir, for your insights.
Thank you, everyone, for turning up early in the morning. I know there's traffic. I am speaking to a lot of people. They're still coming in, but I can see a lot of people have come. So let's begin the day. Thank you, Subhajit.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. All right, so it's now time to begin an insightful fireside chat. I will be sharing the topic for the moment right now. It's called Brands, Big Boss and Bonanza. May I please welcome Pavitra KR, Head Revenue, Colors, Viacom 18, to please join me on stage for this. All right, so as we just heard right now that we have this very interesting topic, and when we talk about content on TV, reality show, I think there's nothing really greater than Big Boss for, I think, the longest time. You just go out there and it's almost being played in every household. You just know it. That's the kind of demand that it has. So what, according to you, makes it such a hot property for advertisers out there who just want to ensure that, Big Boss is at their grasp?
Hi, first of all, good morning. I'm so glad to have all of you here. Big Boss is actually very close to my heart. It's a show I've been selling for the last 11 years. But Big Boss as a format in the country has been in existence for 16 years and going strong. The very fact that it's been in the country for 16 years is testament to the fact that, firstly, voyeurism exists in India, and it's a real truth. People love to watch celebrities, people love to watch and see what people are doing inside their homes. So it's an extremely unique format, so to speak, right? Unlike the regular singing and dancing formats, Big Boss is a format which is so unique, there are many imitators that have come and gone, but this is a show that has sort of stayed strong and true to its ethos. So the show has been in existence for 16 years, and why is it an advertiser's delight? I guess I could answer this in sort of a twofold way. To begin with, of course, is the show. The show per se has performed extremely well. Right now, as we speak, we're on our, I think, 67th day of Big Boss. It's a show that spreads across 3 months. It's, it's 107 days of the show. But as we speak, it is the #1 impact GC show in the country. It caters to the core youth audience. It does extremely well where the youth are concerned. We're 30% above our nearest competitor. And, what we've noticed over the last year is impact shows are seeing a little bit of a lack of response where audience is concerned. But with Big Boss, it does not hold true. It's going as strong as ever. So the format, because of its uniqueness, because of the way it interacts with the television audience, the way it sort of enters your home and makes it a talking point in everyone's lives. It's a water cooler discussion, right? Many a times you go to office and then when you're having a chai, you're like talking to your colleagues about, "Arey, usne kya kiya tha kal?" That's the kind of involvement that the show sort of has. And there's no show like that. You would see a singing and dancing show, you might talk about a winner, you might talk about a thing or two. But Big Boss, what happens is it makes celebrities, you start engaging with that celebrity and you start following that celebrity. And then it becomes personal. You will see that, on Twitter, the kind of conversations, in a single day, we have 20 million conversations on social media. That's the kind of pull that it has. And it has, it is a show that has 95%, and I kid you not, 95% share of voice when it is on air. So that's the kind of pull that the format and the show has. And that's why it is an advertiser's delight. And with advertising, I think, it's about how we sort of make the brand a part of the entire storytelling of Big Boss, right? It becomes an intrinsic part of the show. The brand persona is sort of embedded in the show. It is organic. It is beautifully sort of stitched in. It's not in your face. It's not like, "Arey, yahan pe koi hamper de diya, udhar pe kuch kar diya." We take a brand, we look at what it really needs, because brands come in different life stages. We take a brand, figure out what it needs, and then build it into the story of the show. And I think that is unique. And I don't think there is any show in the country today that is spread across 107 days in prime time, that enters your home every day, which gives you a reach like the way Big Boss does, and is able to tell your story without being intrusive to the audience. I think that is what really sort of makes it an extremely unique proposition and makes it a show that people really lap up.
You know, you just mentioned this thing right now that, you know, Big Boss as a show is something that also makes celebrities. Of course it does. And at the same time, it also remakes celebrities, people who were forgotten faces. This is one of the best platforms to go out there and, you know, prove your mettle once again and then find that recognition which perhaps they have been missing for quite a long time. I don't think any show out there does this. What do you have to say on this?
Yeah, of course, because I mean, we see that it's a good thing and a bad thing, right? Like we have celebrities that go into the show with 1 million following and actually come out with a 10 million following, and automatically their prices go up. So, you know, that's the flip side of it. But yes, we make celebrities, and we got to sort of give a lease of life to celebrities. And but the show, I mean, it also depends on the celebrity, right, and how they perform within the show. To give you a case in point right now is we have a contestant called Abdul Rozek, who came and walked into the house. You won't believe it, he's among the number 10 top searched names in the country today. Abdul Rozek, that nobody knew anything about. In 60 days, he's become the most searched person in India today. That is the power of the brand, and that is what Big Boss sort of brings to you, right? I think he started with the following of about 1 million, and he's already at 4.8. So, I mean, Big Boss really makes celebrities and then sort of gives them a lease of life, and hopefully they do much good to colors in return.
Of course they will. That's definitely the intent from their end. If I have to ask you about this year's brand associations, what would you like to add to that?
We've had very interesting brands this year. Before I get into what brands do on Big Boss, what I would like to say is at Big Boss, within the show, because you know the brands become an intrinsic part of the show and it's a unique format, we're able to solve and give solutions for, of course, you know, products, life stages. So if you want to build brand awareness, if you want to relaunch a particular brand, you want to talk about a certain USP, there are multiple solves that one can sort of get from Big Boss. But more importantly, the kind of brands that come on Big Boss. And it's unique, and it's, I mean, I don't think there's any show that lends itself so beautifully to the type and kind of brand. Of course, we have FMCG brands. So we have L'Oreal that has been associated with us for 16 years. I kid you not. Every single year, Garnier Men has been our advertiser. We've had Tresemme with us for 3 years. We've had Appy Fizz with us for 3 years. We've had Vodafone with us for 5 years. Each and every brand that comes on Big Boss does not leave the property for a minimum of about 3 to 5 years. So that's the kind of pull the brand has. But if you are able to solve for FMCGs, which is a simpler solve, right? Because you enter the house, you have a kitchen area where you can find food brands. You have a washroom area where you can find personal care brands. But we have solutions for clients which are in the B2B segment. For example, Bharat Pay. Bharat Pay was our advertiser a couple of years ago. We've had CP Plus, which is again, you know, an advertiser for about 4 or 5 years on Big Boss. Depending on the need and the life stage that the brand is in, we have solutions for everybody. We've had MPL, which has been a gaming app. We've had D2C brands. We've had Mama Earth. We've had Wow Life Sciences. We have Licious. So, you know, we have a solve for each and every brand. And this year we've done fantastic work because we've really sort of changed the grammar of the show. Because COVID has been a great learning for all of us. The audience are lapping up content in a very different way. People don't have time. People want immediate gratification. They want to move faster. You know. So if you see the grammar of Big Boss today is so different from what we sort of aired last year, which has also resulted in the fact that the show has performed. I mean, our weekdays are doing, I think, about 50. There's a growth of 50% in the viewership of Big Boss over last year, and 35% overall. So the very fact that we've changed the grammar of the show, made it more inclusive with the audience, is represented there. We've made the show a lot more snappier. We ensured that content, you know, if you don't come on a particular day on Big Boss, you actually feel you've missed out something. Earlier it was such that, you know, if you came on a Monday and you came, maybe visited the show on a Thursday, you know you've not missed much. But we're sort of making people understand that, you know, if you don't come on a Tuesday, there might be some interesting part of Abdul Rozek, for example, that you missed out completely on. So that's really worked for us. And we've changed the role of Salman Khan. I mean, Salman Khan is a huge pull on Big Boss. Salman Khan has become very intrusive on the show. The Big Boss voice, which used to be like this God voice, has become so intrusive on the show. He's telling you what to do. He's telling you what is right and wrong. He has a point of view. You know, all of these elements has really sort of helped us do wonders on the show, and which is also has been a reason for, you know, the increase in its viewership. And for brands per se, I mean, the question was for what do we do for brands, right? Yeah.
Brand association.
Yeah, so the brands, like, you know, the interesting brands that we have this year is, for example, we have My Glam. What we did within the show is we've created a makeup zone, because My Glam is all about makeup. So My Glam is the makeup partner of Big Boss. Very interesting, because, you know, it's a D2C brand. How do we sort of include this brand within the show? So we've built a contest. It's a consumer contest where you sort of, you know, you have to download the app, you answer a few questions, you vote for your favorite celebrity, who's the glam celebrity of the season, and then you know, it's like a 360-degree approach. So while you have a makeup zone inside the house, you have your branding inside the house, you have some Salman mentions, you also have a consumer-facing contest that's linked back to television, back to online, social, we push it through stories. A lot of interesting stuff that we've done for My Glam. We've also had brands like Tresemme and Garnier Men that have come back. We have Ching's, which is, you know, your Szechuan chutney, that is back on the show, that finds place in the kitchen area. We do a cook-off with them. So a lot of interesting solutions for brands on Big Boss.
You know, when we talk about investors, when we talk about advertisers, it's only natural for them to expect something in return, right? So if I ask you that, you know, what's like the return factor that you have associated with a show like Big Boss, what would you like to add to that?
I guess that's a question you have to pose to the advertisers themselves. Unfortunately, we don't have any in the room. But from my perspective, I think we wouldn't have had repeat advertisers, right? So that itself goes to show that the show works, which is why people come back to us time and again. Like I said, Garnier Men, 15, 16 years. Each and every brand is a minimum of a 3 to or a 5 year association with the show. So it's definitely working. And I mean, the show is done 35% better from last year. So automatically, you know, you have your answer there. And yeah, I think there is return on investment, which is why brands come back to us and seek us. It's a show that literally sells itself. It actually seeks us. And, you know, we have a solution for everybody.
You know, just like Big Boss as a show is something that's synonymous to everybody and everybody's mind. You know, it is connected so well with everyone. There's one name as well along with the show, as you mentioned, that is Salman Khan. It's literally very tough to imagine Big Boss without Salman Khan. He's been there, the face of the show for the longest of time. What do you have to say about his brand power? Because it keeps growing every year. And, you know, with his growth, his fan following that keeps growing every year, you also see the show simultaneously growing. What do you have to say to that about your association with Salman sir over the years?
I mean, Salman is very intrinsic to the show. There's no doubt about it. I mean, if Salman is low, the show is low. If Salman is high, the show is high. If Salman shouts, the whole media is abuzz with, you know, conversations about what Salman Bhai is doing. He's an important element of the show, but I don't want to take away from the fact that the real heroes of the show are actually the housemates and the contestants. And it is also depicted in the way the show rates, right? You see your weekday and your weekends do equally well. So the contestants also, because they enter your lives and they reach out to the audience every single day, they become a part of your conversation. They become a part of your life. You follow a certain Abdul Razak, or you follow a certain Shaleen, or you follow, you know, any one of those contestants and see their journey on the show to the end. So I think in that sense, you know, each one of them are celebrities in themselves, along with Salman. Of course, Salman is the icing on the cake.
You know, if I have to talk about Big Boss, you know, when the show started, of course, we didn't have the element of social media at that point of time. So primarily it was what we saw on TV or what we heard on radio, etc. But now social media plays a big role. You know, when you talk about Abdul Razak, whenever I open Instagram, I always see stuff like, you know, memes, videos of that, you know, say, talk to my Nakhun, or, you know, you're very chalak, bro. I think everybody over here has heard this. So that also adds to the promotion factor as well simultaneously. How do you think social media has also kind of enhanced the way Big Boss is perceived by the audience?
I think audience attention span is decreasing. So, you know, with the stories that we put out, the shorter stories that we put out, a lot of people also end up catching a lot of Bigg Boss on social media. So, I mean, I'm sure you must have heard of the famous meme, right? Sada Kutta Tommy, or it's Sada Kutta Kutta, Sada Kutta Tommy, Mera Kutta Tommy. So things like this have become, I mean, I can't tell you, it's taken the country by storm, if you would ask me. And it has definitely helped sort of promote the show and made it popular. There might be people who don't watch the show, but everybody knows Bigg Boss. Everybody knows what's happening on Bigg Boss. Everybody is catching some bits of Bigg Boss either on Voot or on, you know, one of our Colors pages. So I think it's all pervasive and all pervading.
You know, of course, with every passing year, we expect the show to grow, and it has grown. But if I have to ask you that one highlight factor of season 16 that has really, really stood out, according to you, what would that be?
I think this year has really been, because we've changed the grammar of the show. There are certain interventions that we've done this year, which was learnings that we've taken on from internationally. So, you know, internationally, the format has met and figured out what next. What should Bigg Boss 2.0 really look like? What should we bring to the audience that's different? And simple sort of interventions that we did, which was, you know, sort of changed our tasks. We have these brand tasks that we do inside the house, which we've sort of changed to making it daily instead of weekly, making it, you know, making content snappier, making content more relevant, making content shorter in its format. The intrusiveness of Salman Khan has worked wonders for us. The intrusiveness of the Bigg Boss house has worked wonders for us. So I think these 3-4 elements has really sort of changed the way Bigg Boss is being consumed today in the country.
You know, when I talk about a show like Bigg Boss, it's not just in the country. Even outside, if you see, there's quite a bit of fan following that the show has, and it does manage to reach to the international audience as well. So what do you have to say on that? Because I think it has expanded over the years in a wonderful fashion.
Yes, it's definitely consumed I mean, Bigg Boss, the Hindi format is definitely consumed by the Indian diaspora across the country. It's doing well. I wouldn't have the numbers, honestly. But I would like to believe that it's doing extremely well, yes. Big Brother as a format is also doing extremely well internationally, but Big Brother as a format internationally is actually a format with regular people, which is the common man. We tried that in India for 3 years. It did extremely well, but you know, I think the Indian audience wants something different every couple of years. So then we moved back into the celebrity format because I think that voyeurism really sort of works for us.
You know, you mentioned this fact right now that Indian audience wants something different, maybe in say 2 years or 3 years. So that's also something where you need to adapt to changing times as well. Like right now we're talking about season 16. Say when we come to season 18 or 19, you don't really know what the audience will expect. So how do you ensure that you're also constantly adapting to the changes that's perhaps happening in the society, just to ensure that the popularity continues to grow?
So, I mean, we've been doing it, right? We've been doing it over the last 10 years, and we've kept changing the format. We started with celebrities, we moved into the common man for 3 years, we moved back into celebrities, and I think we'd keep changing. I wouldn't be able to tell you what the trend will be like in 2018 or, I mean, you know, in 3 years down the line. But I think we're constantly researching, we're constantly looking at audience. We know how the audience sort of consume other formats as well. We know what's working, we know what may not work. So the programming team is always sort of considering these things before they sort of design the show and bring it to the audience.
You know, when I talk about Bigg Boss, of course, Salman Khan is there, the show is there, Colors is there, everything is there. But one factor that has remained constant over the years is the audience and the loyal support. What do you have to say in terms of the loyal support that you have received from, because the repeat value is really high, and you also gain new audience at the same time. But the people who have, say, watched season 1, they're still watching. The repeat value is extremely high. What do you have to talk about the audience?
I mean, that's the biggest pull of Bigg Boss, right? It has a loyal fan following. So you might be a closeted watcher, but you're still watching Bigg Boss. And that's the truth. When I go across and meet clients from across the country, he says, my son watches Bigg Boss, so do I, so does my mother. So it's interesting, and they watch it year on year, and I have friends, colleagues, clients, advertisers who know more about Big Boss than I do, though I've been selling it for 11 years. That's how an important and integral part of their life it becomes. And I start getting messages where people tell me, "Arey yaar, ab kya karenge? Big Boss khatam ho gaya. I don't know what to do with my 1.5 hours." Right? That's the kind of pull that the show has.
Well, thank you so much for joining us for this chat. I hope and believe that
much.
Big Boss continues to grow just like every other year. And I'm sure that this insightful chat has helped a lot of people understand Big Boss as a brand better. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have the token of appreciation over here on stage, please. May I please have the token of appreciation over here, please? Well, that was a fiery chat indeed regarding Big Boss. I think what better topic to start the day, Hannah, when we talk about TV. We are now going to move to a panel discussion. Do we have all the panelists? Do we have our respected moderator and everyone over here? We have We'll just take 2 minutes to set up the panel and then we begin. When we talk about prediction, I think it's a really difficult task. We can't really predict what's going to happen in the future. But I think this topic is something where a lot of prediction will happen, and I'm sure you all will be very happy to know all the predictions. As far as content on TV is considered, I'm confident that everybody, they love their dose of entertainment in life, don't they? Over the years, TV and marketing have both gone hand in hand, and henceforth, whenever they blend, it only makes it more difficult to predict what's in store for us. Moving forward, may I please call upon stage Arpit Jain, Assistant VP Marketing, UFO Movies India, Marketing and E-Commerce, Blue Star Limited. Vivek Mohan Sharma, Head Branded Content, Viacom 18 Network.
Wave Music.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, guys. We're very esteemed, diverse panel with us. 3 marketers, 1 broadcasters, and very big agency guy, Karthik with us. So, is television dying? Straight up, a very intimidating one. Is the growth of linear television hitting the wall? Why I'm saying this is because I'm a 90s guy, born in an era where fond memories of watching Ramayan, Mahabharata, Cricket World Cup, reality shows, KBCs, watching with family, because TV is no longer a social phenomenon, a family phenomenon. We all are glued into our screens. That 1 screen became 2 screen, 3 screen, and 4 screen. So that's what we are here to discuss today. And I'm going to immediately start up with Puneet, because you have so-called developed, rather echoed a colloquial lingo called mutual fund sahi hai. So क्या television sahi hai?
television in the old Bollywood style, sahi tha, sahi hai, sahi rahega for a long, long time to come, I think. So while viewing has moved to different screens, the format, the large screen format in your home still has the impact that you want, right? So in my view, TV will continue for some more time. We've seen that whenever you want to create an impact, especially for us, as a financial brand who wanted to create that trust, that credibility, linear TV has helped us a lot, right? That impact, that visibility that you get when you run on a regular TV channel, the kind of recall that you get, the kind of stories that you hear after your campaign. Connected TV, digital, still has some time to catch up.
Very interesting point. So you're saying TV brings trust, TV brings validation, no matter what category you belong to. Agar TV plan mein hai,
yeah, I mean, that's an established fact, right? That if you want to appear as a credible brand, you have to be present on TV and for a long time. That's what we've done. That's what's working for us.
All right. Amit, you've been a mass brand. You've been lightening our house with Siska LED bulbs. Very fast-moving electrical goods, and on the personal care side also. What makes TV relevant? Is TV relevant for you, and what makes it more relevant? And will you continue to use that?
Sure, Arpit. So I think it's no more a secret that Siska as a brand sort of loves TV, and I think we have been reaching out to the masses, I think, from last 8 to 9 years now, and I think it's been a long journey. So much so that Irfan Khan is equal to Siska is equal to LED. I think that's the kind of equation we have been managed to establish in the Indian market right now. Having said that, I think you started the session, that you are from 90s, right? तो बड़ी अंकल जी वाली फीलिंग आती है जब 90s की बात सुनते हैं, at least personally to me. But I think, but I'm blessed to be a part of the 90s because I think we have seen the entire transition happening right in front of our eyes and for all the right reasons, I think, So yes, I want to just say that, while TV is an important aspect of my media planning broadly, but at the same time, this age-old notion of 70-20-10, मतलब किसी भी marketing manager को पूछो कि भाई आपका budget किस तरह से divide किया है, तो the answer used to be 70-20-10, ATL, BTL, थोड़ा बचा digital. I think that's kind of getting challenged very slowly and gradually, and I think it is important for us to embrace it, in its entirety and look at, the newer possibilities which are coming along with TV. So I think I'm not here to debate versus, that TV versus digital. It is TV and digital. So I think that's my opening remark.
So TV continues to stay relevant for you?
Yes, definitely. Because if it is about LED as a category or, we entered into other categories like fans, wires and cables, we know that the audience that we want to reach out to is fundamentally consuming TV, and more so within TV, it is news genre for us, right? But at the same time, the brand has also, ventured into new categories like grooming appliances and wearables and hearables and smart home products, and the list continues. Now, for these kind of new age categories, the customer journey is, whether you want to like it or you don't like it, is predominantly online. So I think that's where we, keep a small divide that, okay, for the new categories, we'll continue to consume digital more than TV. But for the mainstream offline channels, we'll continue to use TV more than digital. I think that's how we approach the scene.
That's great. Interestingly, last night, Group M released some data points, a report basically, which says out of the 1 lakh ADEX, which TV and digital stands at par. TV is growing about 15%, television is growing about 30%, so digital is about to surpass TV in India, which has already happened in the US. So how do you see this, Karthik, shaping up in our country?
Okay, so let me answer that by probably saying three three different points, right? One, of course, is what you said. It's a very important year for the first time. Digital will be on par or bigger than television in the country, which is a great moment for everyone, right? Second thing is, I don't think this is a zero-sum game, isn't it? I think, so I'll take the example of my mom. She watches certain shows on TV, and she continues to watch them. It's just that she doesn't watch them when they're being aired. She catches up on the respective OTT app, right?
CTV? So she catches up on the CTV, connected TV devices?
Yeah, she catches up on the app. So okay. She's watching Sun TV, she'll watch it on Sun Next. She's watching Z, she'll watch it on Z5, right? The point is, the content is not changing. She just moved from appointment to something that is much more convenient for her, which is on demand, right? So I think that is essentially the big change that is happening. See, to me, Jon Stewart is on Apple TV. Okay, he's doing the same show that he used to do 10 years back, right? A similar show. Now, people consume it. Previously, we used to dial in at a certain point in time to listen to the daily show. Now, we just consume it on Apple TV, right? So the protagonist, the content, much of it has not really changed. It's just the way we consume it has changed. So I don't really see it as a zero-sum game. It's not really, we've abandoned one and moved to another. It is more of an evolution of how content will be consumed. And there is no doubt that going forward, outside sports and news, most content will be eventually on demand. It will not be appointment viewing, right? So that's where I see it.
Interesting, very interesting. You have a slightly mature brand. The TG is also very mature for Blue Star. How do you, sort this dilemma when digital taking the lead and the sort of a FOMO happening in the market?
Yeah, so for a brand like Blue Star and for air conditioners, of course, the penetration is just in single digits even now, right? And you'd assume that digital should be the preferred channel because obviously your TG is not really mass. It's quite niche even now as compared to maybe LEDs, like you mentioned. But I completely agree with Karthik that to begin with, I don't think there's any option a marketer has apart from television for building a brand. Right? Other media, if you just analyze, you're talking of print, you're talking of outdoor, radio, etc. At best, we'd see them as reminder mediums. To build a brand, you need television. Okay. Now, I agree with Karthik that television content has just moved onto OTT. OTT is nothing but digitized television, according to me. And according to me, the OTT spends that we are counting on digital should be added to TV. It should not be seen separately, because when you're looking at OTT cannot do your performance marketing, right? It's not really great there. OTT is also building your brand, and it's for broadcasters to graduate into this, common mix of live television, which is, maybe appointment viewing versus OTT, like you mentioned, like your mother catches up, on this platform, on the OTT platforms. So the way I look at it is that television has just graduated from live televisions to digital. Okay, OTT. OTT should ideally be counted in television spends and not be treated as digital spends. And that's when we'll get the real picture. Because right now, like you rightly mentioned, AdX is supposedly 37%. Digital is going to surpass television for the first time in the history of the country. But we haven't really analyzed that within digital, how much money is being invested on OTT. I mean, there's a lot of money going on Hotstar, right? With the IPL and other things. All that should be counted in television. It's just you're giving a consumer an alternate device to watch the same content. So why would you actually differentiate between the two? The two coexist, and finally content is the king. And appointment viewing still exists. I don't know how many of you guys, watch. I'm a pretty big fan of Hotstar. And, there are these HBO Max shows. And there's this series going on called White Lotus, okay, which I wait every Monday to watch. In the days of binge watching on Netflix, etc., the content is so strong that I wait every Monday to, unleash it on OTT. Okay? So according to me, I don't think we're discussing television being dead, going to digital. It's the same thing. It's just that performance marketing cannot happen, on OTT. OTT is great for brand building. And television is great for brand building, right? There's no other medium for a marketer to build your brand, honestly.
Two interesting two takeaways. One from Karthik is, it's all about a matter of convenience versus comfort with regards to television versus OTT, and it's the content which is eventually driving, even on television, like you mentioned, Hotstar, or be it cricketing properties, or reality shows like Big Boss, Pavitra just mentioned in the earlier session. That has been really driving the audiences. And that will continue to, stay relevant in future as well. Moving on to the content side of it, Vivek, how do you see this shaping up, and is branded content the way forward?
See, from where we look at, first of all, content is actually quite independent of platform, right? So we keep on talking about these things about, is television the right medium for platform, or is digital the way to go forward? From where we look at it, both of these are fabulous mediums. When we create a content, we don't keep platform into mind, we keep consumer into mind. And if that consumer actually consumes television more than OTT, then so be it. And I just feel that the platform as television is a fabulous combination of reach and engagement both put together. And you'll figure out some places social media will probably give you higher reach but lower engagement. OTTs will give you higher engagement but lower reach. Television is still that beautiful sweet spot in between, where you want to create something which you really want people to consume at a deeper level, create a meaningful impact, and you want large-scale people, large number of people to kind of watch it. Television is still that particular platforms. In real nitty-gritties of work today, for example, when we craft large-scale, large-size, large-budgeted content pieces, the first discussion starts from, all right, which channel is it going to go to? Because not only is television giving you reach, it also gives you a bit of assured reach by the linear nature that it has. See, OTT will always give you choice, right? But discoverability in OTT is always a challenge. I mean, the great series of Netflix that you and me have not watched, but the mere fashion of how linear works, it does give you a certain amount of assured viewership, which probably an OTT doesn't. So therefore, whenever we talk about content pieces, TV therefore remains an important part, especially in the last places. So for us, I don't see, for me, from where we are, from the broadcaster side and the branded content side, one channel kind of doing over the other. Our natural blend today is when we create content is to let them distribute both through linear television and through OTT, and people consume it at their personal charges. So for us, television is relevant, it is mass, and it will stay relevant for a very long time.
Just to add to that, India is, having said that, 70% Bharat today, and the growth going to come from the bottom of the pyramid. So do you see, Karthik, that being adding value to this?
Sorry, what adding value to this?
When we counter television with regards to the threats, so-called threat, be it OTT, digital and all. So today India is 70% Bharat, as you know. I see this as an opportunity, with regards to television, yeah.
I think that is true for all kinds of content. Like he just mentioned, that trend is agnostic to platforms, right? Today, even gaming, if you see the kind of conversations on live esports, a majority of it is in regional language. If you're dialing in and then listening to what people are talking, right? If you see the kind of content that is being consumed on social media, it is there, right? We've saturated the English-speaking audience on digital probably half a decade back, right? So now every growth will be on that area. But I think what OTT does, which television probably in a way struggled to do, is to have many more voices sort of come to the fore, right? So today you are able to create a large volume of content, irrespective of what slots exist for a channel, which is finite in nature. You're able to create large volumes of content, lots of voices are being heard. The cultural diversity is at its peak right now, and we're just starting out, right? We're a very, very young OTT country, right? So in 5-6 years from now, it'll be an extraordinary form of expression. I feel that's going to change, and a lot of that is going to be in regional languages.
Yeah, so the power regional is very high. That brings the share of voice. Just to give you an example, I come from cinema background. Today, out of the 10,000 crore of box office predicted collection, 60% has come from down south, purely out of RRR, KGF, Karthikeya. So that's the power of region with respect to our medium. So certainly this is adding value across mediums. Coming back to Puneet, you've done good amount of work with regards to branded content and Ye Meri Family and Timeliners were a perfect seamless integration you have done. Tell us something about that.
Yeah, so for us, the idea with mutual funds here is to get mutual funds into daily conversations. So, what best other, from, we thought it would be great to be present into series which were picking up, which were, talking to the right kind of audience, the 90s kids that, you're mentioning. So, Ye Meri Family worked very well for us. Same with Timeliners and the other one that we did, What the Folks. Again, for us, it is more about, presenting the brand in such a way that it is not too in your face. That's the brief that we give whenever we do branded content. We don't want to be too in your face. We want the message to go subtly and yet, create an impact, which I think we were able to do very well with Ye Meri Family. And branded content works, in a very beautiful way that while the show ran on YouTube for some time, then it went on to Netflix with the integrations intact. Again, it is back on either the TVA platform or YouTube, and you keep getting organic views, even after your contract period is over. So that works very well. Even on TV these days, whenever we do large deals, be it KBC or be it Jhalak Dikhla Ja, like we have done, we look for some kind of content integration there, not just an FCD deal, but we make sure that our brand is present in the content somehow, even if it's just a Sahi Hai tag, because that is what people really recall about us these days. So we ensure that either there's a Sahi Hai moment, or with Jhalak we have Sahi Hai Jodi, or there we have in KBC Amitabh Bachchan talking about investing in mutual funds. So content integration is key to us. That helps, like I said earlier, on TV and elsewhere, it helps build credibility.
Sure. I'm going to come back on the percentage of media mix, but you mentioned content integration. So Vivek, how do you ensure you do, from a broadcaster and advertiser's perspective, the seamless integration without compromising on the messaging? How do you ensure that?
Actually, every time I meet people like Puneet and, me and Girish were just having a chat about it. You have no idea as a content person how happy we become when a brand comes and tells you, we don't want our brand to be in your face, we want it to be subtle. Because that's the beauty of branded content, right? I mean, sometimes often marketers miss that branded content is still content. The reason that you're creating it because you want it to be consumed. And if it's so much in your face, then it's advertising, right? Then why would somebody consume it beyond 30 minutes, 30 seconds or 60 seconds? So that always remain a narrative. Like I said, when we create content, the pivot is consumer, the brand is the storyteller, right? We don't flip it around, because if you flip the narrative, it's an absolute flop. If you start thinking that there's no story, it's just the brand, then it's a commercial, right? So I think the way that we go about doing it, we think of the consumer, we think of the narrative that the brand wants to store, and weave a story around it. And the story has to flow with the brand. And like some of the examples that Puneet was just mentioning, like if you, at top of the mind, if you remember Tripling, right, which I think was a fabulous, branded content piece that TVF created. Tata Tiago was a character in the story. It was not a brand which was just floating around here and there. You take the car out of a road trip, there's just no road trip left. And when there's no road trip left, there is no narrative left. So the intent is to always find the right pivot, which goes seamlessly with the brand narrative, and weave a story around it. I think that's the way we kind of try to create, because content, branded content, it's still content.
Very interesting. I mean, and so many films we have seen classical examples, be it Lal Singh Chadda, Gully Boy, for example, True Caller, Bira, beer bottle, Alia smashing the beer bottle on her, the girl flirting with Ranveer Singh, classical integration of JBL, or be it Rupa in Lal Singh Chadda. People actually believed that there is the character exists.
Yeah. I'll just add something to Vivek's point, is that, when we were starting off with Tripling, right, it was originally going to be, probably if we had not done it, it would have probably been a credit card brand. Right? The three of them would have gone on, with a credit card. Right? And when, the TVF team and then Max's, now Waymaker team, they sort of co-created this, it was, like you rightly said, weaved into the story itself. And to Puneet's point also, that works. Audience loved that. Because for the first time ever, it was at that point in time the most watched web series in the country. But that was not the thing. The thing is that purchase intent went up so significantly high because it was all on YouTube. We were able to do a brand love study on it. Purchase intent went exceedingly high. For a series to work as the most watched series and also to drive purchase intent to an all-time high, I think that's an extraordinary combination. That can work only if we integrate it the way he said.
Totally.
I wanted to add one more thing from a marketing perspective, okay? Because as a marketer, it's always, I would think, a little risky, especially in a movie, to have branded content, because you really don't know where that movie is going to head and how the brand is going to be placed. I think on television, branded content is much more easier because I think the producers are far more amiable in terms of discussing every nuance of the script to ensure that the brand is propagated in the way. And like I mentioned to you, every brand should not be in your face because, like you rightly mentioned, it's just advertising. It has to be subtle, at the same time very tastefully done. And that's the problem that marketers face because you don't know really. And I've had examples, of the past 2 decades where, there was this movie called Karthik Calling Karthik. Okay, this was in the early 2000s, I think. And, they approached us saying that, my brand value proposition was experts in cooling. And they said there's a Karthik and there's a Karthik calling Karthik. That Karthik is calling an expert. And you can integrate Blue Star as an expert. And when I saw the movie, I didn't go for it. Fortunately, when I saw the movie, he was a schizophrenic, right? He was calling himself. Right now, imagine my brand in that expert communicating expertise, and I have a schizophrenic, analogy being connected to the brand. How risky is it for a marketer? So while branded content is great, but believe you me, from a marketer's perspective, we find it far more difficult because if it's not tastefully done, it can really ruin a lot of the reputation of the brand. I just wanted to add to that.
Very subjective, but Vivek ke to पेट पे लात मार देंगे आपके.
But actually, it's the other way. We were just having a chat, and I said that's where television is different, right? Because when you do in-movie integrations, the biggest challenge is gestation period. Because by the time the movie hits the floor, sometimes it can be 6 months, 12 years. The brand strategy may have changed that. When you put something in our fiction show, it hits in 3 days. Maybe 4, which is the fastest content creation that we can do for it. I mean, I'm sure even creating an FCD takes a longer time.
Because television producers are far more amiable. They will discuss every nuance.
So we will stay relevant in that context. Our storyline would not change in more than 4 days.
Great. Coming back to Puneet, so what percentage of media mix do you keep between TV and other mediums? If we can have clarity there.
TV takes away, a large chunk. So in good years, it could be 50, other years 45. Then digital is good. And then you have the other reminder mediums like we are present in out-of-home, radio, and cinema also. So 45, 35, and the rest, I would say.
So for you, you think that will continue to stay relevant for you, considering the amount of opportunity you've been scouting on the branded content side and the digital side? So do you think that share of pie is going to reduce from television to other mediums?
No, I think as of now we are at a good mix. Earlier, when when the brand started the journey about 6 years back almost, TV was a much higher number, right? And then that has tapered down, digital has taken up. So I think right now we are at a good mix, which should continue for the next couple of years, unless something radical comes up in digital, and then we shift our budgets more to digital.
Amit, for you, considering Siska being a mass brand, and obviously there is a saying and there is a philosophy in tier 3 and rural belts that agar TV pe dekha to matlab reliable hai. So is that relevant for you as well?
So you're saying TV is equal to reliability?
Yeah.
Yeah, broadly, because I think that is what that they identify with strongly, I guess, But I was just listening to, some of the conversations that we were having right now from last few minutes. I think whenever we look at tier 2, tier 3, suddenly this conversation of India versus Bharat comes up. I don't know why. Yeah. I think that's so sort of a cliche to me, at least, because I think as a country, we have come like so ahead in terms of our mindset that I think the Indian swag value has increased credibly. I think forget your tier 2 and tier 3, even people who are sitting right now in this room, I will agree that we are also celebrating the Tate Hindi, the core Hindi content like never before. Now, whether it is on TV or whether it is on OTT doesn't matter. So you have so many content pieces which are being dished out, which are actually, created on the premise of some kind of a village or a small town, and people are celebrating that, right? At the core of it, I think what we need to have is a strong conversational value. कोई अगर आपसे पूछता है आके अच्छा वो आपने सीरीज देखा है क्या, एंड ट्रस्ट मी एक प्रेशर आ जाता है कि मैं ना कैसे बोल दूं, बिकॉज द मोमेंट आई से नहीं मैंने नहीं देखा है, यू आर काइंड ऑफ आउट ऑफ द कॉन्वर्सेशन. अरे ये फिर इसने तो कुछ देखा ही नहीं है.
So OTT is an icebreaker nowadays.
No, I think kind of, because see, understand why people bought color television in the late 80s, because of the fact that we had Ramayana and Mahabharat, right? लोगों ने टेलीविजन इसलिए खरीदा कलर टेलीविजन की मुझे वो कंटेंट एंजॉय करना था. अदरवाइज पीपल वेर वेरी हैप्पी इंक्लूडिंग माय ओन फैमिली कि यार ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट टीवी में काम चल रहा है मेरा, आई डोंट वांट अ कलर टीवी. बट सडनली दिस कंटेंट केम एंड people were like नहीं थोड़ा महंगा होगा चलेगा but we'll buy a color TV. So from that decade जहाँ पे content was the reason to buy a color TV, the same content was again celebrated around 2020 during the first lockdown and people were still talking about it. So I think I think for me it's more about the content. I think एक बार content सही हो गया है तो फिर consumers भी आ जाएंगे और consumers है तो फिर मेरे जैसा advertiser पीछा नहीं रहेगा, वो भी आ जाएगा.
Hi, great. I think that is evolving and that will continue to disrupt.
Definitely.
Great. Yeah.
Though I had on the lighter vein a point. Like, see, I think this TV and credibility happened at a time, probably many decades back, when people thought you can't say that big a lie on television and get away with it. Right? But in the times we live in, I think that's very possible. So I don't think it's that credible anymore.
Oh. Because typically there is some amount of merit in that, especially when you advertise on cricket. Right? I've been advertising on IPL since season 1, so 14 years in a row. And we've done a lot of research and people do believe that if you have the money to advertise on IPL, you must be a good brand. Okay, because you have that kind of money to advertise on cricket. So there is some amount of merit there, somewhat. Of course, not true anymore for other genres. But yeah, if you have the big bucks to spend, you must be a good brand. There was this kind of feeling some time ago.
I think it still hold true because not all can afford TV, and which is when the digital come into picture. Unlike brands like Blue Star or Cisca or Amphi, they being the giant in their own space, they always share market leader. So Vivek, is that the solution for those brands to explore branded content or likes of OTT and other mediums?
I wouldn't comment on the budget because I mean, the marketing objective and budget are two different things. I know often the objectives get limited by budgets, but I just feel that as a marketer...
It's a disclaimer always.
It's always a disclaimer. But yeah, the objectives can't dilute because of budgetary restrictions. There are brands who come in... I mean, we have worked with brands who do not have an FCT, but they still want to be in television. Right? The easier way to do is, okay, get inside our content. Get inside our shows because you may not have a visual television FCT per se because you're not so far been a technical part, but we'll bring your brand inside the content. Having said that, the objectives will not change. I mean, you may not want to be in the GRP space for whatever reasons that you may have, but the objectives will remain the same. So I wouldn't call the fact that, oh, if you have less budgets, let go to digital, because that's not the right way to do it. The digital has to still fit into your marketing objective model. And I'm wearing a marketer's hat right now. I'm taking the liberty from Puneet, Amit and Girish. But it still has to fit into the objective, right? And if the platform does, is when the platform becomes relevant. I mean, I'm not taking away the reality of the fact that all of us are governed by budgets. But in that space, we still try to figure out what platform is relevant or not.
So that has sort of opened up a lot of incremental opportunities for you guys as well. When you say beyond FCT, so I've also observed of late, even in those daily soaps also nowadays, brands have been seamlessly integrated or the outdoor being shows in the background. or the bus shelter. And so I think that has opened up a lot of avenues for you guys as well.
Which is what I was telling this to Girish, saying that when you do movie, there's a gestation period, but when you do fiction integration, there's not. The storyline is so real and so close that even if you, for example, want to capture a subculture, you want to capture something which is topical, you want to do something which is built around festive, that is being shot 5 days before the festive. So that near content to actual release happen through the content creation route. So therefore, that's of course an advantage, and a lot of brands today are making use of it. We've worked with a lot of brands, like from the top of my mind, something we did with, in fact, Karthik's team, we did for Mondelez. They wanted to do something around Rakhi, and it was being celebrated in terms of our show. So we did an integration 4 days before actually the show was going on air, where it was absolutely topical and absolutely relevant. So yes, that can only happen on television. So therefore, from a content point of view, from a branded content point of view, TV remains an absolute relevant because it gives appointment viewing, it gives continuity in content consumption, something which OTT is still kind of catching up on. So
is branded content the way forward?
You're asking a branded content person, you know the answer already. But yeah, there's a lot that which happens in television. I mean, Pavitra, I'm sure, is the master to tell. We are still a very, very small pie in overall Pavitra's colors gamut, but we try to do our bit, and I just see that that still will remain relevant as content as an approach is. FCT, of course, will get you the viewership, and content will get impact, and I think that's the beautiful way to put a grid together for a content marketing objective.
Lovely. So, Puneet, we'll see more opportunities on the lines of, timeliners and Ye Meri Family from your side?
Yeah, we are always on the lookout for good web shows, and we've been looking out for something in the regional space, because regional, down south is a huge market. I mean, even on, apart from TV of course it is, but even for digital content and OTTs, we are looking out for a good regional show to be present and to integrate with. Plus, on the regional TV side, we've already done in the past, we worked with Big Boss in a couple of languages, we worked with KBC in one of the southern language, and we've done content integration there. So, on the web series side, we are always open. And talking about, just to add to his point and the question that you asked, is branded content the way forward? Yes, I mean, like you said, of course, yes. I'll just give you an example. My kids, I'm a cord cutter since the last 8 or 9 years, right? So I watch only OTT or YouTube and all of that, and we moved to premium YouTube and all of that. My kids who are 5 years and 10 years old, they don't see an ad, for a long time. So
I can relate to you. Yeah.
So, for someone like those, that generation which is coming up without any ads, branded content is the way that I will be able to put my, brand forward to them, So going ahead, yes, branded content is going to play an important piece.
I can relate to you. My 5-year-old son, just connected on a CTV with attention span, as you know, of today's generation. And my mom hooked onto her own OTT platforms, and also the feeling of that community viewing is missing, definitely. But with the more measurability, accessibility, and innovation coming into play, I think the television will be relevant, Karthik. I think,
yeah,
likes of Samson,
I have a point on this attention span thing. Okay, yeah. It's a myth there. You know the average session time of a PUBG player, or any gamer for that matter, and the amount of time that someone binge watches, a series back to back, right? Or the amount of time you spend on listening to a playlist on Spotify. This attention span is a huge myth. I think they probably have bigger attention spans than we do, but I forgot the question.
That's okay. Please continue. So I think it's about it's a derivative of the content which is driving actually, and the point which you are trying to prove out here is it's not about the concern of the attention span. It's the content which is getting.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that I don't think it's a generational thing. Like for example, my daughter loves watching ads because it's short, it's fun, and it ends quickly, and she can move on to the next one. Right? She's 5 years old. And I'm just saying it's not a generational thing, right? I think, if anything, my dad's attention span has come down, right? And not my daughter's. That's all I'm trying to say.
How about you, Amit?
So I think I don't know, because, as a brand, Siska, I think I'm talking to somebody who is, say 35 plus, fundamentally, like a male category person. And then on the same side, I have a customer who's around, say, 18, 19, 20 max, because they are buying my grooming appliances or, or smartwatches, etc. The difference is only one that, my LED customer is actually okay to sit and consume that content, which is my ad basically, and I talk about, hey, listen, how can you save money? Because उनको ना पैसे बचाने वाली बात समझ में आती है, because they are more into the family nuances, right? But same concept, if I go and tell this to the millennials and youngsters, they will laugh at me कि यार ये क्या बकवास है, हम तो पैसे खर्च करने वालों में से हैं. So I think there what we tell them is a different story on a different medium, and I think and if you look at it fundamentally, मेरे पास वहाँ पे कोई इरफान खान या राजकुमार राव वाली स्टोरी भी नहीं होती है, because they don't want to connect with a celebrity as a brand ambassador. At least that is what we have observed. Because उनके लिए उनकी celebrity शायद हमारे में से कोई एक होता है who has done something amazing in life and then they can relate with. So if they are not able to relate with what I'm talking about as a content, forget वो कुछ seconds या कुछ minute, they are gonna be like off the scene immediately. So I think I'm handling my certain categories which are talking to the younger audiences without a celebrity, तो पैसे बच जाते हैं. And then on the other side of the serious business, which is about LED, wires, fans, I'm investing monies in getting celebrities on board.
Great. What's the story with Blue Star?
So I agree with Karthik that I don't think, it's a marketer's role to create ads which are memorable, which are entertaining, because, consumers would otherwise and we all would want to skip ads, right? So the first brief to the agency that we have is the ad has to be entertaining, it has to be quirky, and if you can integrate the brand messaging along with that, that's exactly what we need. So that's really important, going forward, for sure. And I'm not sure, of course, that there'll be branded content, but again, like I said, we have to place it very, very intelligently. Ads are a little more easier to control because these are your ads in that sense. And with respect to the future of marketing in television, if you really look at stats, okay, we're talking of 220 million television households. Can you imagine 150 million of those are still CRTs? They're not even panels. They're not even smart TVs. They're CRTs.
True.
Okay, and the market right now, of course, balance 70 million, 35 million are just panels, and the balance 35 million are smart TVs. So we're looking at a huge changeover. Okay, so television is still 2/3 are CRTs. So we're talking, and for a brand like Blue Star, 60% of my sales comes from tier 3, 4, and 5 towns. Yeah, they're watching CRTs. So we're talking a huge change for everything to turn smart. Of course, smart is 80% of the market today, every year, but it's going to take ages to get there, right? So I think we shouldn't debate about future of TV for sure. It's there, very relevant for ages to be, I'm guessing.
Lovely. I'll just share my concluding remark because back in the days when radio was launched, people were talking that theater band ho jayenge. Theater, when I say theater, the theatrical drama things. And when television came into picture, people talk radio band ho jayega, koi nahi sunne wala radio. And today when OTT is there, people are talking cinema and television will go away. So I think that debate will continue to stay relevant, but I think both will coexist. Any concluding remark from Vivek and Karthik?
No, I think what you said is bang on. I started by saying content is more important than platform and wherever the consumer is, and I think that's how it will remain. People will consume television, people will consume OTT, people will consume social media, and wherever eyeballs is, content will be. Television will remain relevant, like what Kirish was saying. We're still in the CRT stage. फिर panel है, फिर smart TV है, फिर OTT के subscription है, फिर एक bandwidth है. So, sometimes we get myopic in terms of what we consume is what everybody's market is consuming. I'm not saying it's unfair for me to say that OTT or digital is that approach, but there's a clear cut, far deeper beyond that, far consumer of India who's still watching TV on that CRT, who's still watching on that panel, who still goes 8 o'clock every morning and watches its favorite show. That consumer behavior will stay.
Great. Okay, time is up. We are bang on time. Any questions for us? I think we have answered everything. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming here.
Fascinating session indeed, right? Can we please have the claps louder, please? Thank you. Thank you. We have token of appreciations as well. May I please call upon stage Franklin Toscano to kindly come up on stage and do the honors.
Wave these music. Wave these music.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Lovely chat indeed. Alright, that was quite a fascinating session indeed. This one we have next is a special one that we are doing virtually. We have this special subject called, Is TV Still the Safest Environment for Brands to Invest? And to share the noteworthy thoughts on the same, we'll have Jain Mehta, COO, GCMMF Amul, who will be joining us virtually over here for a special address. We'll just maybe take 2 minutes to do the setup for you all, and then we'll go ahead with the special note. Kindly allow us 2 minutes to do the setup for you all.
Video, please. Can you start the video? Yeah, so we are keeping you on a live right now.
Hi sir, good morning. Can you hear me? I think your audio...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. The stage is all yours, sir. Thank you and welcome to TV Summit 2022.
Thank you so much. Real pleasure to be here today. And I've been asked to talk on a very difficult subject. I don't know whether it's my forte or not, but I'll make a small effort in sharing what is our perspective on how we look at television at Amul, and both as an advertiser and as consumers. And I'll just make a small presentation and we'll continue the discussion based on that. Yeah. Can I share my screen? So here we are trying to decode that whether TV is still the safest environment for brands to invest. Okay, I'll take you back to the year 1975. I don't know how many people are aware, but before the cable and satellite television came into India, it was Amul in 1975 where the first experiment of satellite broadcasting, basically trying to create content which is producing content and sharing it through satellite across about 300 villages of Kera district through a community television set. This experiment took place. So this was our first experience and experiment with television broadcasting as well as content creation. And let me tell you, there were many popular shows which people used to flock around at a village cooperative society and watching these shows. And some of the names of the shows are still legendary. Hu Ane Mari Puri. Puri was the name of a buffalo, and there was a series made on how a farmer and a buffalo helped nurture the dairy cooperative societies and the livelihood of so many people. So this is where Amul journey began, and today we are among the top 10 advertisers on television, be it in print, be it in radio, and also we are perhaps the strongest brand as a food brand on the social media, talking to customers, discussing and hearing the customers' messages and feedback and the insights, not just in English, but 11 mother tongues of the country. Okay, so this is where the brand is working on it. Twitter also, we've been very popular in social media. There is one tweet which said that Amul is the only food non-sports brand in the world which created the most engaging content even on FIFA, which is the ongoing thing. So this is what is the power of communication and messaging using different media available, but with the core message of spending less than 1% of our total turnover advertising. So cost-effective advertising, cost-effective content creation, cost-effective communication is actually the forte of Amul, which we try to practice. The idea is not that we don't have budgets, but the idea is to pass on the largest share of the consumer's rupee to the producer. So while most FMCGs spend 5 to 12% of their turnovers on advertising, we manage with less than 1%. But then we have advantage of the brand, which is a common umbrella brand, and of course the mascot, which is a media by herself. And that's where we have been following this mantra of creating content, basically, not just working or thinking like an advertiser, but also try to create content which is durable, sustainable, and memorable. And what can qualify for this, particularly on television, was our sponsorship of Surbi, a show which lasted for more than 10 years on Doordarshan. And the caricature is of the Amul. I did mention about TV, print, social media. Amul also owns one of the most prominent outdoor asset, which is the billboards. But having said that, this is a show which was very popular, and it continued to get millions of postcards every week. We were our first association with the television show was Quiz Time way back in 1980s. I don't know how many of you remember this, but India in those days grew up on Siddharth Basu's show of Quiz Time, and we were among the first advertiser or sponsor of these particular shows. And of course, when Star did not have any other branded content, we had the Amul India show there running for almost 7 to 8 years till Star turned Hindi. So shows live a long life with the traction on digital as well. But primarily, if you invest in good content on television, it helps the brand stay more in the minds of the customers. And it's not just the MasterChef, which is an iconic show which we've been sponsoring year and year, but also the likes of the Saregama and the several shows in different regional languages across the country, which help promote and popularize the brand in a very, very big way. And the power of television and power of content on television, one cannot forget the experience all of us had with Ramayana and Mahabharata during the first phase of lockdown way back in 2020. But the kind of audience viewership and response that we got on such an old content also was phenomenal. You can imagine we were getting 10 times the TV, viewership on an IPL, equivalent on an IPL, on Ramayana and Mahabharata 4 times a day. So that's and at a cost which is, I can't share here, but it's a fraction of a cost which happened on this. So this is the power of television. This is the power of content. And even if old content played at the right time with the right context actually gives you a very, very good eyeballs. And we kind of played 120 retro ads of 1960s and 90s on this as Amul Classics, and it got very, very good viewership and a huge traction and buzz in the social media as well. And of course, content which is products synergized with the news content, talking about new things and relevant things during lockdown also made a lot of difference. And of course, milk as the world's original energy drink being promoted on FIFA, and the kind of viewership FIFA is attracting even today with our association of two teams, which is Argentina and Portugal, it makes the whole thing actually realize the power of television in a very, very big way. And it's not that only social media conversations happen, it's the TV which triggers such kind of conversations, and these are some of the proof around that. So we've seen that even post-COVID or the recovery phase also, the volumes on television did jump, did reach a record high, and the large number of advertisers came into it, and of course FMCGs continue to lead across categories, and the Hindi channels continue to dominate across the languages. This, as an audience which is expert in television advertising, knows these numbers, but this is one industry which continues to grow despite of all the negativity or other alternate options thrown around it. And this is a fact that these TV channels ensure the communication reaches to more than 20 crore households, okay, which means close to 100 crore people. This is what is the power of the medium, which is one unifying force across the country. And in India, where community viewing, family viewing, all these are very, very important and relevant, television as a media will continue to be relevant. And you can imagine the man who has created the Man Ki Baat used television in such a big way to spread out his messages, his advice, his guidance, and his feedback on the coronavirus through 7 to 8 different interactions over the couple of years, shows the power of the medium and reaching out to the medium in multiple languages across the length and breadth of the country. So since India speaks multiple languages, TV is the direct route to connect with most of the consumers, and the growth of regional Indian channels today has given to the a big boost to the voice of Bharat, and content which is aired in regional channels will drive the next decade of television content. So earlier it was only that a few content creators were using one or two languages to disseminate their messages and all. Today it is 22, the power of 22 Indian languages actually, which is coming to television in a big way and reaching out to audiences. And one cannot forget that if we are talking of family viewing, it's the kids which are very important, and getting good quality content in multiple regional languages relating to Indian culture is also very important. And that's why when we say, is this a safe environment to advertise, we should also say, is it a safe environment to consume content? And yes, television ticks all the boxes. And nothing can beat live sports to show the power of television. So experiencing live sports on TV, there is no other alternative. And like Indians love cricket and now football and many other sports, television is the common denominator with that glues every member of the households, and everyone watches television together, and which we collectively understand and leverage the power of TV in a very, very big way. So as advertisers are here in this room, as much as the broadcasters and the content creators are here today, this is one simple strategy that we try to follow and try to fit in. I mean, one looks at the medium, of course, but then the content on the medium is very important. Whom we are addressing to, whether it's the housewife or it's a child or the male TG or a youth. In what context he or she is watching it, and are we consistent in communicating our messages through them. So this is where is a very simple thing. The moment you hit the center hot spot and the sweet spot, there is an aha in this, and the messages would reach the right audience in the most cost effective way. And that's what is the 4C mantra, with the main thing of bringing down the cost, making the content and the communication very, very clear and cost effective. So the future of television is intertwined with Indian growth, and that as a market we are growing, and obviously television as a media will continue to grow with this. Indians speak multiple languages, and the voice of multicultural India can now be heard and spoken in their mother tongue, which is what the power of television is, the power of communication is. And TV is perhaps the only medium which brings together the entire Indian household, and the quality and the safe content also assures the promise of a cultured future for our children, our next generation. As most of us know, apart from the content entertainment which we have on general entertainment channels, sports and news will be the biggest driver of this channel engagement and stickiness. And I'm sure that will also drive the penetration of television further into the households of the country. And TV and digital will coexist, but the content dissemination power of television cannot be undermined for at least a couple of decades more till any other channel or any other medium will come and dominate. But we are quite optimistic that as consumers and as advertisers, TV is here to stay, TV is here to grow, and there should be more power to all those who are creating content for the television, providing access to television, using of latest technology to disseminate this information or the power or the content that the multimedia offers, and that would really increase the reach and consumption across the country. I'm sure the advertisers will continue to invest strongly in this media and make it a bigger and a more vibrant ecosystem. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you. I'll be happy to take any questions, and once again, thank you for having me here. If you have any questions? Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for that lovely presentation. Can we please have a round of applause, please? Thank you for joining us, sir. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
So now we have another session as well. We're just going to wait till all of them arrive. Just give us 2 minutes, please. Meantime, we can do some promos. Just give us 2 minutes till we have all our panelists and speaker ready. right, so we quickly move on to the next panel discussion of the day. The topic for the moment is View from Top, Future of Television Business. To conduct the same, may I please call upon stage Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. He'll be joined by some special names. May I please call upon stage Kailash Nath Adhikari, Business Head Promoter, Sri Adhikari Brothers Group. Rana Barua, Group CEO, Havas Group India. And we'll also have Lloyd Matthias, Business Strategist and Independent Director, who is joining us virtually, especially for this session. Thank you so much. The stage is all yours. Let's look forward to a fascinating one.
All right. Thank you. This was meant to be my boss's session, but he's on a voice rest thanks to the Delhi pollution, and he couldn't make it here. But this conversation is so important and an everyday conversation for journalists like us and veterans like you. We also have Lloyd here. Hi, Lloyd, virtually there. Thanks for joining us. You know, future of TV business, much has been spoken about it. And just before this session, there was a keynote by Mr. Mehta, where he said that the future of television business is the future of India, which is a very profound statement. So, of course, nobody can deny the fact that when brands look for impact, they come to TV. We have seen the rise of digital, we have seen OTT, we have seen all other mediums, but TV remains the centerpiece of all the conversations. Just a small fact that 15,000 brands advertised on TV in 2021 shows that, you know, what kind of impact it has. So quickly to you, Rana, starting with you. So we talk about the rise of digital and other genres. At the same time, TV remains impactful. Is there any indication that digital advertising is or will be eating into the TV business anytime?
So good afternoon, everyone. Interesting that you start the whole session by asking if digital is going to eat into television. I think there is a bit of a catch-22. I think digital, if you ask me, will it be a exponentially growing medium? Undoubtedly, yes. There is no doubt about the fact that the way globally and the way India has adopted to this whole concept of digital and the way we are all leading our lives, digital will be a very, very fast and growing medium and will continue to grow so. But if the question is that if digital is going to eat into television, and especially in India, I think that time is still many, many years away. Digital will keep growing. Digital will probably grow post-COVID. We've seen on the behest of many other mediums. For example, the print might still find it challenging to grow exponentially because the way consumption is happening. Radio may still find it very difficult to grow or sustain the way, again, consumption is happening in the world of media, which is why digital is benefiting. But television will continue to be the lead and strongly become the way it works, especially in a country like India. Very strongly a storytelling, very strongly a visual medium, it's a very, very big entertainment destination for us versus just viewing habits, which is what we see in many parts of the world. So I think if you look at it as a country, I think both mediums will grow. Television will continue to dominate in various spheres of life and various segments. And as we keep growing, and I'm sure a lot of questions and debates will happen, where will the growth come from? Will it be the classification towns or will it be tier 1, tier 2 towns? Where will digital dominate? Will it be with people like us or will it be with people from the tier 1, tier 2 towns? So I think this is how it's going to keep moving forward.
Of course, the Indian story, of course, has the TV as its own main protagonist. Kailash, your initial thoughts on digital versus TV debate?
Ruhail, like Rana sir said, and you mentioned TV versus digital. I would call it TV and digital. It's never versus. Like I had coined this a few years ago, pre-COVID, also at an event where the discussion was about that what is the future of television. We are discussing the future of a $10 billion industry. And to think about writing it off or writing its obituary, it's way too early. You know, I know certain people who tried to write the obituary of print 20 years ago when electronic media came. On a blackboard it was written, and someone told me very candidly that print will die. COVID was an aberration of 2 years, Rohel. Let's take that aside. But print is also growing. Although, yes, at single digit, but print is also growing. You know, the Indian media and entertainment landscape has evolved over the last 3-4 decades. But the beauty of the Indian context is that each and every subsect of the M&E sector, be it radio, be it live events, be it out-of-home media, which were decimated during COVID, or theaters, which were decimated during COVID, all are still surviving. And they're surviving with a marginal growth. And we are talking about television which reaches up to 210 million households, 840 million individuals. Just imagine the kind of influence that television has. I mean, even after COVID, the hours of consumption, video consumption on television is the biggest, close to 4 hours. And India is a very unique market where even if you see a small or a marginal decline in pay TV homes, but there is a rise in free TV homes. They are currently estimated at 42 million and they will grow to 50 million. Now, where on earth would you find this phenomenon? That is the power of television when it comes to India, you know. And that is a family viewing consumption also. India is still a one TV household market. And where there are multiple TVs, the trend is seen, whether it's in tier 1, tier 2 or metro towns, that one of the connection is a pay TV, cable TV or satellite DTH, and the rest is a free dish. So digital will grow, yes, by leaps and bounds, by double digits. But let's not undermine television.
Not at the cost of television. I want to bring in Lloyd here. Lloyd, your thoughts on this? The two gentlemen spoke before you.
Thanks, Rohel. I broadly agree with both what Rana and Kailashji said. And I think clearly television is going to be the base of India's media consumption. Right? We're talking of anywhere between 840 and 950 million individuals being reached by television to about 210 to 240 million homes. So I think clearly there is no denying the fact that television is for some time to come going to be the base, right? And in that way I completely agree with both my fellow panelists. Having said which, I think we need to watch for two significant trends. I think in India we've seen two upsurges of digital, right? Most of us have grown up in a landscape where ADEX, so advertising expenditure in India, was roughly about 35 to 40% television, another 30 to 35% print, and then came digital, cinema, out-of-home, radio, and all the rest of it. I think we've seen a drastic shift in that in the last, I would say, 6 years. And the 2 points of inflection, I think first was the Jio launch in 2016, when suddenly data prices dropped and smartphone proliferation increased. Today, we are talking of India reaching something like 650 smartphone users, right? All of whom have the capability of consuming some form of video, shall we say, whether it's a YouTube or any other short format video that we're talking about. The next, of course, big jump came in March 2020 with the lockdown and thanks to the pandemic. I think a lot of people moved a fair amount of their consumption habits online. That saw another big jump for e-commerce, when typically stores were shut and a lot of us were kind of almost forced to use e-commerce. And the big boom in terms of the payments, right? Suddenly payment through a mobile wallet became real. So I think these two trends have happened. What I understand was a report that Group M released a few days ago, that today in terms of ADEX, digital is almost on par with television, with print falling way behind. So we're talking roughly like about a 40-40 mix between digital. So I think that's the reality. Having said which, I still think mass audiences, family audiences, talking down the socioeconomic strata, I think television is clearly the real deal. But when you come to cities, when you come to upper socioeconomics, when you're talking of metros, I think there has been a significant impact of digital in terms of people's eyeballs, a fair amount is. And while mediums like or what we call cord cutters, people who disregarded their DTH, I think that's still very limited. That's 500,000 homes. I think there's a sizable amount of Indians, especially young Indians, who are digital first. Now, whether the digital natives generation or people who are older in their 40s. So a lot of people today, I think digital as a form of entertainment, and where they consume it is typically on the move on their phone. Not everyone is sitting in front of a television. So I think that dynamic is a reality. And I think for all professionals, media buying and creative, I think recognizing that and moving with the times is an imperative.
Right. I think one critical point emerging out of what Lloyd said is that the space has become more complex overall, you know. The business space, with the entry of digital and the uptick of digital. Rana, what are the real challenges to monetize TV content in this kind of an environment? I want to get the agency perspective.
I think, you know, if you're used to something for free throughout your life, and then you suddenly put a cost or tariff to it, it's impossible to suddenly start saying that I'm going to start monetizing content and I'm going to monetizing content on TV. You know what I'm saying? Television is primary facie free to air, most of it, or it's through set-top boxes or through most of the ones we know. You know, if you like a particular one, whether it's Airtel or you like Tata Sky, you know, you pay a certain cost for a certain set of channels, and you've got used to that. If you ask me to suddenly say that I'm going to pay for a certain show or a certain program, that's going to be quite impossible. At least if I see it in my current avatar or the next few years, I'll be, you know, it'll be quite amazing for me to see it. But I think it will continue to remain a challenge, because what has happened is that, you know, if you start looking at the kind of monies that is being put into content, and if you look at the way the VOD or the OTT platforms have tried to even monetize in parallel, they found it very difficult. It is very difficult. You know, the point is that if you would like to monetize, yes, of course, it makes sense. Does it make sense for the broadcasters? Of course it makes sense. That how do I make money out of the amount of money I'm putting into production? But does a common person outside this room even bother about the show production cost or what is being put in for the kind of show that you're putting? Is there a way we want to go that way? Do you want to go that way? Is a question that I think the group needs to, you know, all of us need to address. That will this work? Because people who are coming out of the SEC towns like tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, I don't think they're going to pay for, you know, if you're going to tell them that you have to pay for a certain program. Because like I said, you know, we are used to a way of working, and to suddenly shift that paradigm will be extremely difficult. And we can see it coming from other channels. You can see it coming from the world of radio. You can see it coming from the world of television and also in the world of OTT. You can see it coming from any other channel which has tried to put a price premiumization, has seriously failed. So my point of view would be that it's going to be extremely difficult. You would like to try it, let's try it with IPL. You know,
I think that's also a mindset, you know, which is a difficult thing to shift, because we've seen some international brands suffering because of that, of course. Kailash, what are the bigger complexities of monetization when it comes to the current context of TV?
You know, Ruhel, as Rana sir also mentioned, that, see, India is a market where the pay TV is the cheapest. It's the affordable medium. That is also why television will survive. See, India is a very price-conscious market, whether it comes to entertainment, food, or any spending, discretionary spending by the audiences. Now, in terms of spending, it's you get pay TV at what, $3, $4 a month, as compared to West, which is $40, $50 a month. Even in Africa, it's $15, $20 a month. I mean, just see the startling difference. And the founder of Netflix, Reed Hastings, he just mentioned that why is India a frustrating market for him? That is because where you have pay TV at $3, $4 a month, how would you see one streaming service charging $4 a month? That will not go down well, you know, with the psyche of the Indian audiences, because that is what they are tuned to. At 160 rupees a month, you get a gamut of free-to-air channels, which now give original content. So monetization of content through advertising revenue, yes, that's the primary medium. That is why you make content. But secondly, what has empowered monetization of content is your YouTube also. I mean, all the broadcasters who have their original IPR content have now their YouTube channels, have now their YouTube offerings, which allow them to monetize it in a different manner also. Syndication has been there since the past 2-3 decades. You can syndicate in various languages throughout the world. But now, along with television, through the advertising revenue or through the pay revenue for the pay TV, you also have YouTube. So just by looking at one piece of content, how much it is deriving, that is difficult to, you know, ascertain in unit economics. But as a whole, as an ecosystem, yes, you can monetize the content, but you need help of other subsects also.
Right. Lloyd, you heard us. So the subscription model seems to be a bit of a challenge. We'll continue to suffer the way we are in this business. Your quick thoughts?
Yeah, I agree entirely with what Kailash said. I think Indian audiences have traditionally worked on an ad subsidy model, right? Similarly to the fact that, let's say, we pay $3 or $4, about 250 to 300 rupees for our DTH connections. Elsewhere in the world, it's a factor of 10. It's much the same for print, right? Our average newspaper is between 3 to 5 rupees. Sri Lanka, for example, a newspaper costs 100 rupees, right? Elsewhere in the world, it's significantly higher. Because I think most of our media has typically about 70 to 80% been subsidized by advertising. The advertising subscription revenue has been 80-20 in favor of advertising. And that's reality. I would say, though, that digital, in a sense, is breaking a little bit of that paradigm. And I work a lot with startups, and for a lot of them, actually, digital enables them to slice and dice their audiences and come in at a very low entry level. Today, one can be a Facebook advertiser at 1,000 rupees. Right? You can specify the kind of audience you want. One can be, similarly do some Google SEO at sub 5,000 rupees, right? And these are very small advertisers. I understand these won't give you a wide audience, but digital helps you slice and dice an audience in a manner that television finds it difficult to do. And I want to look at a way forward in terms of how this discussion can go and what can the TV audience do or the TV media owners do. I think one is very important to provide advertisers some degree of slicing and dicing capability, right? Which is how does one split one street by city, by geography, and ensure that you can serve more relevant advertising. Because the moment you take a cut of advertisers who can advertise to a national audience, then you're talking about a limited pool of around 2,500 to 3,000 large advertisers, right? Who can afford to put down a few crores and reach a national audience. But when you talk of a single city, a specific segment, I think that's when people want to go to slice and dice audiences. I think that, to my mind, is the primary challenge for mass media like television, is how do you reach out to a smaller advertiser who wants to reach a sub-segment or a smaller segment of audiences. And that's when the whole economics start getting more viable.
Very valid point there. How do we tailor make those brand positionings on a massive scale? Mr. Mehta, before the session, he spoke about sports being one of the genres, which would be, of course, we've seen that, over the past few years as well. But what are you seeing in the market right now when it comes to the genre where advertisers are really being pulled in?
So from a group perspective, if you look at the way, and naturally this will apply because if you're sitting in most of the conversations or associations and conversations that we have at the 3 years of IR at club, everywhere, it seems to be sports being the unifying aspect in all forms, which draws most of the advertisers and clients. And sports just not in form of a single game. It's like, of course, we know it's cricket, but you have many new things which has emerged. Even football, and if you look at the entire FIFA, the entire way the country is engaged, it's amazing. So I think sports is probably a single most unifier in terms of entertainment, in terms of genre, in terms of the way and it actually cuts across both metros and your emerging markets and emerging towns, right? And I'm talking about the whole gamut of sports. It can be badminton, it can be hockey, it can be, any Olympics, it can be T20 World Cup. So I think that's good for the nation because it's just not one particular game. I think the second one, which naturally will continue to drive, is what at one time we used to call as appointment viewing, which is those big ticket items. Whether it's a KBC or whether it's any big regional, Saregamapa, or whether it is Big Boss. Those big ticket items, or what we used to call it at one time, like the appointment viewing shows, the amount of investment or shows that goes in, we see that clients continue to ensure that if they have the investment pool, because remember, television cannot just be I will come in, spend a little bit of time and go. Television is where you have to invest, and that is something we keep struggling with clients to explain, that you cannot have a flighty media plan. It's not a pulse media plan. It has to be a constant media plan. You need to sustain. You need to spend time because you're talking to consumers who have evolved. Consumers need to be engaged. So it's like a conversation where I'm going to invest time in a medium, I'm going to build in that medium, and I'm going to spend time, which is why people look at sports, people look at these appointment viewings, because you know that you're going to have captive balls. And I will, if I invest, I may have a conversation going with the consumer.
So sports, not just cricket, and then you said the second one was big ticket, yeah. Kailash, your thoughts on it? I mean, you have a music genre, you have been part of news, and a GEC, so.
You know, I believe whatever grabs the eyeball of the audience. I mean, at the end of the day, the entire success of media, whether you're in any media, radio, television, digital, or even print, if you know the pulse of your audience, what he or she wants, that will drive the entire viewership and the advertising behind it. I mean, yes, I agree with the fact that sports as a genre, people get hooked onto television to watch sports or any big ticket IP shows like Kaun Banega Crorepati or others. But then you have your original shows, you have general entertainment channels, you have movies, you have music. Let's say for music, it's a genre that we are in. In the past 1 year, if you just look at the data, 661 million people have watched music on television, entire India. Out of which 494 million have watched Hindi music. So that's a huge number. You know, it's more than the population of so many countries. So you can't discount those many viewers and those many eyeballs coming. Because at the end of the day, advertisers who are willing to come on television, they come because it has a higher brand recall value. It is one of the trusted medium. It is a measurable medium. Now, how would you find the kind of measurability that TV has in digital? So yes, some genres may go up to the top of the pyramid, but the entire pyramid will survive, which is today.
Lloyd, your quick thoughts on this. I know you watch a lot of news, but what do you make of these comments?
I think I agree. I think predominantly, obviously GEC will still continue to be the big, the big kind of prime mover in television. But given certain periods, live sports is always more gripping, and increasingly large properties, the IPLs, the various World Cups, the cricket calendar, and of course various sporting leagues are growing. I think news has its peaks and troughs, right? There are moments when big events happen, so news is reality. Yeah. But I think the big watch out for television, to my mind, is a lot of short format content that is grabbing eyeballs across the spectrum. And this I'm talking in a digital context. If you look at the various TikTok clones, so to speak, right? The Moj, the Chingaris, the Joshes, Mitro, MX Takatak. I think the whole user-generated content, so to speak, the micro-influencers, the nano-influencers, I think the amount of video content that's been put out by amateur individual makers, I think is slowly taking over to some extent. I know a lot of young people that possibly get their news feed entirely digital. A lot of their entertainment needs are happening out of their phone. And obviously, while they switch to core serials now and then, for them a lot of entertainment is the short format video. All of us have seen it in the last decade, how much of our time is actually spent on social media like WhatsApp, right? So I think there's a reality. And I think advertisers, and Rana will be the first to admit this, are constantly tracking what viewers spend time on. If people are spending more time on short format video, then how do I integrate my brand in that environment? So I think there's a mix. Television will always be critical for a brand to tell its story. When you want to do your 30-second commercial, when you want to tell a larger story, you have to. But we have to recognize that a lot of digital marketers or new age digital companies spend a lot of their time building a funnel and doing performance marketing. And a lot of that is actually money that's getting into the digital bucket, not mainstream television. So I think a good mix of both is important. While sports, news, GEC, and music will continue to be the big tickets, I think one has to look at these small emerging formats, see what impact it's going to have on viewers and therefore advertisers.
You want to respond to it?
I just think a very interesting point what he said, because I think that's something that a lot of us from the media world are tracking, because the content, like we said, because the moment Lloyd is talking about the short format, it is content which starts engaging consumers. Because I think what clients are struggling is that in this plethora of brands and communication, how do I engage? Because engagement is a parameter, which is why digital has become a medium of adoption, because digital allows you to engage with your consumers in a certain format and to put Lloyd's theory of content in a certain format, and then you can have an interactive dialogue. So I think it's a point which is emerging very strongly.
Right. So a lot of learnings for TV, the pundits, who are for TV. Tell me, are there any innovations taking place when it comes to this engagement part on TV? If we look at even advertising, the traditional advertising, have you seen anything changing which is trying to move beyond the traditional concept of engagement on television? Are TV owners, brands doing it differently from an agency perspective and then from a TV perspective? Okay, let me start with you.
See, in terms of what could be a different way where advertisers could address TV is what also Lloyd sir mentioned in the beginning, addressable TV. We have connected TV right now, which is growing. They're currently at about 22 million and it's expected to grow up to 40 million. In that, you can address the issue like if you want to go hyper-local. See, in linear television, if you want to go hyper-local, that was tried a few years ago, but that was not so very much possible in terms of technical issues as well as legal issues. There were a lot of frameworks. But now with the fact that you have 5G, you have internet accessibility, you have affordable internet, more people on smartphones, more people on smart TVs at homes, the concept of connected TV will help you innovate advertising on television also. Like you have different cohorts, you have different areas. You can understand what person is watching what rather than at a national level. So I think that will bring about certain innovations in television advertising where brands can actually know who is actually, micromanaging and watching what, and then decide upon their spends and what area or geography or demography or person that they want to target.
Okay, we have 3 minutes. I want to take on the final question, starting with you. What is the future of TV business, say, 3 years down the line? Where do we see it? How will it pan out from here on?
I think we started the entire, this whole thing by saying that the future is absolutely perfect. There is nothing, if anybody is discussing or questioning the future of the medium, I'm saying that is absolutely baseless. TV will keep growing because TV will continue to be a singular medium where the country is bound by. And like Kailash was also saying, there are many other things around the ecosystem which will grow. TV plus digital is the way we will have to have this conversation. It's not about TV only or why is digital eating into TV. I think those conversations sometime will automatically cease while we will hear many sources of saying that the revenues are becoming 40%, this one is growing at so much, that's fine. But I think few things to watch out for television, like we also know, and I think that's a challenge for the broadcasting industry, is that content is going to become very critical. So like my first reaction was sports. 5-10 years back, my first reaction would have been GEC or content, and then I would have come to sports. So if you see, if I was sitting here 5 years back, I wouldn't have said sports as my first reaction. Today I said sports as my first reaction as the unifier. I did not mention, Lloyd mentioned GEC, he mentioned music. Nobody mentioned so much about shows. So you can see there is a paradigm shift that's happened. Earlier, we used to talk about appointment viewing and shows as a very big thing. I think that's going to become a very big thing because if that ceases and the OTT platform continues to dominate the way they are, irrespective of whether they can monetize them or not, but if you realize the content that's coming through OTT and other platforms are far, far superior to television. So I think that's a watch out for this industry, but it will keep growing and it will keep engaging eyeballs for the next few years. If you're talking about 3, I don't see much changes then.
Kailash?
I believe that the future is steady and it will remain steady if you know what you are investing into and primarily being content. Because people come to television or digital mediums for content. With regards to content on OTT, that's a different, ball game altogether. I mean, the kind of scale of shows that you see, the kind of content, it is more of a personal space rather than a family or a co-viewing space. Today, even in television, the kind of content that rates, the kind of content that works, is that approaches the heartland. And in terms of digital, since it's a more personalized medium, you have a different offering altogether. Whether that both the offerings have a marriage or not, that audiences have to decide as and when they mature. But the future of television is very much steady. I mean, it's not on a rocky bed.
Steady. And final words, Lloyd, final comment.
Yeah, I'd agree with both my co-panelists that television is not going anywhere in a hurry. I think it's still going to be, like I said, the bulwark of any media plan. Having said which, I would say it's important for some form of innovation. And to kind of go back to the previous point that Kailash made, I think television would need to look at how it can service advertisers better. And I think some small examples of innovation. I think today I know advertisers that buy television only for a HDD, right? Because they know in a sense they're getting one segment of users. I know last year at the IPL, Star did language feeds, right? So you, in Tamil Nadu, you had the option of choosing a Tamil commentary with the same IPL feed. I think these are ways when you're actually able to attract advertisers from regions, from smaller states, and that makes the whole format far more friendly. So to the point, important to invest in content, important to look at how does television also innovate and reach smaller niches of advertisers, and obviously over time work at higher subscriptions to keep the genre relevant.
Great. So one common thing that in the Indian context, TV is going to stay steady, stay relevant, in fact, grow more. So thank you for sharing all your thoughts here, Mr. Rana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruhel. And thank you to Lloyd sir and Rana.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ruhel. Thanks everyone.
सही बात है, टीवी कहीं नहीं जा रहा. ये 2022 है, 2042 में भी हम लोग को करना है टीवी समिट. आप लोग को आना है. So we have to ensure that TV is not going anywhere. Can we please invite Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz Media Network, to give the token of appreciation over here as well. Lloyd sir, हम आपका भी token of appreciation भेज देंगे. ऐसा नहीं कि, you know.
Thank you.
क्लैप्स थोड़ा कम हो रहा है, प्लीज थोड़ा ज्यादा कर दो. वो वॉल्यूम बटन जो है थोड़ा बढ़ा दो प्लीज. लाउडर लाउडर. मजा आ रहा है, वाह. The token of appreciation needs to be backed by loud claps, please. तब जाके smile भी और better होगा. Thank you so much, all of you. So we'll have another session very soon. In the meantime, can we please have the promos?
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा.
You want to ask a question? चलो नेक्स्ट सेशन में पक्का आपका सबसे पहले सवाल कराता हूँ मैं. ठीक है?
जो थी अपनों की
Do you all want to have questions as well, like one or two? Like I have a volunteer over here. और किसी को सवाल हो तो please can you raise your hands?
और अपने फायदे के
interested in asking questions to the panelists.
मल्हार से
आप ही पूछ लो सवाल सर.
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई तो चले.
आपको मौका देता हूँ सबसे.
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है.
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति.
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया.
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते.
एक्सक्यूज मी.
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए.
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो. प्यार के साथ वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे.
The success story of Dangal TV is a dreamlike journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest primetime ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है.
mythology,
जय हनुमान, संकट मोचन नाम दिया.
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा.
comedy,
मैं झुकेगा नहीं साला.
supernatural fantasy, इश्क की दास्तां, नागमणि and much more. Dangal TV providing the best entertainment to 195 plus million monthly viewers. A network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की। सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की। हम दिल से दिल जोड़ेंगे, सपने नए बोएंगे, ले आएंगे खुशियों की बरसात। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से।
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा, जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान, पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ। अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से।
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चलें?
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है।
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या पे खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के साथ वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
World's #1 Punjabi television network, PTC network. World's turned Punjabi. Have you? World's
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा, जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान, पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ। अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से।
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चलें?
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है।
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या पे खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के साथ वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
All right, before we begin, it's important we thank our sponsors and partners. वो है तो हम हैं, वरना कुछ नहीं. Title partner Colors, co-powered by Dangal. Associate partners GTPL, PTC Network, Neela Film Productions, Shri Adhikari Brothers Group, Everest Entertainment, Fandrum, and 24 Frames Digital. an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. And I'm sure आप सब social media पे हो, so थोड़ा Twitter पे भी थोड़ा प्यार please जताओ. You can tweet, share your thoughts using hashtag TV Summit and tag IWMBuzz for maximize buzz. So we now have a very interesting panel discussion on yet another relevant subject. The topic right now is innovation in television programming. To moderate this session, may I please call upon stage Sukesh Motwani, Director, Bodhitree Multimedia. Huge round of applause, please. To join him on stage, I would like to call upon Anuj Kapoor, Chief Creative Officer, Enter 10 Television Private Limited. Saman Habib, writer and founder, Kisago Telefilms LLP. Sudhir Sharma, founder, Sunshine Productions. And Nivedita Basu, head of content strategy and business alliances, Atrangi TV and OTT. तालियां please और जोर से. I know सबको भूख लग रहा है, खाना भी है तैयार बाहर. Very soon we are going to break for lunch. तालियां बंद नहीं होनी चाहिए. Thank you so much. Yes, the stage is all yours. Let's go forward.
Hello. Yeah. Welcome everybody. Well, so here we have, I mean, we were just listening to the last session and we heard a few things which were, okay, TV steady, not steady. But here we belong to the TV ecosystem. Despite the fact that, and even when Nivedita has gone to Atrangi, she's taking TV's learnings. So we all completely owe our last 25, 30, whatever odd years of livelihood and understanding the pulse of viewers and consumers in this genre of storytelling. We completely owe it to that. And it's a very interesting question for us also because most of us have also gotten into streaming and are understanding the learning curve there as well because we are participating in that process of storytelling. So for us, especially to note कि हमें उस direction में OTT में क्या gratification मिलता है और यहाँ क्या gratification है और जो यहाँ की हम learnings वहाँ ले जाते हैं and whatever. How do we, like, what hat do we put on in terms of as a storyteller when we do either, and there are overlaps as well in terms of the content telling. Here we are going to focus mostly on fiction because innovation in programming अगर हम कह रहे हैं तो हम में से non-fiction के कोई ज़्यादा वो नहीं है. Of course some of us have done it, but that's not the point. So the first question, let me get directly to the context, is that when we are trying to innovate in TV programming, first is, of course, I'll start with you, Nivi, that when we say decoding television programming in streaming era, we know one thing कि हाँ भाई TV तो individual के लिए है और sorry, TV is more for family viewing, साथ में देखने वाला, तो उसके लिए वो उसके अपने parameters होते हैं. But in terms of web, when you shift a bit, मतलब अगर आप दो चीजें हैं इसमें which you have to comment on. One is of course the premium web viewer that is obviously watching, as we said, individual, and the other is the overlap जो MX हो, Hotstar, बहुत सारे जो platforms करते हैं कि, and even your platform is going to is trying, is to make sure कि TV की कुछ learnings ली हैं लेकिन हम उसको streaming की audience को देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं ताकि जो इतना viewer बैठा हुआ है platforms पे जो TV content ही consume करता है, that you have to comment.
Hi everyone, apologies for being late. I think you all had to wait for me. So thank you, Sukesh. You'll be surprised, of course, Atrangi being one, that we are doing a lot of TV, premium TV content for web. But I've seen that shift even on the bigger platforms where there is something called premium TV, or I don't know what term they call it, but they are doing those long formats on
TV Plus
web.
is what
Yeah, TV Plus. So off late, you know, I've had producers walking up to me saying that we're making 100 episodes for this platform, and not just MX, but even the top other platforms. So I think TV has been like a great learning for me, thanks to Ekta and my 15 years devoted to her. In fact, it's easier, you know, so a lot of people had this apprehension earlier that, oh, आप TV से हो, web कैसे करोगे? मुझे लगता है TV से हो तो शायद web कर सकते हैं, web से हो तो TV तो बिल्कुल नहीं कर सकते. Because TV की audience बहुत अलग है और shift होने के बावजूद, I think there's a huge chunk which wants to consume maybe not the typical TV, but I think TV also has changed. I mean, Anuj has been a pioneer of not doing the Saas Bahu shows. He's carved a niche in sub by doing comedy content which works across, you know, whether it's web or TV. And similarly, like even on Atrangi, as the name says, you know, Atrangi is also trying to do not the typical content, but when I say content for TV, also we're doing Atrangi which can be played on web. So we've had male audiences watching our TV content. In fact, most of it is catch-up TV. I have more than 5.5 hours of original TV programming. So that gives me like a lot of leeway, you know, on my web that people actually have every day.
So in terms of genre, Nivi, is it, and even Zama Bhai should comment on this, that agar, and Sudhir also, that if we are saying genre, the only difference between TV and TV Plus here, if I'm decoding TV programming in the streaming era, then maybe you are also कुछ थोड़ी बहुत edginess करनी पड़ती है, romances, thrillers, क्योंकि TV's parameter is that completely आप अपने सारा content जो आप पांचों channels पे देख रहे हैं और फिर उनके related platforms पे देख रहे हैं, they will obviously have family drama elements and elements. So where is in TV Plus, is there any edge that sort of, any comfort that a creative person feels कि अरे चलो मैं इन थोड़ा सा इस direction में जा सकता हूँ या अभी वो भी
Hello. हाँ. This plus thing is just मतलब उसको क्या मैं बोलूँ कि वेब नहीं बनाना है, टीवी नहीं बनाना है, उसका एक बीच का ये है, इकोनॉमी सेट करनी है 100 एपिसोड में. So I don't see that a very great idea. TV is TV, web is web. टीवी के लिए हमने हर चीज़ हमने प्रोसेस में सीखा था. डेली सोप भी आया तो प्रोसेस में सीखा था. No one knew how to make a daily soap. जब 16 एपिसोड a month आता था 4 days का, and we were like कि 16 एपिसोड कैसे लिखेंगे महीने में?
And first it used to be a half-hour weekly. एक half-hour weekly का भी ज़माना था. उससे फिर हम
and हमारे लिए वो था कि 16 एपिसोड कैसे लिखेंगे? अभी 27 एपिसोड लिख रहे हैं महीने में.
All days a week on.
Yeah. So web, the thing is कि how you capture your audience. अगर मेल ऑडियंस छूट रही है उसके लिए आपने एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म का सहारा लिया हुआ है कि वहाँ पे हम एक मिक्स सा देते हैं. टीवी के लिए जो एक इनोवेशन वाली बात आई थी, द थिंग इज टीवी कंटेंट लास्ट 20 इयर्स में क्या आया है, क्या ग्रोथ हुई है? यस, इन टर्म्स ऑफ ऑडियंस हर चीज के लिए ग्रोथ हुई है और हमने बहुत सारी कहानी कह दी है और एक वे में अपने प्रोसेस में सीख के हमने कही है. टुडे आई फील टीवी कंटेंट इज लाइक ऑरो ऑफ मूवी पा. इट्स ऑरो जो कैरेक्टर था ना ऑफ पा का, इट्स ऑरो ऑफ पा, इट्स एजिंग नॉट ग्रोइंग.
ओके.
सो फॉर मी लाइक हम अब बहुत सारी चीजें वही कर रहे हैं जो 8 साल पहले कर रहे थे. Innovation, like when Anuj sir came up with that.
इसी context में ज़मा what I'll ask you is that जब कोई हमें पूछता है external medium से कि TV storytelling में किसी प्रकार का progress हुआ है, and it could mean not urban versus rural वाला binary, या it is not even कि भाई patriarchy कहीं wish away हो जाएगी. patriarchy तो embedded है हमारी कहानियों में. तो what is it that in which values have we progressed? We can say कि थोड़ा progressive हुए हैं in depiction of heroines. कुछ है वहाँ पर which you would comment?
In terms of heroines, yes, थोड़ा progressive इस तरह से हुआ है कि अब हीरोइनें बोलती हैं और कुछ अच्छे issues पे बोलती हैं. Yes, that progression.
So there is some
there.
agency do they have?
Like कई characters, even for that matter, एक क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहुत बदनाम हो गया फालतू में. But Tulsi did so many things, so many progressive things. So let us not take that credit.
Within the parameters of a joint family, उसने बहुत कुछ.
Absolutely.
No, I wouldn't say that. In fact, I was going to add to that I had so much problem that the heroines were doing so much that Ronit used to actually come and see, Nivedita, I'm just standing behind and
exactly. Exactly.
And everyone had that problem, you know. Anurag had that problem because Prerna is going and conquering the world, taking over the media industry by taking Bajaj's company. And Anurag is sitting at home and taking
Correct.
care of,
So there have been, see, the context was coming from the fact that sometimes when we say, na, कि जैसे male characters in television still get away with adultery, and even if they are reprimanded by they can still be forgiven. And female characters के लिए ऐसे moral omissions commission करना मतलब थोड़ा बहुत मुश्किल होता है. तो I mean, when we say choices over body and choices over major decisions, कुछ चीजों में अब वो बोलती हैं, जैसे गुम की हीरोइन है, अनुपमा की हीरोइन है, at least in terms of verbal articulation बोलती हैं. And of course in the past, as Nivi said, in many shows, Balaji के shows में, there have been heroines that have gone and taken over businesses or whatever, but here they are very sharp, entrepreneurial, वो सब तो हुआ है. लेकिन what the context is कि एक और बात जो मुझे इधर जोड़नी है, and where I want Sudhir and everybody again to comment, is कि when we say value, एक हो गया progress, दूसरी हो गई value, कि क्या हमारी television content में स्टोरी टेलिंग में, ये तो हमें पता है कि हम बहुत गिमिक्स डालते हैं, बहुत तमाशे करते हैं, बहुत रेटिंग्स के लिए सब करते हैं, which I'll come to later as another question. But is there seek है कोई? Yanuj?
Yeah. See, good afternoon everybody. Sukesh, एक चीज तो I think we should all compliment the television makers. वो ये है कि despite the onslaught of digital and despite the invasion of the short-term video content, we have managed to retain a significant pie of the television business, as was, prevalent till date. And to that extent, whatever reinventing of the programming was required to be done within the genres of the conflicts within a joint family has been, to an extent, experimented. I would like to also point out here that, for example, apart from the fact, as you were, talking about more empowered women like an Anupama, or as Zamaji very nicely said, that don't think that, the Kyunki Bahu was at the receiving end. There were a lot of progressive things that she did even at that time, right? That's what Zamaji, you were saying, right? So my submission is that within the soap genre, apart from everything else, I think Dangal that I represent here today has very successfully, catered to the FTA space by being more rooted, more socially relevant, bringing those kind of issues there. And coming to, when you're talking about the male protagonists, the path that one walked, which was the positives of the joint family system and having mostly the male protagonists and some value at the end of each episode, have also been around, and, that is something that we are hopefully now trying to bring back and reinforce in Dangal 2 as well.
You have been one person who's tried male protagonists and नए ecosystem.
Right.
Because, and thoda genre में जो पहले वाला सब भी when you were there and or later now at Dangal, one of the things that I am interested in is that hyper local एक चीज जो हम कहते हैं, और दूसरा ये कि you have been able to bring sometimes new ecosystems, which Sudhir also has been able to bring. So talk on that also.
See, basically, Sukesh, बड़ी अच्छी अभी इससे पहले भी जो discussion हुई थी ना, people were talking about the fact that India is still significantly a family viewing platform on television. And I would say that very beautifully, Ekta ji through Kyunki created a new genre of programming, right? Which was talking about the real conflicts that a joint family faces. And what one attempted was to talk about the positives of the joint family system. So thereby tapping into the consumer insight that as Indians, we aspire to a harmonious family. We aspire to a happy family. So how do we cater to that aspiration by actually walking absolutely the opposite path? But as you were asking me outside, I think it's still very relevant, because particularly when you go to Heartland, people still want to believe that they are part of a happy family. They still want to believe that we live harmoniously amongst each other. So once you tap that aspiration successfully, I think any kind of programming that you create there, which is relevant and entertaining.
But what I wanted to say Anuj, was that जैसे there was a show in like when you were with Sub, तो जैसे एक housing society के अंदर set हो गया, एक दुकान की कोई कहानी हो सकती है. Sudhir recently has done a show Zinda Dil, which was So the point is, what is very fascinating is that हम innovation की जब बात करते हैं, apart from the fact that you have a family, Nimki Mukhya, Samaj show where he created a panchayat. Of course, it was the girl belonged to a family.
Sure.
She got married, but the context was also. तो उसके बारे में tell me, is there more possibility कि हम परिवार में तो रहेंगे, लेकिन is the viewer more interested? Because see, what the web has done is given us that more.
In fact, Sukesh, I would like to give you an example here of something that you are aware we did. That once you are able to tap the right consumer insight, which I repeat that Ekta ji did very well with Kyunki, and then of course we have seen so many derivatives come out of that. Similarly, when we talked about the positives of the joint family system, I would say the most innovative thing that we were able to get away with and make it consumer relevant was the silent comedy. Guturgu, right? So because before that or after there, hasn't been something like that. But it resonated, exactly what you were saying. It resonated because the core insight on which the concept rested was relevant to the consumer. So long as you are true to what the consumer wants to see, you can go to any extent in terms of innovation.
Storytelling into other ecosystems also.
Absolutely.
You want to say something on it? Or
Can I add something?
Yeah.
See, I feel this debate between television content and the web content, I personally feel what both of you also said correctly. I agree with that. That it's almost like a daily newspaper. When you write for a newspaper as a journalist, so it's daily churning out. But when you do books or periodicals, so of course there is a format difference. Of course Sharad Joshi was writing every day, but at the same time he was writing books. So I don't feel necessity of this debate over whether a television content creator can create for web or vice versa. I think this is irrelevant. And the point what you are trying to say, that innovation, I am of the opinion that yes, definitely with the shows you just mentioned and what Anuj sir has done in the past, that was innovation, and it's happening every day.
In terms of time spent, let me come back now to fact that...
I think, Sukesh, the very important thing, if you look at last 5 years, the top rated shows, you look at it, they are all progressive shows.
Okay.
The regressive shows have definitely shown traction, but it's not very stable. If we really look at it, if you see the dramas, the kind of traction, it's very temporary. The permanent stickiness, whether it's Anupama or any top-rated show in last 5 years, they have managed to hold the audience for a longer phase. They're all progressive dramas. So
progressive in the sense, Sama, you want to comment a little, or maybe you want to say if there is anything, because what I find, if I were to say between last 10 years, कुछ चीज़ों में आई है, पर जैसे हमने हमारे जो संस्कार कह लो, या जैसे अगर कई बार when I'm tempted to tell a story from a slightly liberal middle class lens, it normally doesn't get me the numbers that I want. So is
very
there
true.
Very true. So there.
Okay, so Sukesh, luckily I was part of the beginning of Atrangi, and we had to do a lot of research because we were going into FTA, DD free dish. तो आपका कहना बिल्कुल सही है कि इनोवेशन है टेलीविजन में भी, बट वो बहुत माइन्यूटली होता है. मतलब अगर आप बोलोगे कि आज मैं क्योंकि भी रिक्रिएट करूंगी तो उसको 5 से 7% ही बदल पाऊंगी, एंड स्टिल आई एम प्रीटी श्योर इट विल गेट नंबर्स, बिकॉज what has happened is that earlier television was being watched by this chunk, now an extra chunk has been added, now another new audience is added, so that new audience is not aware of what I made 2000 mein.
The penetration of newer viewers.
Exactly.
And newer...
So yes, maybe this audience, the 2000 audience, has probably progressed to watching web, but it's not like they leave their Anupamas. They do watch their Anupamas. They do watch their
family dramas.
They do watch.
With
but
heroine.
Television is a little slow. I mean, it is getting progressive, but I think it is still slow. They still want to see the conflict between the families. They still want to see...
Shadyantra.
Yeah, but they want to see an Anupama probably triumphant, wanting to get into another relationship, having her own life. In fact, I want to mention, in fact, Anupama is there. We did a show long back, you know, called Kehna Hai Kuch Mujhko with Pallavi Joshi. So somebody told me that time on Sony that it's way ahead of its time. It's exactly Anupama.
Correct.
It was a, you know, lady who was in a bad marriage, midlife crisis, and suddenly decides that she wants to...
Even Sujata, there was a show on Sony.
So, I mean, we were told at that time, you know, it's way ahead of its time. And 15 years down, a show like Anupama is doing well, you know, and they've captured exactly the same essence. So, it took 15 years to probably accept a Kehna Kuch Mujhko or a Sujata, you know, and reach here. But they've maintained the other things, you know, in a good way. So, when I do for my web, and of course, see, Atrangi, what happens is that there are so many other channels, even Dangal's doing so well, all the other channels are doing very well. So, what does Atrangi do to, you know, get a foot in the door? So, we try to do a little edgier content. Because we feel that कि ठीक है वो major market तो इन्होंने capture कर लिया, but
when you say edgier, थोड़ा crime का context है.
We're doing crime. We're doing soaps also with a little bit of edge, which probably somebody else might not experiment. Because what have we to lose? You know, we are not in that.
So your protagonist becomes edgier or your plot becomes edgier?
The plot and the protagonist.
Okay.
They might do things which a star or a Dangal actress might not do.
एक ऐड करूंगा मैं कि like मुझे कुछ कहना है या सुजाता, that was mid life crisis कि एक husband move on कर गया, बच्चे बड़े हो गए, now the women are those women were lonely. आप 40 plus जब होते हो घर में अकेले रह जाते हो, बच्चे अपने जोन में चले जाते हैं. Same we were doing this with Anupama. The thing was, we knew, subconsciously we knew कि those shows didn't work because typical Indian psyche कि women should not walk out of the marriage. So what we added, कि yes, the husband has to be very, very मतलब MCP kind of person, and she has to have extra reason. Not only that he is having affair with other women, but she has to have extra more मतलब extreme reasons.
Yeah, I mean the nurturing person. औरत को एक शादी के लिए walk out करने के लिए 10 और कारण चाहिए.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what we did, the very first episode, this woman goes out to meet her old friend who she is meeting after 7-10 years. And she calls and सास से पूछ के जा रही है, and she comes late. 7 p.m. she's supposed to come back home. She comes at 7:30 and the husband throws her out of the house. That was the first episode's freeze point when she's standing outside the house.
You needed to build
so you
a
feel
bigger
that,
underdog.
yes, humiliation and all. And then at one point of time you are like, yes, whatever you are doing, you are right.
Sukesh, so a very different perspective, you know, from what Niveta and Zamabai have said, which is that, and I'm coming back to that example of the silent comedy. One, of course, is that there is a certain expectation as makers, right, both as producers and broadcasters, that there's a certain kind of viewing in place in terms of a certain kind of content, and therefore do not take too much risk to deviate too much from it. Right? Do your minute, as Niveta said it, do your minute innovations subtly and stuff like that. That's one part of the coin, I would say. The other part of the coin, why I referred to the silent comedy, was that if you dish out something that you feel is relevant to them and you dish it out with conviction, it is possible that you might still resonate with the audiences. And I would like to give here the example of Indian cinema of the last 1 decade. You know, how they have successfully dished out various and varied themes, you know, from a Three Idiots to a Bareli Ki Barfi to Andhadhun, and each of them was a commercial success. You know, point being that
you're saying Indian cinema here, but anyway,
sorry?
it's Indian cinema, not Hindi cinema necessarily.
I'm sorry?
No, I said all cinema, na?
But I'm talking in particular Hindi cinema just now, right? Because we're talking mostly Hindi TV when we are talking this now. That how they are able to successfully, you know, dish out a wide variety of themes, and each of them found an audience and was a commercial success. So somewhere I think probably, you know, that responsibility or that attempt should also be there.
And I also wanted to say that innovation means also perhaps trying, again, I mean, apart from trying new ecosystems, which some of you have done and I have also done, the context here is कि रिश्ते भी कई बार नए approach होते हैं, कई बार माँ बेटी की कहानी होती है, father-daughter की कहानी होती है. Maybe sometimes you're looking at not just a Bahu story, but you're also looking at many other dynamics.
In fact, Sukesh, to support your point, a very interesting example that I see, from the OTT space is a show called Never Have I Ever, which talks about about teen issues of a, teenager, and it's like any other show that we would have seen on Indian television, and I was very happy to know that in 52 countries it was rated the #1 show.
It is one of the highest
on Netflix. And it is just a very simple show on teenage
about
day-to-day.
an Indian girl, immigrant,
right? So, I mean, my point therefore being that I think there is still a lot of space and scope for us to continue to innovate in the television.
In terms of innovation, one question on formatting, which is something we debate and we kind of know the answers, but I'll still put it here for just a 3-minute to 4-minute discussion because is to do with कि जो हम दुनिया में daily soaps are in day viewing, daytime viewing के लिए होते हैं. In India, across regional and Hindi general entertainment, we still have dailies on prime time as well, and now they're 7 days a week on Star and Z, and so would the storytelling become more interesting for TV appointment viewing अगर prime time में से 50 episode होते या storytelling में कुछ, is there any innovation there you believe can happen?
नहीं, टाइमिंग से एक्चुअली मुझे नहीं लगता है. बाकी
format, long format, short format,
लॉन्ग
like
फॉर्मेट
Nagan happens on the weekend.
ये मैंने हमेशा एज राइटर मेंटेन किया है कि आप बहुत अच्छे से एक 300 एपिसोड की कहानी कह सकते हैं. 300 के बाद आपको चिपकाना पड़ता है. ठीक है, तो अदरवाइज 300 तक का हमने गुण सीख लिया है इतने सालों में, वो बहुत आसानी से.
Because आज की डेट में वैसे भी 1 out of 10, maybe 2 out of 10 daily soaps actually cross 400, 500. And the 8 of them actually have to wrap up in 300, 400.
उसकी एक और वजह है सुकेश कि अभी क्या हो रहा है कि हमारा जो एक्सपोजिशन वाला जो फर्स्ट एक्ट था वो चॉप हो चुका है.
Because we start right from the middle.
You want to.
जिस दिन आदमी ने बहू को निकाल दिया या बहू has gotten married to a wrong guy or has produced a child that is not working.
So you start with the conflict and then you are dwelling upon that conflict within how long you.
So there is no slow burn allowed.
Yeah. That's because of time spent.
Whether it's weekend drama or whether it's daily 7 days a week.
You're supposed to go right into the conflict in a first week.
Yeah.
And all the longest running shows, they didn't have that go and just, it's a slow burner. All the longest year, कोई भी show sustain ही करेगा
when you
explore your characters.
Spent, which I am also facing right now, for that matter, most people, मतलब जो भी जिनके भी on-air shows हैं, as producers, what is, Sudhir, you want to comment on that? कि where is because see, the context is real life में कई बार there are moments of inner drama, and then आपको हर वक्त जिंदगी परेशान नहीं करती और फिर एक सडनली एक परेशानी आती है और फिर वापस तो साइकिल की तरह चलता है. बट डेली सोप्स में इट्स नॉट अ साइकिल, इट्स you are supposed to operate with high drama at all times to get time spent.
Sukesh, I feel that we are all learning and we are all trying to understand this time span this grammar, what works and what doesn't work. But I feel that the character is a very fundamental thing, because the character, if you love your person who's on screen, then time spent will definitely go higher. And as I was saying earlier, that the temporary drama will definitely increase the time span for a shorter phase probably. But if you love your characters and you invest in that, how you say the slow burner in the beginning, but that may not be the answer.
I mean, there's something that we all writers discuss, that if you were given a bit of...
If you are in love with your character, then the time spent will...
True. TV is all about characters, not the plots. Plot nahi hai. If you have fallen in love with the character, he or she is sitting and you will be watching. Also, example
do we get breathing space for characters? I mean,
that's what we are not getting. That's what we are not getting. And मैं बार-बार ये सबको बोलता भी हूँ कि भाई एक गियर बदलने के लिए भी तुम्हें न्यूट्रल में जाना पड़ता है. तो वो न्यूट्रल में जाने का तो टाइम दो, वो तो स्पेस दो ना.
So their innovation.
Okay, it's just a learning. I remember how when I started with Ekta, we used to always think of very, very, like tricky stories, ki ye twist turn. So Ekta one day called me and she told me, she said, Nivedita, कोई स्टोरी नहीं, तुम सिर्फ कैरेक्टर पे काम करो. टीवी इज अबाउट कैरेक्टर्स एंड फिल्म इज अबाउट स्टोरी. वहाँ पे कैरेक्टर चले ना चले, वो ट्विस्ट टर्न फिल्म में 2 घंटे आप जाते हो तो वहाँ निकल जाएगा. सो आई रिमेंबर यू आर सेइंग इट हैज टू बी ऑन अ हाई. देयर वाज अ टाइम ऑन कसौटी, मतलब मेरे को याद है 7 एपिसोड थे जब मेरे पास फुटेज नहीं था, श्वेता कहीं चली गई. मैं सिर्फ गाने चला रही थी, चित्रहार चल रहा था मेरा. और 8 गाने एक एपिसोड में, एंड आई एम नंबर 1. आई एम सिटिंग ऑन टॉप ऑफ क्यू.
Because you were able to evoke emotion.
Exactly. I mean, people wanted to see, will Suzanne make an effort?
In fact, yeah. You know, one thing, Sukesh, which I find very interesting, particularly since we are talking of Ekta and the entire thing that started with Kyun Ki Kahani, is the average TV consumption time, you know, which is 2 hours plus in most of the households. And the fact that most of the soaps, in fact, I think all of them probably, depict joint families.
Correct.
You know, so I see it as virtual socializing. You know, you're actually socializing, and which is where I think what Sudhir and Zama sir was saying, the popularity or the resonance of the character comes into play, because this is a family that I am going to come to every evening and actually
And
socialize with them for, you know, 4 families. And not only that, but next morning discuss with all my relatives and friends as to what, which is a typical, you know, viewing behavior in small towns, as to what happened in show 1, show 2, show 3, show 4, as if I met a whole lot of relatives last evening.
But like Zama bhai said ki itna high octane inka drama, if I have to discuss that, I don't want to socialize with this crowd.
Exactly.
I mean, the
So we don't, you know, but our consumers do.
I mean, voyeurism and inspiration, we seek both. I mean, voyeurism इसलिए क्योंकि आप किसी के घर में झांक रहे हो, and inspiration इसलिए because some of the shows that have run long, I mean, whether it's ये रिश्ता or whether it's Anupma or whether some of the or the Kumkum Bhagyas and Kundi, there is an element of some value that the protagonist's actions are giving. Some seek also, because most viewers also look for some kind of inspiration. They don't look for only voyeurism.
Yeah, that takeaway, yes. उससे मैं कुछ लेके जा रहा हूँ, वो सीख जो है, yes, that has to be
because
there.
Because they are able to sometimes see their protagonist do slightly bolder things.
Like I did that Sasural Genda Phool, and उसमें that character of बड़ी माँ और ये वो, there was so much to learn from that character.
So TV can add value to people's
lives. Absolutely.
Because that's where our
Absolutely, Sukesh. In fact, most of the shows that one did in innings 1, so to say, had social messaging embedded practically across all episodes.
Correct.
You know, be it a Tarak or a Chidiyaghar or a Lapta Ganj. I mean, it was a conscious attempt.
So our innovation
you marry the two. You know, the entertainment and the value. You know, so that was the attempt. And I think, you know, another interesting syndrome is that, like I was saying, that socializing has become defunct now in so many families because they have started virtual socializing with all the soaps. And
apart from WhatsApp.
Apart from WhatsApp, you know, so which is a very interesting thing, and I think that there's a lot of tribute to how successful television has been in capturing their minds and imagination. You know.
I think time's up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the episode. Time is up.
Freeze. Anyone wants to ask any question? इनको mic दे दो, please.
Yeah, I can. You can hear you.
Are you?
देखिए, जब हम लोग ने OTT जब शुरू किया विभू जी के साथ, हमारा बहुत सिंपल फंडा था कि अभी क्या है कि ऑडियंस जो है ना वो पैसा नहीं देना चाहती कंटेंट देखने के लिए, इसीलिए हम लोग सब्सक्रिप्शन से अवॉर्ड मॉडल पे आ गए. हमारे लिए मुश्किल था बिकॉज ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हर चीज़ जो हम बना रहे हैं एडवर्टाइजर बोले वाह क्या बनाया है. तो मुश्किलें तो होती है. टेलीविजन में इजी होता है क्योंकि आप एक पूरे चैनल को बेच रहे हो एज अ पैकेज, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो फिट हो जाता है कि चलिए 10 रुपये मिला है तो 2 रुपये इस शो को दे दे, 2 रुपये उस शो को दे दे. तो डेफिनेटली जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी सुकेश जी को बोला कि हम लोग एज अ चैनल या प्लेटफॉर्म अटेम्प्ट करते हैं कि अगर हम एजी कंटेंट बना रहे हैं तो हम वेब के लिए थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा एजी बनाएं और उसी का टोन डाउन वर्जन हम टीवी के लिए बनाते हैं, बिकॉज हमारा ये मानना है, जैसे धीरे धीरे अनुज जी ने किया था अपने टाइम पे, कि एक ऑडियंस कहीं पे है जो वो देखना चाहती है. यस थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, मतलब हमने भी 10 शो लॉन्च करे बट 2 हमारे बहुत अच्छे करे, मतलब लोगों का बहुत इंटरेस्ट आया उसमें. इनफैक्ट हमारी प्रोटैगनिस्ट को अपने हस्बैंड से कोई लेना देना नहीं था हरा सिंदूर में, वो अपनी सास की बैंड बजाने में लगी हुई थी. तो वो भी लोगों को पसंद आया, यू नो. तो इट्स वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम व्हाट आई डिड विद तुलसी एंड पार्वती एंड माय प्रेरणा. तो एडवर्टाइजिंग बदल रहा है, बिकॉज अभी क्या है कि मेरे हिसाब से, मतलब पहले एडवर्टाइजर्स इतना बड़ा पैसा लगाते थे तो उनको लगता था क्या है, अब वो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके लगाते हैं, तो दे आर ओके विद कि ठीक है कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट पास होता है, कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट फेल होता है. दे आर, आई मीन, दे आर सपोर्टिंग विद अस इफ दे लाइक द विजन, इफ दे लाइक द प्रोजेक्शन ऑफ द चैनल और द प्लेटफॉर्म.
एंड ऑल्सो द
देखिए टेलीविजन का तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि एक टीम होता है सेल्स का, वो बेचते रहते हैं, बट येस ओटीटी पे ये होता है कि आपको एक वैरायटी देना पड़ता है. बट वैरायटी देने के बावजूद ना, एक चीज़ जो मुझे लगता है, जब मैं नहीं थी ओटीटी में, मुझे लगता था कि इस ओटीटी में क्या देखने जा रही हूँ, नेटफ्लिक्स पे क्या देखती हूँ. अगर आपको पता होगा कि हम लोग का एक कंपनी है उल्लू करके, जो बहुत अच्छा करता है उस अपने जॉनर में, बिकॉज उनका एक स्पेसिफिक जॉनर है जो बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है. तो जो उस पे आता है उसको पता है वो वही देख रहा है, वो वहाँ पे न्यूज़ देखने या कोई कॉमेडी सीरियल देखने नहीं आ रहा. जो मुझे लगता है कि बाकी प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ प्रॉब्लम है, मैं अपने में ही बोलती हूँ कि जब हम लोग भी बना रहे हैं तो हम बहुत कुछ बनाते हैं, बट अब हम थोड़ा सा अपना मतलब श्रिंक करके, जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि क्राइम है या एजी कर रहे हैं, तो हम थोड़ा चेंज करके उसमें आ रहे हैं कि भाई हम ये बनाते हैं कि जो लोग आ रहे हैं वो ये देखने यहाँ पे आ जाए. बाकी देखने के लिए तो है आपके सोनी लिव, वूट है, हॉटस्टार है, बिकॉज सब लोग सब तरह का बना रहे हैं. जैसे हॉटस्टार प्रिडोमिनेटली बहुत आईपीएल दिखाता था, तो मैंने तो सिर्फ उसका सब्सक्रिप्शन आईपीएल के लिए लिया था कि आते देखते मीटिंग के बीच में चलो स्कोर देख लें, अच्छा यहाँ पे एपिसोड में वो मर गई, चलो यहाँ पे किसके विकेट बने. तो हम ऐसे शटल करते थे हॉटस्टार में देखने के लिए. तो हम चाहते हैं कि अतरंगी को भी हम एक नीश वो बनाए, नीश in terms of the kind of content, but of course like massy in terms of because we do a lot of catch up TV also. अगर मैं 5.5 घंटे का टीवी बना रही हूँ तो उसको कैच अप करने भी लोग यहाँ पे आते हैं. अगर मैं वहाँ पे क्राइम बना रही हूँ तो मैं उधर का 20 मिनट का यहाँ पे 30 मिनट का एक्स्ट्रा गोर और वो देती हूँ वेब पे. तो उस तरह से हमने कुछ परमिटेशन कॉम्बिनेशन किया, बट हम लोग बहुत नेसेंट स्टेज पे, मतलब हम 1 साल भी नहीं हुआ है हमें अभी लॉन्च करके, बट अच्छा है. मतलब मेरा सब्सक्रिप्शन ऑलरेडी 2.5 मिलियन पहुंच चुका है अतरंगी ऐप का, बिकॉज हम रेगुलर कंटेंट दे रहे हैं. मुझे ये लगता है इंडिया में क्या होता है कि आप बिग बाजार जाते हैं तो अच्छा 300 रुपए का आटा आपको 200 में मिला, बट 200 के साथ उनको एक तेल भी फ्री चाहिए. तो हम वो करने की कोशिश करें ओटीटी में कि हम इतना कंटेंट दे रहे हैं कि जब आदमी आ रहा है उसमें, चाहे वो ए वॉर्ड है चाहे एस वॉर्ड, उनको कंटेंट मिल रहा है रेगुलरली देखने को. और मतलब मेरा ये प्रॉब्लम था जब मैं स्कैम के लिए डाउनलोड किया था मैंने जब ऐप, तो उसके बाद कुछ था नहीं. जब मैंने असुर के लिए किया डाउनलोड यहाँ पे, उसके बाद कुछ था नहीं. तो मेरे को लगता है फिर वो हो जाता है कि मतलब लोगों का थोड़ा सा फटीग हो जाता है कि यार अब क्या. नेटफ्लिक्स पे तो मजे में, मतलब आप देखते रहो ये वो लैंग्वेज कहाँ से, तो उधर यू डोंट माइंड इवन पेइंग दैट मच. That was my takeaway from.
And TV का जो view, see here we are also talking about storytelling. Business models का context अलग है. We are also intrigued as storytellers के TV type content जो है वो OTT पे आएगा या नहीं. So it's more the behavior, of what kind of viewer is coming on to what kind of platform for what kind of content. So eventually television कि लीनियर अपॉइंटमेंट व्यूइंग हो कितने वक्त चले, 10 साल चले, 5 साल चले, दैट वी डोंट नो, दैट इज अ क्वेश्चन. बट व्हाट इज इंटरेस्टिंग इज टीवी टाइप कंटेंट एंड द जॉनर ऑफ टीवी स्टोरी टेलिंग. विल इट गो अवे? मे बी नॉट एवर.
क्या बात है. तुलसी हो या मिहिर, आई थिंक प्रेरणा हो या अनुराग, आई थिंक दीज वर गोल्डन डेज. मैं स्कूल में के बाद आके मम्मी के साथ बैठ के देखता था, वो मुझे याद दिलाया आप लोगों ने. थैंक यू सो मच. May I please call upon stage Franklin Toscano, founder and CTO, IWMBuzz Media Network. Talia, please. Can we have the token of appreciation, please? खाने के लिए ज़्यादा इंतज़ार नहीं करवाएंगे, इसके बाद एक और सेशन है प्लीज़. एक ग्रुप फोटो भी हो जाए प्लीज. Worthy of a perfect frame indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We move. This is the last session before lunch. Thoda sa aur patience, and I'm sure it's going to be very interesting and exciting as well. So we move forward to another important topic: news, noise, and numbers. Experts speak. To go ahead with this, may I please call upon stage Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. He'll be joined by some special names indeed. May I please welcome Dipali Nair, Digital Sales Leader, IBM, on stage, please. I love that smile on your face, ma'am, when you come over here. We'll also be joined by Rahul Mahajan, Senior Journalist, virtually. And we can begin the session. So, are we ready?
Yes,
okay,
absolutely. But you put us in a tight situation just before lunch, you know, and we don't want to really, you know.
नहीं sir, excitement on बढ़ा देगा फिर लोगों का भूख भी बढ़ा देगा उसके बाद.
That's all right. So, you know, so Dipali, if you don't follow her on Twitter, please do. She has some exciting stories on Twitter. She does her own podcast. She heads the IBM, the marketing, the digital part of it. India and South Asia. So many hats, and Rahul Ji is there with us from the Prasar Bharati's office. He heads the content at Prasar Bharati. So news has always been blamed, and people say it's noise, you know. So on this TV summit, we are not just talking about one genre. We're talking across genres and all the problematic areas that we often talk about, whether it is advertising, and now this session on television, news. You know, Dipali, people in this these times, you know, they have Twitter, they have Insta, Facebook, and then they have news channels. Do you think people actually watch news channels still? Do they go staple? Is that their staple platform to get news? Just want to get the contextual answer from you.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm assuming you guys can hear me, right? So I want to tell you a little story. You know, when I used to be the marketing manager for Saffola and Medica, to put this context in place of what it used to be earlier and what it's now. And typically both Saffola and Medica would be bought by housewives. So we would, of course, you know, be on the general entertainment channels and stuff like that. But interestingly, we would also put our advertising on at least 1 or 2 news channels. Can you think why? For a moment, can you think why? We did not get any housewives on those news channels in those days, but we would put it on the news channels, 1 or 2. That was done so that the retailers believed that we are doing a lot of promotion, you know, for our brand. And the retailers would always have, with their small little televisions, you know, it was the pre-smartphone days. So you couldn't watch news on the smartphones. They would have the little television on throughout the day. And this was so that they believed that we are putting a lot of advertising budget behind the new brand, the new launch, or the new promotion, because they were our major influencers. Now look at the context that has changed today. That little television doesn't exist. I don't know what retailer watches. Some people watch television. I do not watch any television. I cannot figure out the fragmentation of the audience today, you know, as a layman. As a marketeer, of course, people may be able to figure out the fragmentation of, you know, who's watching news, but who can I get through the news channel on television, and why I therefore should be advertising, let's say on a news channel television, you know, that is a difficult one for me, you know, to figure out. As a consumer though, once again, I get my news from online media, Twitter, WhatsApp feeds. The WhatsApp feeds give you the interesting news, you know, first today, and everybody has their relevant news coming from there. I think my mum is the only one who watches Hindi news channels at home. Otherwise, my 18-year-old son doesn't watch it. My husband and friends, most of us are not watching it on television channels. But there is an audience there, you know, and we must understand what is that audience doing there. I think elections is one clear area when, you know, TV watching and what's happening on exit polls and before that and all the propaganda that happens before the elections and after the elections, I think it's become event-led like that. But I think once again, let's think what is missing. I think what is missing is an in-depth news story. Now, whether print does it, whether magazine does it, whether a news channel does it, I think it's an opportunity. Online probably is not going to do it. You know, there is this story that happened 2 years ago, let's say. Nobody has finished that for me. Everybody's just focused just now on this event, let's pick it up, announce the news and get out. But there is an opportunity, I think, for the closure of some of the stuff that happened early. I'm going to stop here, Rohel.
No, I think news has become tweet-like in a sense that you get the information, but you don't get the context. There's no follow-up. What happened to that story that you broke? Of course, I think there are many issues in that. Rahul, I want to ask you, you know, when people call news noise, sometimes GEC, they say news is also entertainment. I mean, are these the right labels sometimes or unfair?
Look, हुआ ये कि जब सिर्फ दूरदर्शन पे न्यूज़ थी तो लोगों ने कहना शुरू किया कि ये तो बोरिंग है, ये बहुत ही ब्लैंड वे में न्यूज़ दिखाते हैं। फिर प्राइवेट टेलीविजन चैनल्स आए, उन्होंने भी कोशिश की न्यूज़ को उसी फॉर्म में दिखाने की जिसमें वो दिखाई जानी चाहिए, यानी प्योर फॉर्म आप उसको सो कॉल्ड कह सकते। तो तब आपने रिजेक्ट कर दिया। फिर एक फेज आया जिसमें न्यूज़ की जगह ड्रामा होने लगा। उसके बाद एक फेज आया जब एक पर्टिकुलर जर्नलिस्ट या एक पर्टिकुलर चैनल ने न्यूज़ में नॉइज जो है उसे इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया, तो आपने उसे देखना शुरू कर दिया। बाकियों को भी ये लगा कि अच्छा, इसको अगर दिखाएंगे, इस तरह से दिखाएंगे तो लोग हमारे पास आएंगे, हमारी व्यूअरशिप बढ़ेगी, उससे हमारा जो ओवरऑल फाइनेंसेस हैं वो ठीक हो जाएंगे। एक्चुअली इसका बहुत ही एक एग्जांपल मैं देता हूँ कि काफ़ी साल पहले आई वाज ट्रैवलिंग विद अ वेरी प्रोमिनेंट लीडर ऑफ द पार्टी। इलेक्शन का समय था, मुझे उनका इंटरव्यू करना था, तो आई वाज ट्रैवलिंग विद हिम ऑन एयरक्राफ्ट। तो उन्होंने, जब मैं एयरक्राफ्ट में आया उनसे बात करने लगा, तो उन्होंने कहा कि मेरा इंटरव्यू क्यों लेना चाहते हो, हमारा चैनल जो है वो तो न्यूज़ दिखाते हैं, मतलब इस तरह की न्यूज़ दिखाता नहीं, वो तो सब कुछ नेगेटिव दिखाता है, क्राइम दिखाता है, बाकी सब चीज़ें दिखाता है। तो मैं काफ़ी देर तक उनकी बात सुनता रहा, फिर मैंने उनको एक जवाब दिया, तो शायद वो बड़ा रेलेवेंट है। मैंने उन्हें ये कहा कि देखिए, हो सकता है मेरा चैनल जो है वो 80% नेगेटिव न्यूज़ दिखाता हो। नेगेटिव न्यूज़ में ज़्यादा शोर होता है, सब कुछ होता है, क्यों एक्साइटमेंट होती है उस जो भी कुछ हो रहा हो, लेकिन 20% पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ भी दिखाता है। अगर मुझे नेगेटिव न्यूज़ के कारण लोग देखते हैं और मैं एक फाइनेंशियली एक वायबल चैनल रहता हूँ, तभी मैं पॉजिटिव भी दिखा पाऊंगा, नेगेटिव भी दिखा पाऊंगा। अगर मैं फाइनेंशियली वायबल ही नहीं रहूंगा तो ना नेगेटिव दिखा रहा हूँ ना पॉजिटिव दिखा रहा हूँ। तो जैसे कंज्यूमर हमें देख रहे हैं, या जिस तरह से कंज्यूमर न्यूज़ कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, न्यूज़ चैनल्स भी उसी तरह से न्यूज़ को दिखा रहे हैं। एक चीज़ और जो मुझे लगती है कि हमारे यहाँ, हमारे देश में जो कल्चर है वो न्यूज़ को मुफ्त देखने का ज़्यादा है। लोग ज़्यादा फ्री टू एयर न्यूज़ चैनल्स देखते हैं और उसके लिए पे नहीं करना चाहते। जिस दिन लोग अपनी चॉइस से पे करके न्यूज़ चैनल देखेंगे, बहुत कुछ सिनेरियो बदलेगा। वैसे भी न्यूज़ में बहुत सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स जो हैं वो हुए हैं पिछले सालों में, और अब आगे भी होते रहेंगे। तो जो फेज़ अब नॉइज़ का फेज़ जो आप कह रहे हैं, ये भी ज्यादा देर तक नहीं रहेगा, फिर हम एक और नए फेज में आएंगे जिसमें हम एक पर्टिकुलर तरीके से न्यूज दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। मैं अपने फेलो पैनलिस्ट से बिल्कुल एग्री करता हूं कि जब भी कोई बड़ी घटना या बड़ी चीज जो कि लोगों के लिए रेलेवेंट होगी वो दिखाई जाएगी, लोग न्यूज देखने आएंगे। और शायद वो चीज अभी के फेज में लैकिंग है जहां पर इन डेप्थ स्टोरीज या मैं जिसे बोलूं इन्वेस्टिगेटिव स्टोरीज नहीं हो रही।
Can I add something? राहुल, मैं आपसे बिल्कुल अग्री करती हूँ। आई थिंक आपने जो बोला पॉजिटिव, नेगेटिव और न्यूट्रल, उसमें मुझे लगता है कि एक एरिया जो है वो अभी हम मिस कर रहे हैं कम्प्लीटली, और मुझे लगता है कि दैट इज़ अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल एरिया दैट वी मस्ट लुक एट. I think, for example, today a profitable company has to invest 2% of their PAT into CSR, right? Similarly, I feel that whether it is a newspaper or a magazine or a news channel or anything which is related to news, there is an opportunity for them to invest into feature stories, documentaries, in-depth stories. I'm not necessarily calling them investigative, because the word investigative, gets used in the context of kuch hum negative ko bahar leke aayenge ya, until that. I'm saying positive features, positive documentaries or coverage from end to end of what is happening, I think is a responsibility and an opportunity. The same news channel which is known for doing, let's say, only negative stories and propaganda and fights and debates and whatever is happening, they can always have an hour-long programming, which is in depth. That opportunity is missing, and that unfortunately is, I think, a huge loss for the audience also. I agree with Rahul कि जो चल रहा है लोग वही बेचेंगे. I mean, in a way, media narrative is a reflection of, everything that's happening in our society. If we are showing certain kind of stereotypes, it's because those stereotypes are being liked by the audiences and they are watching that, and that's how, you get the ratings. But I think somewhere we need to have a consciousness and responsibility of ensuring that we lead a more modern, inclusive, equitable, stereotype and narrative, so that we can actually lead that. I think somewhere media has vacated that leadership position and responsibility. I think that's an opportunity.
Right. I think course correction is needed, that's the point that is emerging out of this conversation. But let me also ask you, so news channels have tried, when I talk to journalists, I understand their pain points. They say कि यार ये मैं नहीं हूँ, मैं ऐसा नहीं हूँ real life, मैं कर रहा हूँ, because we have to get ratings, we have to do some kind of stuff. That's not me. They also criticize their own journalism at times. So the course correction is not happening. So as a, as a representative of a big brand, do you think brands can course correct news by not advertising on news that has no value? Do you think advertisers, brands will at some point of time evolve to an extent that they will say, if the news is not in depth, contextual, I'm not going there? Or do you think that's a far-fetched thing?
No, I think in very large brands, if you look at the brand safety principle that we all have to follow, okay? In that context, brands even keep their advertising away from be it a social media channel or be it a television channel, where they think that the advertising would get associated in a place which is unsafe from the audience perspective. Now, that I'm seeing, that understanding perhaps does not exist with the smaller, newer brands, where this long-term consciousness doesn't believe. But if you look at any large brand, and, in the good old days, for example, and I'm talking about airline examples in particular, especially because I don't work for an airline, the rules are very clear in terms of, if there is an event of this nature, we will ensure that all our advertising is, shut immediately. It's part of the PR process. But on a regular basis also, big brands always take their agencies' concurrence that my brand will be watched in a very safe space. And the moment somebody comes to know that this is an unsafe place where there is content that my brand should not be associated with, they will stay away from that. So I think brands in that sense are responsible. But yes, this consciousness doesn't exist among us, perhaps among us the startup brands.
Yeah, I mean, and we see a lot of them advertising on television news, TV news. Rahul, your quick thoughts on this. How can this course correction happen? Will it dawn upon the news organizations, or will it take an external force to course correct?
देखिए, जब हम कंपेयर करते हैं न्यूज़ चैनल्स को और जीसी चैनल्स को और उनके एड रेट्स भी अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो देयर इज नो मैच। हम ना ही कंपनीज उतना पे करना चाहती हैं न्यूज़ चैनल्स को जो कि वो जीसी को पे करती हैं। ये कंपनीज का भी हो सकता है कि वो उनको लगता है कि ज़्यादा जो ऑडियंस है वो जीसी चैनल्स पे है। दूसरी तरफ पता नहीं जो हमें एज जर्नलिस्ट लगता है, मैं थोड़ा सा डाइवर्ट कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, मुझे एज जर्नलिस्ट नहीं लगता कि जर्नलिस्ट हैव नॉट रिजन टू द ओकेजन व्हेन इट हैज अपीयर्ड और इट हैज कम। आप पिछले कुछ समय में देखिए, चाहे करगिल हो, चाहे मुंबई अटैक हो, चाहे बालाकोट हो, जर्नलिस्ट हैव डन देयर ड्यूटी एंड दे हैव डिलीवर्ड व्हाट नेशन वांटेड फ्रॉम देम। तो ये अब ब्रांड्स को सोचना है या फिर ये थोड़ा सा जनता के लिए भी जरूरी है कि वो पे करने के लिए तैयार हों उस न्यूज को देखने के लिए जो सही है और जो किसी एक टिल्ट के साथ नहीं दी जा रही है या एक बैंड के साथ नहीं दी जा रही है और सही तरीके से सही कॉन्टेक्स्ट में लोगों तक पहुंचाई जा रही है। के लिए जरूरी है, क्योंकि किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को चलाने के लिए, खासतौर से एक अच्छे टीवी चैनल या अच्छे न्यूज टीवी चैनल को चलाने के लिए काफी पैसा लगता है और उस पैसे को अगर कोई कंपनी जनरेट नहीं कर पाती है तो वो धीरे धीरे बंद हो जाएगी। तो इट इज इसेंशियल कि और मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि ये अगर कोई सोचता है कि बड़े ब्रांड्स जो हैं, अगर कोई बड़े हाउसेस जो हैं या बड़े इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेस मीडिया को चलाएंगे तो शायद मीडिया ठीक हो जाएगा, मैं इसके बिल्कुल फेवर में नहीं हूँ या मैं इसको बिल्कुल नहीं मानता हूँ, क्योंकि फिर न्यूज जो है कुछ पर्टिकुलर जो है इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेस के हाथ में रह जाएगी। मुझे शुरू से ये लगता है कि जिस दिन इस देश में पब्लिक फंडेड चैनल्स होंगे जिनको जनता फंड कर रही होगी, वो चैनल्स जनता तक सही और सटीक जो खबर है वो दिखा पाए।
I just want to add here दो चीजें, and Ruhel, you may not have asked this question directly, दो चीजें जो मेरी ऑब्जर्वेशन है, and I used to also look after corporate communications earlier. पहले अगर हमारे किसी CEO या लीडर पे किसी ने फीचर करना होता था तो that journalist or writer, you know, would make a huge effort. 15 दिन 3 हफ्ते उसकी तैयारी होती थी. That's missing today. You know, whatever be, whether it's a social media channel, whether it's a YouTube channel, whether it's a news channel. In fact, I think कि मेरी podcast इसीलिए successful है. मैंने 2 साल में 36 लोगों का इंटरव्यू किया है, तो आप अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि 2 से 3 हफ्ते उसकी preparation thinking, you know, में जा रहे हैं. I'm not an investigative journalist. I give them, you know, freedom to edit. It is massively being liked. The numbers are great. I've got awards for my podcast. It's a leadership story. It's meant for a certain target audience. So, जो content creators हैं ना, people who look after the content, I think somewhere news also needs to be looked at in that context. I'm not sure. So, for example, this whole discipline of content creation that exists in the general entertainment channels, I don't know if the news channels also have that kind of discipline. And not just news channels, I mean saying news is a genre of looking at saying format, short, long, documentary, in-depth, who should do it. You know, you also see that the same journalists who are writing is also doing the video interview, is also doing it for news, and is also doing a feature. That's a difference between a general entertainment channel and anchors and MCs that we have over there versus the news. In news, we imagine that the same person can do everything. The skills required are very, very different. This is my observation personally, you know, as a content creator. I think if we understand the discipline of news also, apart from the fact of the responsibility that we have, so that's one thing I want to cover. The second thing, you know, somewhere I have read and understood that even the public funded, let's say, news channel or a newspaper or, you know, whatever it is, whatever is the vehicle that we are talking about, I think there's an interesting model in the US that we must look at, where even the public funded one, the editorial board is something which is very different even over there. Because, you know, the stockholder responsibility is one, but the responsibility from an editorial board perspective also needs to be very different. And we must look at that model, Rahul, because, you know, I think that exists, at least used to exist earlier in the US. I'm not an expert at that, please. I'm not, but it's just something that I was reading about and therefore I wanted to share.
So I have a question, final question, because we have a limited time. But then, you know, we were talking about people don't have that in-depth that we expect from news channels, because we have programs like 2 minute mein 200 khabrein. Imagine, I mean, what context will it put in those kind of, you know, formats? So fake news is also a concern. Not only fake news, agenda-driven news. I mean, what are your thoughts on it?
Okay, so I don't have an answer, but I just want to say this, that I think greater awareness needs to be created over there. And it's not just about the fake news, you know, it is also about the fact that especially when you're looking at the online medium, you know, you're dependent on your feeds. So, for example, I had a very hard time explaining it to my mother that because you're watching X kind of a news on YouTube, you will keep on getting more and more of the same type and you will never hear a different point of view. You know, I may not want to follow American politics and I can choose to never follow and it will never show up in my, you know, feed. But let's say if I belong to Rajasthan and I want to follow Rajasthan politics, I will get that in my feed. Now, that to me is the danger of polarization in the digital world that we live in, you know. So apart from the fake news and the propaganda, so I think television perhaps has become propaganda-led, and fake news is an overall problem in the digital world, you know, that we're dealing with, where we don't know the veracity of it. But Rohel, I don't have the answers there, but I'm adding a third problem to this, that we are going to become so polarized in the views that we are, you know, listening to. And I have the example of a, you know, I'm going to a friend's home, and the 11 or 12-year-old child, very well-read child overall, you know, he had a point of view on, you know, this whole Ukraine and Putin thing. And we discovered that he had a very strong point of view because he was watching YouTube, and on YouTube he was watching certain kind of views, and only those views were showing up. He never had seen the contra, you know, point of view. I took the trouble of educating that child to say that you must, you know, watch something else. But I think that's a challenge that we are also going to face in our society.
Absolutely, a lot of problem areas here in this genre. Final question, Rahul. You know, as a public broadcaster, your pressures are very different than a private broadcaster, you know, because you don't have to always worry about the advertising part of it. Is it easier to be on that side and being associated with news compared to the private sector? How do you see it from that side?
देखिए, पहले तो मैं ये थोड़ा सा जो आप पहले डिस्कशन कर रहे थे इस पे जाऊंगा कि ऐसा नहीं है कि न्यूज़ चैनल्स में या न्यूज़पेपर्स में कुछ स्पेशलाइजेशंस नहीं होती थी, और ख़ास तौर से बीट सिस्टम जो न्यूज़ का था या न्यूज़ गैदरिंग का है वो इसीलिए है, और उसमें स्पेशलाइजेशन बाकायदा कुछ काफ़ी सालों के जो है मेहनत के बाद स्पेशलाइजेशंस दी जाती थी, और अभी भी काफ़ी जगह पर ये सिस्टम जो है बाकायदा उसी तरह से है कि स्पेशलाइजेशन की जाती है वेरियस फील्ड्स में, और वही लोग जो है उस तरह की खबरों को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। दूसरा, जहां तक पब्लिक सर्विस ब्रॉडकास्टर का सवाल है, वी हैव अ मैंडेट, हमें एक पर्टिकुलर टास्क जो है वो असाइंड है और हम उस टास्क को उसी तरह से करते हैं जिस तरह से उसे करना चाहिए, और मेरे हिसाब से बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। वरना अगर हम जब 26 जनवरी 15 अगस्त ये नेशन को दिखा रहे होते हैं तो शायद हमारे पास इतने व्यूअर्स नहीं होने चाहिए थे जितने होते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा व्यूअर्स उस वक्त आते हैं। और जो टास्क हमें दिया गया उसमें प्रेशर कुछ और नहीं है, बस ये है कि there's a huge number of events or huge number of assignments which have to be covered, और वो सारा जो कवरेज है उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा मैन पावर जो है वो लगती है और बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत लगती है, जो कि इस पब्लिक ब्रॉडकास्टर को चाहिए। और उस तरह की मैन पावर, या जैसे 26 जनवरी को हम जब करते हैं कवर, या फिर किसी नेशनल गेम्स जैसे इवेंट्स को जब हम कवर करते हैं, तो वहाँ पे 50, 60, 70 कैमराज इस तरह से लगे हुए होते हैं, तो उसको अपने आप में करना इज अ ह्यूज टास्क, उसको संभालना, उसको प्रेजेंटेशन इज अ ह्यूज टास्क व्हिच वी आर able to do, and we are doing it successfully.
Absolutely. I think this is a topic, there's so much to talk about, and we definitely need more such sessions. I'll request the curators that we should have such sessions on conferences. But thank you so much, Dipali and Rahul, for joining us on this conversation.
Thank you for having this excellent discussion.
Fantastic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. May I please call upon stage Franklin Toscano, CTO and founder IWMBuzz Media Network for the token of appreciations. And यहाँ पे न्यूज़ नॉइज़ नंबर्स हुआ. अभी मैं एक और वर्जन ऑफ न्यूज़ नॉइज़ नंबर्स बताता हूँ आपको. न्यूज़ ये है कि अभी लंच है. नॉइज़ हमको अपने पेट से आ रहा है. And the number of dishes that you see outside, you will be very happy seeing that. Let's break for 35 minutes of lunch, and then we'll come back again with the second half of India TV Summit. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 35 minutes break for lunch. Let's refresh ourselves, and I'll see you on the other side after 35 minutes. Thank you.
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा, जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान, पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ. अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से.
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चलें?
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है.
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति.
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया.
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते.
एक्सक्यूज मी.
अरे आपको कहीं,
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए.
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो. प्यार के 7 वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे.
The success story of Dangal TV is a green light journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment.
Productions, Sri Adhikari Brothers Group, Everest Entertainment, Fandom, and 24 Frames Digital, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Right now, एक बहुत ही interesting, fascinating panel discussion है. One of my favorites, जिनको मैं जानता हूँ, is moderating that. The subject is TV advertising in post-TV world. इसके लिए सर, Ron Crasto sir, please आप आ जाओ यहाँ पे. Director, Red Fox Media Corp. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely. So to join him on the panel, this one, may I please invite Rabindra Narayan, MD and President, PTC Network. तालियां please, अभी lunch भी हो गया, अभी थोड़ा ज़्यादा please. क्या बात है? Shivam Ranjan, Marketing Head, Motorola. He's joining us virtually, especially for this session. Thank you so much. Thank you. दिखेंगे अभी. Bhaskar Jaiswal, Chief Operating Officer, Media, Dentsu India. Neeta Thakre, Senior Vice President Distribution, QU Media India and Business at Q Marathi. Neeta ji, I'm seeing you after a long time. How are you? Lovely. Kavita Sagar, Head Revenue Broadcast, Inten Media Network. क्या बात है? So lunch भी हो गया, panel भी तैयार है, सब लोग तैयार है. So let's go forward. Love it. Stage is all yours. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone is back with their lunch. A lot of guys will do their Dakars and few guys will also go to sleep. So, but we are going to keep this alive, right?
Of course.
Completely waiting for you.
Full energy के साथ.
Waiting for you to make it alive and happening for all of us.
Chalo. Okay. So today's session is going to be interesting with a very, very interesting panel. And I hope our friend from Motorola has joined.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, great. Great. Hi, welcome. So here is what is happening. So eventually, there is this small story I want to narrate where a sales guy called a brand manager during the festive period somewhere in September. And while he was doing his call, the brand manager said, how are you doing with the sales guy? He said, I'm doing good, sir, but I wanted to check up if there is any campaign happening for this festive season. अच्छे नए shows आ रहे हैं, and I think I would like you to put your monies in the brand. तो भाई साहब brand manager says कि मुझे strategy change करना है. तो I said, the sales guy said, wow, क्या करना है सर? मुझे digital जाना है. तो the sales guy said, sir, digital तो है ही, लेकिन आप TV क्यों छोड़ रहे हो? नहीं, मुझे मेरे campaign को viral करना है. तो सर viral तो TV में भी होता है, लेकिन मुझे celebrity भी करना है. तो celebrity तो हमारे यहाँ भी celebrity है. अरे वो celebrity मतलब मैं influencer marketing की बात कर रहा हूँ. तो सर हमारे यहाँ टेलीविजन में बहुत सेलिब्रिटीज़ आते हैं. एंड फाइनली ही द टेलीविजन गाय सेड, फिर आप कैंपेन क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो सर? ही सेड, मुझे नहीं करना है क्योंकि मुझे चेंज ऑफ थॉट है और मैनेजमेंट सोच रहा है द फ्यूचर इज़ गोइंग टू बी डिजिटल. तो द सेल्स गाय सेड, सर भलाई फ्यूचर इज गोइंग टू बी डिजिटल बट द करंट इज टेलीविजन. सो आई वांट टू आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन टू ऑल ऑफ देम इन द पैनल. In this entire conversation, do you think future is going to be digital or television is here to stay? So we can have a very interactive session here. It's not going to be a Q&A kind of a stuff. Let's all sit and have fun and masti here. So anyone can pick up and start.
So I'll just begin. See, I'm from a print media. So when I shifted from a print to TV, people said, print mar gaya. Okay, but then print mara nahi hai na. Times of India I still read today. I enjoy that. Then I came to TV. Now TV people are saying TV mar gaya, ab digital. See, new technologies will always come and it is good and let them come. There's always competition. TV nahi marega. That I can definitely say. Because I still believe in TV. There is still an audience which is in the rural, which likes TV. There is still your DD free dish audience that looks at TV. There's still an audience which, where a cable still cannot go, which still looks at TV. Also, you see with the 4G, 5G, I just attended a Jio yesterday and a 5G, and I was like on the top of the world thinking, arey wow, 5G, great, super, whatever. But I still feel, where is this phenomena going to be? Right now we are sitting in metro, we are sitting in Mumbai, Delhi, in the metros, and we are all talking about this sitting here. I go to a place like Karjat and I still don't get a network. So what is that then? Karjat is next to Mumbai. Mumbai ka cousin hai. Mumbai ka step cousin hai ya jo bhi hai, but I'm still not getting a network. So what is it then? So TV will come over there, na? TV wahan pe available hai, but network nahi available hai. Where am I going to see the OTTs? So it's not that I'm against it. Maybe I'm sounding like that at this point in time. No, I'm very much of a TV believer, and I think TV is there to stay. Kahin nahi ja raha.
Yeah, no, sounds like a TV activist, but we love it.
No, I think, Ron, you've got a very interesting selection of people on the panel. Because taking a cue from what Neeta said, well, we all seem to be a part of that time when people told us on our faces that print is dying. And today we are the elephant in the room, wherein people are looking into our faces and saying that TV is dying. But the reality is that nothing is really dead. I think everything coexists, and DD Free Dish, like what we've discussed, has given a fresh lease of life. For us also as a business, we are very bullish at Intent. We've got 3 channels there, there we are plugging them in. So I think it's all good. We're just evolving, learning, and adapting, and which is what we've done in the last 2.5 decades. So I think that's the way to go, right?
Yeah, but what do you have to say, sir?
See, I would say the entire debate is wrong. The question is wrong. There is nobody killing anybody. They are just medium.
I agree.
Print is a medium, TV is a medium, film is a medium. New mediums will keep on emerging. I mean, very soon the technology is coming when you don't need TV, you don't need mobile phone, you don't need iPad, laptop. You just wear a Google Glass in your eye and everything is at the flip of your eye. The point is, content has always been the king. Earlier, the stories were narrated orally. Then came the print, then books, then came the silent cinema. Stories were seen on a big screen. Books didn't die. Oral tradition didn't die. Then came another revolution, the newspapers, print, this, that. Then came Doordarshan and the Thunderbirds and all those series which used to come, and we used to be glued to TV watching another world. But all of us were following stories. Then came the Z, ATN, Sonys of the world, and everybody said Doordarshan is dead, terrestrial TV is dead. It still is existing. It changes the mode of delivery. Now is the era of digital. Now this digital era is a very, very new phenomena. It's in a nascent stage, and it's going to grow into another shape. Already, I'll tell you, we are in the pre-production of a virtual reality web series. I mean, how many of us are thinking in VR? We are the only company in the world which does 360-degree virtual reality telecast live every day. We broadcast Gurbani from the Golden Temple, and that broadcast is available in virtual reality. All our events, all our ground events, all our Kabaddi World Cups, tournaments, we've been covering in virtual reality. They're available, all are available in VR. I mean, this country is still not woken up to VR, but that's the future. Everything that you see today will turn into VR, and I'm very, very scared when people will just sit in their beds or chairs and will have a VR gear, and they'll be living in another world, or they will be visiting countries, places virtually. So it doesn't stop. I mean, the debate that this thing is going to kill that thing is going to kill. No, as long as you have good content, wherever it is available, people will go and see it.
Fantastic. How do you second that?
So I think I'm unique here, where I'm the buy side of the thing, where they're selling it. So I think I agree with all the guys saying that content is the king. But I think what we have to also look at is how the mediums are coming. And if you actually go to YouTube and see, like Sony TV and Z will have 100 million subscribers, right? Maybe similar to what they're getting. So in a way, people are watching content and where they're watching. I think what the big question is whether TV is dying is not as a medium, because we have much bigger TV sets. We have per capita TV sets have gone up in that way. So it's just another device which you are accessing it. And with connected TV, obviously that fusion is happening. And obviously as an advertiser, what we are looking at is that what is the advantage which you can exploit with digital technology, as such as targeting, or even at looking at like frequency capping and stuff like that, which will make your plans more efficient. But I think right now in India, there are two types of advertisers which we see which is coming through. One is the old school advertisers who have been in the business. They understand, and the conversation which you had where you must be an old school advertiser and say कि अभी digital करना है. But we also have so many advertisers who are digital first, and they have done so much of performance marketing that they are coming to us and saying कि अब branding करना है. So the reverse is also true. So there's always a sweet spot, and it's just at what was your starting point and legacy, and maybe if you're a digital first brand for last 2 years, then you are actually exploring that, because a lot of studies have said that what the consumer does is that you need to have some amount of digital, and digital is also in a way video plus what performance marketing is in terms of search and clicks in that way. So that mixture is going to be there, and to me, like TV spends as a function of the thing as new mediums come. So, you know, like 50 years back, print had 70% share of spending. Right now, TV is down to maybe 45, 50. It can go down to 10. I've seen in other markets like China, which were first like mover advantages in video, their TV spend has gone to 25%. But the same players are, you can make the money on your app, you can make it. So to me, as a media house, it's basically it's more about availability and mental availability. Right now it was a TV channel, then it can be a YouTube channel, and as she said that if the penetration goes up, I will watch the content I want. If it is available on TV, I will watch it. If it's not available on TV, or I can watch it on video on demand on YouTube, I'll watch it on an app. So the consumer will follow the content they want, and then the media dollars will flow there. So whoever owns the best content, you can monetize it wherever you want. Yeah.
Right. So you mean to say the audience is everywhere. What do you say, Shivam? What is your thought?
Yeah, absolutely. I think great points mentioned all across. Extremely sorry for not having joined in person, but I hope I'm audible and I hope I'm clear.
Very much.
Great views from everyone, and I completely agree. See, first of all, I think like it was mentioned, the channels. I mean, these are advertising channels, and all channels are there to exist and coexist. And it is the choice of the advertisers depending on what the purpose is, right? So every medium is serving a purpose, right? So I think digital definitely is coming up in a strong way. You are seeing a shift in terms of advertising spends to digital, but television is not there to go away. I mean, at least if you still look at various surveys, television advertising or mainline advertising is still adding to brand perception, brand value. You know, people have different attribution to a brand when they also communicate on traditional platforms, for example, TV, right? I mean, so that is not going away. Secondly, you can't just choose one medium and communicate there. You have to complement the reach, right? So you have to complement the reach. You have to hit them at different touch points, and I think there TV definitely becomes an important medium to create reach as well as frequency, in addition to what you're doing on digital. So definitely not going away. But I think, what is happening is very clearly a shift towards, advertisers moving towards digital because of the transparency, because of certain data metrics that they have. But that also, is good in one way. I feel, it takes television out of its comfort zone, says, we have to maybe evolve a little bit further, give advertisers bit more transparency, bit more flexibility, bit more control to be able to compete in that way. And I think it's good for the industry overall, where we will see traditional mediums also evolve to give advertisers those levels of flexibilities, which or maybe some extent of those levels of flexibility that we see on digital currently. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I think very good inputs from the team and every one of us. But there is also some new confusion which is now creating in the market. There is something which is called pay TV. There is something which is called FTA, which is free to air. There is something which is new, which has come out, which is called connected TV. So TV as a broader term is also getting different demarcations by itself. Now from the panel, I need to ask this question: how do we address this? Do we have to say the race is between pay TV and FTA, or connected TV is going to be the new buzzword where advertisers are going to put their money there. Future, the brands are going to have their own connected TV. So, as you say, for media houses, the buying and planning is also getting too complex. So, I'm throwing this question to the panel. How do we address this kind of a scenario? And if somebody has to spend his top dollars on these current scenarios, how does it work?
So I can take a dig on it. So actually, if you look at a lot of advertising, as we said that, you know, they are looking at different types of creatives. So, you know, if you like, we talk about media, but actually creative in a way is also dependent on what we have. So in a way, what most advertisers have done is that they are looking at video as a whole. And then in terms of like, depending on target audience, if TV is the cheapest, they're buying TV. And as she said that for target audiences which are in metros, you want that incremental reach, then you buy more video, right? And then you buy YouTube, or you buy a long tail of other OTT players. And then to me, connected TV is just a device. So like, I'll give you some data that, you know, if you just buy a default YouTube buy, depending on which market you are in, you can get anything between 5 to 40% of your advertising will be actually aired on connected TV by default if you don't give any filters. So in terms of the advertiser mindset, we are planning on a medium because we have to allocate budget and send the advertising spends to somebody. But when we are at a planning stage, it's not only for big properties is where people say we need to buy IPL or something specifically which is there, which may have other activation and amplification implications. But otherwise, we are actually, most of our clients are moving and saying, okay, if the TV is the most efficient medium for us, then so be it. And if video, what we can do and OTT we can do. It's just that in video is slightly more complex because you have a 6-seconder, you have got skip ads, and there's a lot of learning to be had in terms of what is there. In TV, we have got 50 years of learnings of 30-second work, 15-second work, which position in break, prime time. So all that learning is inherent, and we are trying to apply those learnings on our what we're doing a video planning on going forward. Yeah.
So broad strokes is video. Yeah, Nina.
No, I just want to add to this saying that, see, I mean, if you're looking at it from a pay, free and connected, it's completely different. See, for an advertiser, I don't think looks at, you know, it's a pay channel or a free to air channel. At the end of the day, what Narayan sir said, it is content. Now, content is appearing, say, on a pay channel, or it's appearing on an FTA channel, or if it's appearing on a connected TV. The numbers at the end of the day matters. Connected TV is an upcoming thing. At some point in time, it will come. But for a free-to-air, it's but natural. The availability matters a lot. You know, where all we are available. And for a free-to-air channel, it's basically only subscription, or it's revenue coming in only from one source, that's advertising. But for a pay channel, even if that advertiser may not come in, but I'm still getting a revenue coming in. So it is balancing out for them. But for a free-to-air channel, which is like me or like Narayan sir's PTC, for all of us, what really matters is the availability across India, wherever, you know, our channels are available, and how much more we can gain out of this entire thing. So there is a difference. So we can't really say a pay, FTA or a connected, because all of them numbers will always be different. I mean, sir, correct me.
I'll give you one insight. Since beginning, we've been fed on freebies. So we are Indians. Our local governments and center government has made policies such a way that you are accustomed free power, free electricity, free freebies and this and that. So we have got into the habit of getting things for free. This is one market which refuses to pay even for good things.
But newspapers also we don't pay, no?
Yes,
so many times.
We don't pay.
Where? People avoid paying for that also.
So much so that the most watched cricket match has to be made available on Doordarshan for free.
Correct, I agree on that.
So when something is available for free, I can keep racking my brains. Arey yaar, pay hota main bhi. Now we broadcast Gurbani from the Golden Temple. Everybody who's a Sikh, who's slightly devotional, has to watch Gurbani because they will get their daily order, their daily hukumnama from that broadcast, live broadcast. I could have charged them, but then I realized, one, I have a moral duty also. There is their faith. Do I charge them for the faith? Secondly, I said, I want my reach. If I get my reach, and if I'm part of everybody's daily life, then I can do other things in the rest of the time, and that will get me money. Somebody will need those eyeballs that I'm bringing, and they will pay for it. I mean, right now, today, what is the battle right now? The free GBs data, 1 GB free every day, 5 GB free every day. The trouble is the telecom companies are right now in the business of making people guzzle data. So they're not investing in content. They're buying content so that their data, which they're giving for free, can quickly evaporate and then they can make money.
And they tell you it's free also
It's free.
over there. वहाँ पे भी तो चल रहा है ना free.
तो वो free है नहीं वैसे, but as a broadcaster, as a content creator, you have to be very conscious that I need a bigger audience, and to get that bigger audience, I have to be free. And this is not just this country, the Indians anywhere. In Europe, we launched PTC Punjabi in 2014. We've been free to air since day one. And today, every other channel in Europe has become FTA. They've all gone free. They realized they can keep on being pay, nobody will buy them. Pirates will have free run. Today, Canada is the biggest trick market for me, Canada and USA. I have officially only 50,000 subscribers. Unofficially, I've got more than 3 lakh subscribers. I mean, if I'm getting advertising, 50,000 is a number I'll get ads on? No. The fact is I'm available in every household. That's what gets me the money from the advertiser. So we decided whether we do ground events, whether we create channels or any content, we're not going to ask the audience to pay for it. Why get in the headache? Somebody needs that audience. I'll find that somebody and ask him to pay to reach them.
Also to make a point here, like I would say, till some time back, a lot of conversations that we were having with brands was that I want the pay audience, it's a premium audience, where they have the spending capabilities. And, but there has been a shift which is happening now increasingly in the market, because brands are also recognizing that they want the consumer. They want the consumer. It's also the penetration in terms of television as it's getting deeper and deeper, how to reach the end consumer. So the conversations are shifting, and we had a very interesting conversation this week wherein we went to an agency and we were speaking to a media planner or buyer, and he told me that, we are merging. So I'll be talking to you for connected TV, I'll talk to you for linear TV, and I will talk to you how I can reach any viewer which is on TV. And or any other medium, taking a point from what, Sir just said, that it is a content-driven world. So if you're coming onto one of my channels, let's say you decide to come onto Showbox, which is a music channel, how can I marry my social handle? So we are also evolving, right? So we are finding formats, we are finding shows wherein, how do you marry Instagram, get it live on TV, you get your scanning codes. And also, I think brands are evolving, agencies are evolving, and we are learning. So, the lines are getting blurred, Ron, now. It's not in buckets. Everybody is clear, they want to reach a viewer. How do they get to the viewer? How do they penetrate a country like India to get deeper and deeper, and get there? So, yeah, that's what.
Shivam, how do you see as a brand?
Absolutely agree. I mean, I think, like mentioned by the panelists just now, I mean, these are not separate buckets. These are things that brands and advertisers are using together. So, for example, for us, right? I mean, if I have to do a campaign for a premium product, which is at a 50,000 rupee smartphone, I will use pay TV, and I will also use connected TV, because, I mean, for me, that medium is also delivering to the premium audiences, and that's the cohort that I want to address to. But both will be together, and they will combine together to give the reach and frequency that I want to deliver to that audience. For example, if I'm advertising for a mass product, which is a sub 10K product or a 15,000 rupee product smartphone, I definitely want massive reach. So in that case, maybe I don't pick connected TV because that's not the right audience segment for me. But I definitely will go for free-to-air channels to get that reach, to get to the people that really need those kind of devices. So I think it's a matter of choices. I mean, all these terms, sometimes, we in the industry have created these terms, and we tend to think they're all, segregated. But from an advertiser perspective, see, what is my objective? My objective is to reach a particular TG with a particular type of content or a product, right? That is my objective. Whatever mediums or a mix of mediums allow me to do that, I will definitely go ahead and do that. So in the current scenario, while all these terms exist, I mean, I think both advertisers, agencies are evolving to give you a right mix. So I don't think people are seeing them as standalone or segregated ways of investment and reaching audiences. We are all seeing it as, integrated solutions. So we are looking at combining them. I think an expectation though that I might have is, one day we could get that consolidated reporting. So if I could get a consolidated CTV and that I'm getting on a particular TG, I mean, that would be ideal. That's where I see technology evolving. But I think even now it's not independently. I think I'm at least in our experience, we're using them together. Yeah.
Great. I think the panel has really given some fantastic feedback on what, and few more things are really eye-openers for us. But then there is also this new battle, or this is an old battle, let's put that. Okay. The battle is basically in terms of national TV versus regional TV, or national advertising versus regional advertising. The battle also says that of late, regional players are eating out the national advertisers. Is it true both in terms of revenue and both in terms of viewership? I would like the panel to discuss this and also debate.
So I'll tell you what, India is a country of many languages, obviously, 20 plus, 22 plus, whatever, so many dialects. And you also have some of the states that are contributing so much to content. Like Punjab is contributing, Bengal is contributing, Maharashtra is contributing, Tamil Nadu, Telugu, whatever. So obviously there is a lot of regional channels that are coming up because a lot of people want to watch content in their own language. So even if it is A plus kind of a viewer who's in Maharashtra would want to watch the content in his language rather than going to a Hindi, or another GC, because that's what is that person's interest. And with so much happening in the regional, plus with even you would agree with me or not, but even from the media planning level, they're looking at probably a targeted advertising. They're looking at more regionalized kind of a, advertising also. So at that point in time, a regional channel becomes, more important from that perspective. And also with a lot of audience now watching, the regional channel, plus the content cost is also lower. The entire package for a regional channel is extremely, extremely important at this point in time. And national advertisers are now looking at, regional. And there's a lot of regional traction if you see. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a Hoi Choi also probably. Or there wouldn't have been a Planet Marathi or an OTT that's coming up, I'm just giving these examples because regional has become very critical, which is why more people are now looking at and focusing on regional channels, especially because there is abundant content available and less number of channels. Hence, that's what I think. And I think from here on, Narayan sir can elaborate further on this because he's the regional king there more than me.
I totally agree with you because I'll tell you, the innovation and experiments and new things are being done by regional television. Mainline Hindi channels have a set formula. They will have that fiction, that's family drama, and there is no scope of innovation there. Now, I'll give you an example. Swaraj was launching a tractor, and they asked us, what can we do? We said, normally we do Voice of Punjab, which is in studios and all that, but for you, we will do Akhada. What is Akhada? Akhada is an impromptu folk singing gig, which is done in villages. They just put a few cots, make them stand up, mount speakers on them, put up a system, and they sing. So we went village to village, and we built a set which was based on the tractors. Their sales team, regional team was there to distribute literature about it, tell people about it, but people were coming there to sing, to participate in that contest. So Mera Swaraj Young Star Akhada became a rage there, and it was a hit. So this experiment, you will never expect a mainline channel to do. They got their hands full, they've got their pockets full, their inventory is sold at a rate in advance, so they don't want to experiment. It's the regional television which is constantly on the lookout for revenue, money. I have to steal from the elephants. Yeah, so we are small wily cats who has to steal from the kings, the lions and all that. So you innovate more, you run more, you hunt more, you do more. So regional, which is why is actually now not regional, it's become global.
Yeah, in
global,
fact, to add to a point to what Sir just said, it's been very interesting for us. So we represent as a business, we have a GEC, which is on DD Free Dish, which is Ishara. And simultaneously, I have a Bhojpuri channel called Filamchi Bhojpuri to sell. Now, definitely, the reality is that the demand for Ishara is far more in terms of brands wanting to come on board. So we were pretty much racking our brains and trying to figure out kya hai, kaise kare. Valid point, localization, humne bhi kiya, canter activity kiya, we got brands, you know, we went local into Bihar. And then one fine day we just realized, but only 30% of my viewership, where a lot of media planners and buyers are evaluating me for the market of Bihar, Jharkhand. There is 70% which is coming from UP, which is coming from Chhattisgarh, which is coming from MP, and the same thing is going to be at PTC. So the fact is that it is regional, it is growing, it is present across HSM. For the languages which are widely spoken, and South is another beast altogether, and I'm sure Bengali and Marathi and everything. So it's interesting, and we've had clients or agencies looking at us and saying, oh great, you know, I think that's something we can evaluate. So are we getting a fair share of the buck? We could do better, definitely, in terms of advertising. But as a regional bucket, are we reaching out? Definitely. You know, that's what it is.
So as a content, like taking off from what he said, from a content perspective, we experimented. Even I did something on Q Marathi, which is called the one-act plays. It's called Ekankikas. But that is something I don't think I would have been able to do on a Hindi GC, on our own Hindi GC. But we did experiment something like this. There's a lot of things that happened, you know. So we merged a lot of things together, but a regional something happening which is very specific to the Marathi audience over there really made a lot of sense. Why? Because that, oh, there is that Marathiness coming in because it's a regional channel. So obviously, you know, that what he said, I completely agree with it. You know, something from within that happens, and I'm sure, I mean, a lot of advertisers today are looking at
absolutely the share of the pie.
The share of the pie here. Yeah, I think.
So, like again, obviously vernacular is growing. In fact, if you look at, if you want to watch a cricket match, also which are available in 7 languages right now. So, to me, the customizing content is a thing. I think the challenge for advertisers is such that India is such a broad country, and how many ads you make, right? You know how many dubbings you do. That is one effort which has to be put in terms of what will go to. That's why we'll see that a lot of premium advertising is still in English in that way. And then there's a debate on whether you can run a different language ad in this thing. I think regional TV, obviously, to me, if I look at it, is going to get stronger, because in a way, the content which Z or Sony in that way what is running is actually now available everywhere. In fact, Netflix is also running similar kind of content in that way, or YouTube, they have a YouTube channel which is there. So there are a lot of avenues for you to actually find the similar content, whereas regional, because it is small, but it's also niche and highly engaging for a very loyal type of audience. So given the TV advertising is going to get a bit smaller, it will then, what will make sure that if I want to do a very high reach, if I want to buy, I'll go and buy cricket, right? And then I will not maybe go to those channels, and I'll look for a different type of content. So to me, just like the balancing act will happen, where I'm sure that the regional channels control X% of share. That will also change with, and we don't have to look at only TV. You know, TV, digital, everything. In a way, consumer mind has 24 hours. He spent 4-5 hours on different media, whether reading the newspaper, and how he's going to do the balancing act. And obviously, the big ticket items will go. So, for example, what Sir was saying, that he has one content which is very loyal. It's a part of the day. So that is very hard to shake. And that is, I think, that ritual which you have, whether it is replaceable or not is the question, and that will balance out. So I can't tell you what the number would be, but I think if you're very strong in a very specific genre or content you have, then you'll keep having a loyal audience, and other things can move, but yours share wouldn't move.
Let me give you one example in the end. Does anybody know here which Indian TV channel is impaneled in White House and Canadian Parliament? None of the mainline channel. I'll give the answer. None of the mainline channel. It's PTC. Wow. Which Indian channel has its
Deserves a
own
clap.
studios? Its own studios in USA and Canada? PTC. No Aaj Tak, NDTV or Star, Zee, Sony, they don't have. 23 reporters across 19 cities in the world, PTC.
Super.
So the thing is, regional is no longer limited to region. The people of that region are all over the world. It's said that potatoes and Sikhs or Punjabis are all over the world. They can be found anywhere. So wherever they are, there is PTC. And when we are there, we're their voice. So in Canada, I'm the voice of Canadian Punjabis. 30% of my content for Canada is produced in Canada. For US is produced in US. For UK is produced in UK. So the content creators have to be relevant to the audience that they are catering to in that region. So I'll give you another example. My beam for Toronto is separate from my beam which goes to Vancouver. Even in one country, two regions, difference of 4 hours, there are two different beams. The news bulletins in Toronto are a bit different from the news bulletin in Vancouver. So the thing is, all that hard work, all experimentation, all innovation is happening in regional TV. And it's about time that the agencies also realize it, the amount of effort. Regional TV is putting in. For me, producing a series is not less than producing a Hindi series. The cost is almost the same. Running a news channel, producing news bulletins is the same cost as it would be to a national channel. Only the manpower cost will be a bit less. ये पंजाबी है या मराठी है, ये अर्नब गोस्वामी नहीं है भाई, ये संकेत नहीं है, तो तुम इतना पैसा थोड़े लोगे. उतना ही सेविंग है. कैमरा उतने का है, स्टूडियो उतने का है, लाइट उतने का है, सब उतने का है, फील्ड में गाड़ी में पेट्रोल भी उतने का है. But when you go to the buyer, yeah, you are Marathi, you are Gujarati. How can you ask me for that 5,000 rate here? इससे कम में तो NDTV मिल जाएगा, इससे कम में तो Zee off prime मिल जाएगा. There has to be a time when people have to realize the amount of effort and amount of hard work is being put to give a voice to the regional audience.
I second, third that completely.
Shivam, what about you?
No, I completely agree. I think regional is growing. We are seeing tremendous growth in regional as well. I mean, in terms of our reach, for example, I mean, we have to complement. So all our TV plans, they are not, we never go without regional. And the reason is that, you know, whenever you have to over-index on certain markets, for example, in our smartphone markets, we may be strong in Maharashtra, maybe we are strong in Karnataka. So wherever we have to over-index in terms of GRPs, I mean, regional is definitely the way forward. I mean, you have to invest into regional channels to be able to get that, those additional GRPs, that share, and be able to increase your market share. So I think regional has been a part of our strategy. Regional continues to be a part of our strategy, and regional will be there. The second biggest benefit, again, and I think a lot of panelists mentioned this, and this is a very big advantage, is that, you know, the flexibility that we get with regional channels. I think that is something that we don't get with national channels. And I think, you know, that is very important. So for example, if I want to make a content that is very, very relevant to the audience and is customizable. See, typically national channels will have a certain format. They have a fixed format, they have a fixed show. The integrations are also very limited. In the case of regional channels, we've seen tremendous amount of flexibility and openness to give that kind of, you know, customized content for brands, which I think is a big advantage for us as well to create high resonance with the consumers.
Great, thanks Shivam.
Regional is a new national then, you know, at some point in time.
Okay, I think time is up, but I think I need to ask one question, last question of the panel. Just one word for this question. What do you think is the future of television? Just one word. I just think of one word so that we sum up the entire narration of what we had such wonderful conversations which happened. Starting with you, sir.
See, TV will always remain. The screen size might change. It might fit into my watch. It might fit into my glasses. But TV will remain. TV is not going anywhere. TV is going to stay. It's a visual medium, audio-visual medium. It will always stay.
I will use, it will become more binge. That's what I say. That's what the future is.
TV is there to stay for sure. Not going anywhere.
Yeah. TV is definitely there to stay. We like this fresh boost that we've all got from television. I think it's been a fantastic innings for us. We are also now reinventing, recalibrating, and building up even more exciting content. So TV is going to continue rocking, Ron. It's not going anywhere.
Shivam?
Yeah, one word, omnipresent.
I like that, yeah.
Perfect.
Best.
You're the only
Perfect.
one who
You're the
followed
one
the
who said the
brief.
perfect.
The only one.
Okay, with that, we end this
Yeah.
session. It was lovely talking to you, and it was
Thank you, Ron.
very
Thanks.
interesting.
Thank you.
And we would like to have a warm and a huge clap for all these members.
Fantastic. Past ho, present ho, future ho, TV का जलवा था, है और रहेगा. That is what it is. On that note, may I please call upon stage Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief IWMBuzz Media Network, to give away the tokens of appreciation. A huge round of applause for TV, ladies and gentlemen. Picture perfect moment. Fantastic. Thank you so much. From discussing about regional, national, to now discussing about the power of TV, we now move on to our next discussion. It's a keynote special address, The Power of TV, Decoding Disruptive Innovation to Foster Growth. On this note, may I please welcome Shashi Sinha, CEO, India Media Brands, to conduct this session. The podium is all yours, sir. Welcome.
A very, very small discussion or points which I'll present, and after that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. So, I think most of my job has been done by the previous panel which I was listening into, where they all gung-ho about the power of television. Manifestation may be different, whether it's regional or national, which is a very animated discussion, or whether the size of the screen, as Mr. Narayan said, whatever it is. I think, so building on from that, I was told the power of TV, decoding disruptive innovation to foster growth. So as I'm concerned, I personally feel, it's all been said, but I will repeat. Firstly, I'm sure all of you know, globally, some of the most evolved markets in the world, US, UK, television is still there. So don't go by ADEX alone, people compare ADEX, but see consumption. You find heavy degree of consumption of TV in the 3.5 hours, 4 hours of consumption in US. TV is a significant portion which is there. So even in evolved markets, where they say threat of digital or threat of other screens effects, that's the first thing which you bear in mind. Also bear in mind, and which is, I will talk about it in great detail, not detail, but I will talk about it, that, you must look at our culture. Internationally, especially the Western countries are very inner-directed, they're personalized, individual. We are outer-directed, we are in it together for families. So a lot of our consumption of media, while is getting personalized, but the fact that we are sitting together as a family and viewing, it's not only viewing television, it's also doing a lot more socially. That's never going to go away. So in my mind, television is here to stay, and some of the numbers indicate. As you know, I do a part-time job with BAC, and we get some early headway numbers which are there. Actually, sorry, I should rephrase it. I do a full-time job there, and I do a part-time job with my company. The intensity of pressure I get from the news channels. So, we do this baseline which comes out supposed to come out every year, but because of COVID reasons, the baseline was not done. And the baseline is now almost through. Hopefully in the next 1 month we'll release the data. But what I was seeing, early trends, really enthused me. Almost 6 to 7% growth on television, if not more, So television homes, TV homes. The problem in India is, And a lot of buyers sitting here, they convert everything into percentages. So that's the problem. But if you look, just as an aside, to digress from this, we're the only country in the world where advertising is bought on cost per rating point, not on absolute numbers, not on CPMs. And this is the bane of this industry. But that aside, we'll come back to that later. So if you look in absolute numbers, TV is growing by 6-7%. Huge headroom for growth. For a variety of reasons, it's the form of entertainment, it's the form of communication. People say mobile will take over. Definitely, mobile has a role to play. And I'll touch on that, why I believe the television will grow along with mobile. So that's one. I alluded to it in the beginning in terms of our culture, outer director society, our fact that we are then families sitting together, whether joint families or otherwise. So that's the first point I'd like to make. Then there was this interesting discussion which was happening earlier on when I walked in on free versus pay versus, within pay there is DTH and there is cable. So naturally, again, the results will show free is growing for a variety of reasons. As the gentleman mentioned, that India is a very price-sensitive market, so whatever you give free will obviously be lapped up. And if all the channels are there on free dish, why not? Growth will come. They'll be disproportionate. But it's not to say that DTH growth, in numbers indicate that DTH is probably slowing down as per the TRI growth numbers. The numbers we are seeing, that may not be true. Now, obviously, TRI has declared numbers. What numbers we see are fieldwork numbers, a sample of 3 to 3.5 lakhs. But nevertheless, intuitively, I feel DTH has a role to play for two reasons. One is that, data prices in India are very, very cheap at this point in time. How long will it remain? I don't know. At some point in time, data prices have to change. When this whole consumption of content on the mobile phone and other devices may come under pressure. And for the reasons which I keep going back to, we are an outer director society. I think people will still keep the big screen at home. They will not dismantle it. That's my personal belief system. I also believe, there's this whole term which people use, which thankfully I didn't hear today, but I hear in all good corporate boardrooms, people talk of cord cutting. The number we see of cord cutters is actually very low, And I'm waiting and dying to put the number out, hopefully in 1 month's time. The number we see of cord cutters are very low. Yes, connected TV will be very big. So, and in my mind, as someone said, connected TV is TV. To me, it doesn't matter whether it's, it's television. It's a big screen, it's family sitting together. So I personally believe, this fact that today, and a lot of digital companies, and no offense meant to the giants in digital, they say cord cutting is happening and people are moving away. I was at a panel 2 days back, where FMC's panel, where one of the very senior people threw a number for 2040 or 2050 or whatever the number year it was for the huge 70% of India or 60% of urban India will be cord cutters. I say, wow, that number looks amazing to me. Firstly, who will be around in 2040 to check what is thrown away? But the perception being created is that, people are moving. It's absolutely wrong. I think it's premature. I may sound old-fashioned, but so be it. I mean, I stand for TV. I genuinely believe in the power of television. And I'm saying for reasons, the pricing reasons. Television is extremely cheap. Nowhere in the world, if you apply purchasing power parity, you will find television so cheap as anywhere in the world. So you said it's cheap, but you didn't clarify, you didn't say to the audience, it's the cheapest in the world. And would you agree with me or not? Indian television, as consumers, have not have it better. It's the cheapest in the world. He's got used to it. There's no way changing that. Be it the distribution, be it the content, it's absolutely cheap. You can't take that away. That habit cannot go away. So for these 3-4 reasons, I think television is very critical. The downside of this is the fact that it's so cheap that unlike the rest of the world, the focus, the money comes in 80% from advertising, and that's in a good thing for my day job or my night job, bad thing for the ecosystem. The ecosystem demands that there should be a balance so that there could be a play, because too much power in one hand, too much power in the hands of Group M, IPG, Dentsu, Omnicom and thing is not good. 5 networks buying 80%, 25% of television, not a good thing. I say it, those who know me, I say things publicly, so I'm saying it here. I say it, speak from the heart. So I think that's the downside. But within that, there are saving graces, So while it will continue being dominated by advertising for a long time, advertising revenues for a long time, I fully agree with the previous panel. It's very difficult to get subscription back. And even if you see the OTT guys who talk subscription, finally, either they're bleeding or they're making it because they're making it very cheap, or they're part of broadcast networks. Finally, the money is coming in from the broadcast guys. So television is finally what is earning money. If you're giants like Amazon, that's a separate story, but the single OTT players will finally have to take a call. How long can they fund this monster with their feeding? It will come from television companies. It will be conglomerates which are doing television and earning on the back of television, investing in various formats. But finally, it's television. Is that what it is? So that's the next point which I'll make. Coming back to advertising, I genuinely believe, that television has various scopes for improvement, and I think the fact that it is one mass, even today, and I was listening to the gentleman from Motorola, when he was saying that, for us it's a consumer which matters, doesn't matter which end it is. I think there's huge possibility to segment and create cohorts, and that's where the value will be better. So the value for a free consumer will be a particular kind. Today, the whole thing with television has become a lowest common denominator. So everything is numbers, everything is, in some cases, CPMs or most cases, CPRPs. It's one number. It's one NCCS, ABC, whatever you run, So it's, as they say, Ramban being run. You're not slicing and dicing. And that could be many reasons for slicing and dicing. The mindset of our industry, that's the mindset of advertisers, the mindset of agencies, and so on. I think there is, television so powerful, there is scope to segment. And if you segment, if you create cohorts, for example, auto companies today, their consumers, the 10 lakh plus cars, you've seen the growth in auto companies, they don't know where to advertise. So they, by default, go to people where there's no third-party measurement. They don't know. They say, okay, they use their intuition to say, let's go to DTH. There's no data which is available for DTH separately, because it all get modified or it gets all muddied in that one number. Then to add to that, our definitions are all wrong. NCCS ABC, NCCS A is a very, very wide definition. You could have anyone in NCCS A. And as a result, it has a cascading effect. So when you say NCCS A is so wide, then you'll find, with no offense meant anywhere, you'll find meters in homes or people who probably not going to be a car buyer ever, but classifies as NCCS A. So I think many tweaks are required. Since I represent the measurement body also, if some tweaks we do from our side, simple stuff. It could be like saying, should we start putting out data, DTH, cables, and free separately? Just now it's not. It's a deductive logic which is used for free, but we start waiting. It's a big controversial step, but I think it will help advertisers. It will help content creators start looking at niches. I think the point being made on regional was that finally it's all about niches which are appropriate, which are sizable to pay for, which have value, but which are, niche is the wrong word to use, but which have sizable audience which is cohorted in that sense. So that's one thought. The other thought is, like I said, should we change the NCC's definition to make it easy to segment? I think there is great opportunity, especially for people who have multiple formats for TV content, the TV players plus the OTT players, in other ways they're getting into it. I think there's a huge opportunity to, if all these things are done as an industry, it has to be industry-wise effort, where we turn around and start slicing and dicing. For example, everyone spoke of national. In my mind, there's no such thing as national. It is HSM. And HSM is a language. So the content for Gujarat is dramatically different than the content which is consumed in Bihar or elsewhere. Because the same principle of lowest common denominator is being applied, which is what's happening. If we started doing some way, looking at segments there, and I'm sure there are lots of brands. I see in my portfolio of brands, lots of clients saying, listen, give me Gujarat. I don't know, buy entire, HSM for that matter. Why should I pay that money? Or I want parts of UP. UP is a very big market. I don't know. Interesting tidbit, I don't know most of you know. People say India is a young country. Actually, pockets of India is young. Maharashtra, where we sit in south, is no longer young. It's that Indo-Gangetic plain starting from Delhi, going all the way to Bengal. That's where the youth is, and that's where the future is. And you can't address UP today. Think about it. There's no way of addressing UP unless you buy what you call national. And therefore you pay national rates, and no one has thought about it. UP, in terms of GDP, is probably far bigger than many, many countries in Europe. And I'm not saying it because I'm from UP, but I'm saying that's a big market, and if you go to a lot of brands, that's where they want to advertise. So all I'm saying is, and the fault is not of TV networks. The fault is the ecosystem has not enabled them to cash in on this opportunity. So there is an opportunity there. So I genuinely believe that there is a great, great opportunity for television in the country. It has to be exploited. The ecosystem has to help. And I will do a plug which I do in the end, because I get beaten up every Thursday from 11 o'clock onwards for no fault of mine. I know nothing what's going to happen. These 100-odd news channels which are there. You know, I say this, and I say this for those who know me in the advertising fraternity, I say this here also, that I genuinely believe we compete by day, you know, but we must collaborate. For me, to use a Haryanvi term, is the concept of biradari. I'm a big believer in the concept of biradari. Biradari is that we are in it together. Then within that we may compete, I'm elder brother, I'm younger brother, whatever, you know. So if we want this industry to succeed more, if we have come very far, we have in the last 30, 40 years, we've been there. But if you want this industry to succeed, we have to compete. We cannot have 100 number ones in one slot. You know, Thursday, 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, I'm number one. You compete, but you compete in a particular way. What happens is, finally, we don't want to alienate our consumer. Once you stop the number one discussion, then you will start looking at things from a point of view of what is good news, what is good content. Then you will not have sensationalism. You may have sensationalism, probably the battle is lost, but there are 50 ways. So if we keep an eye on saying, listen, while I need to do a day job to survive, I need a P&L which I'm running, but I'm also part of a larger television ecosystem. And what do I do to keep it going? You know, there are many, many industry bodies which I know which work beautifully. So I think we ourselves need to respect that we are in this industry. This industry is a bright future. The industry is not going to be run down. Hand on heart, a lot of people in the fraternity not sure what the future is. And I'm saying it, like I say, I'm reputed for saying things, the good or bad, the way they are. So I think we have to start believing in this. I'm a big believer in this, that there's a bright future. We have to work together. Needless to mention, we have our jobs. Needless to mention, I have a company to run. I have to deliver numbers to my global masters. But I also care for the industry. Thank you.
May I please call upon stage Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, for the token of appreciation. The next session, it's important we thank our partners, IWMBuzz TV Summit 2022, title partner Colors, co-powered by Dangal, associate partners GTPL, PTC Network, Neela Film Productions, Sri Adhikari Brothers Group, Everest Entertainment, Fandrum, and 24 Frames Digital, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Now, we have been talking about TV for the longest of time. I think we have had some fascinating and successful shows over the years, but agar koi ek show hai which has been literally in the forefront of a lot of things, that's Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma. I think sab log ne suna hai. Please, can you just at least validate कि आप लोग ने सुना है कि नहीं शो के बारे में? सबको जेठालाल वाले मीम्स पसंद है कि नहीं? क्या बात है, वो जो दया भाभी का वो जो डांस होता है गरबा, वो सबने किया है कि नहीं मिरर के सामने? क्या बात है. So this session is going to be about Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma. It's a lovely session. For that, may I please call upon stage Mansi Darbar, Media and Entertainment Advisor. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. To join her on stage, may I please call upon stage Harjeet Chhabra, CEO, Neela Film Productions Private Limited. The man behind Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma. Ladies and gentlemen, zor se taaliyan. The stage is all yours. Please go ahead.
This is working. नमस्कार, मैं हूं मानसी दरबार और आप सबका स्वागत है टीवी समिट 2022 बाय IWMBuzz में। आज हम यहाँ पे एक ऐसे शो के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं जिसका 2008 से सिर्फ राइज और राइज और राइज ही होता जा रहा है। हे माँ माता जी हाँ, हम बात कर रहे हैं तारक मेहता उल्टा चश्मा के बारे में, which is produced by Neela Film Productions and broadcasted on Sony Sub. So please give a big round of applause to Mr. Harjeet Chhabra, CEO, Neela Film Productions. Hello, Harjeet.
Hi. I think this applause should go to one and only Mr. Asit Modi. We'll talk about it when we get into detail. But the show has been alive purely for the passion of one guy, Mr. Modi. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. The show's got him busy beyond what he could imagine. So he's traveling. So we'll talk about what really, has gone behind the show as we progress.
Absolutely. We miss you, Asit bhai. आप ये recording बाद में देखेंगे तो. हरजीत, आप सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि तारक मेहता has been running for over 14 years now, right? तो इसका राज क्या है? Why is it such a sort of hot favorite among the audiences?
See, 2007 was when we started the show. It wasn't that big then when it started. It was on a small channel. Then Sub was a small channel, and I was on the other side. I was part of the management team on Sub, and I used to drive marketing and distribution. It wasn't that big a show, but I think somewhere the heart of the show was in the right place, which is why I started with saying that, the entire credit goes to one guy who's lived the dream of making this show. You look at what he's done, the way he put the show together, the way he lived the show. For the last 15 years, he hasn't made anything else. So this show would not have been possible if he was doing 10 shows, 5 shows. That guy has been doing one show. So from thinking about whom to cast for Tarak Mehta, that guy should be a poet in real life. Whom to cast for Daya. So Disha Wakhani was not a known face. So to spend time, energy, sit through castings, sit through scripts, till today, I see him, he goes through each and every bit of screenplay and dialogues to say, okay, I feel this is right or this should not happen. In 15 years, you would imagine that anything that we are doing, we'll say, okay, great, I have a B team, and now they know. But, when we see him work, he's still hands-on. So I think somewhere a large part of credit goes to him. But beyond that, I think, we never know. When we start making a show, nobody says कि चलो एक show बनाते हैं जो 15 साल चलेगा. Nobody says that. You just start making a show. Actually, nobody knows कि 15 दिन भी चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा. There are shows that I have seen getting folded in a month's time. But somewhere I think the love of people has kept it going. Because, this is an unprecedented event. 15 saal kisi show ka chalna, it's unprecedented. Why I'm saying there are people who have passed away, who were part of the show. It does not happen with shows usually. There's been an audience bond with those actors. We've replaced them after a long time because there was a need to, but we also stayed without those actors for a long time. There are people who've got married, they've had kids, they had to leave the show. Today also, just to share with you, for example, Daya is not part of the show, but the kind of comments we get from people, and it's purely their love that, I'm trying to highlight here. They say, take 2 more years, but get her only. So that's how they feel about the show. So I think what keeps it going, it's purely the love from the audience that has kept it on for so long.
So, Harjeet, as we know, you've been around for a very, very long time, right? Like you said, कि आपने shows 15 दिन में भी rap होते हुए देखे हैं और ये तो 15 साल चल रहा है, right? So, in such a competitive market, जहाँ पे, इतने shows आए, गए और, नए, पुराने, in such a market, what are the challenges, of course, that you faced, to make sure that the show is, number one, is still so popular, is still resonating with the audiences?
So, see, in creative business, typically most of the calls that work I have seen are gut calls. A couple of sessions before, Mr. Kapoor was on the table, on the stage. Mr. Anuj Kapoor, who's now with Dangal. He was the guy behind bringing back sub in the way it is known today, or rather it was known for a while back. So most of the times, what makes a good show is gut of the creator. The creator needs to believe that, you know, I have a story to tell and I know there is an audience for it. Beyond that, then it is absolutely the sincerity of the team with which you put it together. If you're in it for business, then you don't care because ek show band hoga, so I'll get another show from the platform. That kind of mentality will also keep you going for years in this business. But I think, I come back to Mr. Modi, the way I have seen him, he actually lived with this concept for 4 years because before Sony said yes to it. Before Sony said yes to it, it's not that he had an idea and he walked in and they said, okay, great, chalo kal se banate hain. No, he lived with it for 4 years in his head, saying, I want to make this show. And not too many people backed him. Ki, okay, let's make it. It was purely his belief, his conviction. Today also, if there is a casting to be done, he gets involved. So I think those are the things, you know, if the creator is not involved, nothing will, I mean, you look at Apple, for example, you know, it's purely one guy's vision and aspiration, you know, kind of things that he's done. I don't want to talk about it in detail right now, but from a tech perspective, when he told his tech head a few things, they said this is not possible. And then they later realized that they could achieve it. So the point is, unless the creator is pushing for excellence, it is not going to come on table.
So, you know, very often I've sort of read this and, you know, I've heard it and I've, you know, had conversations with people, you know, all creators and content creators, when they talk about creating a masterpiece, they say that, you know, how did you, you know, create this? And one answer that they get, which you just said, that, you know, it was a, you know, gut feeling, right? It was an instinct. So do you think, because you've also been, you know, on the content creation side, production, you've also been on, of course, the marketing, you know, the broadcast, TV side. So do you think that content creation is actually driven by gut instinct, or actually data drives it once it's, you know, broadcasted?
See, for platforms, they have to back their calls. So they have data that helps them. Netflix uses it to recommend. Netflix uses it to select shows. There's nothing wrong with it. But a creator never uses data to actually draft a story. The story comes out of heart. I want to tell a story of a guy who's been through X, Y, Z and achieved something. Now that cannot be a calculative measure because it will then show up on the screen. So platforms can select because they get dime a dozen proposals. So for them, they need to have a model to say, I will select this and reject this. Which is why when you go back, you see actors refusing a film and the film doing great. Platforms refusing a show and the show doing great. These kind of stories are so common and popular, but somewhere it is always the, so when I'm saying gut also, so it's not, you know, a whimsical creator. When I say gut, gut comes from a lot of experience. Gut comes from a lot of understanding of the audience, a lot of understanding of, you know, the cultural values that your audience is rooted in. So gut comes from that, that I believe if I tell a story like this, there is an audience. Now you can go wrong, but then you learn from it and again that improves your gut. It is a data, but a data of a different kind. I don't know if you guys have read a book called Blink by Malcolm Gladwell. It's a very interesting thing which says that, you know, usually, and it talks about human beings, we as human beings like something in the blink of an eye. And that's all it takes for us to like or dislike something, either or. It goes both ways. And then what we are doing after that blink of an eye is just justifying what our brain has already liked or not liked. So it's usually gut, but then we are looking for data, rationale to say, oh great, I believe this is good for so and so reason. So yes, people who are blessed with good gut always, because the data would not have told Steve Jobs that make a phone which cannot be opened, which has no home button. So these things, or rather which has just one button. These are purely, you know, creative instinct calls.
तो मैं आपको बता दूं कि you know तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा is not only the most popular show on linear, which is TV पे, but also on non-linear, on internet. It's the most watched show. So Harjeet, you know, what is the strategy behind this? कि मतलब TV पे तो छा ही रहा है 15 साल से, और अब you know internet, digital platforms पे भी छा रहा है तारक मेहता.
As I said, I think, this huge debate always, TV versus internet versus, we strongly believe today these are the same shows that are working on internet. Today, if you look at a Big Boss on television, that's what I feel is driving Woot otherwise as well, as an app. Most of the Star Plus daily shows are what is driving consumption of Hotstar, apart from cricket. So shows well made will have an audience everywhere. I think audience see it as an opportunity to catch a linear TV versus a non-linear platform. That, oh, I missed it, I can catch it here also. And over a period, it becomes a habit that I don't have to be sitting there in front of the TV at this time. I can watch it on the same TV, but at the time I choose to watch. If the show is good, there is an audience for it. People are traveling, busy with lives, they can catch up. I know of people who watch Tarak Mehta on 1.5x speed. It's purely because they're used to watching it. So they watch at 1.5x speed because मेरे को देखना है लेकिन time नहीं है. So technology enables, and this is how people make use of it. So somewhere, one good thing about Tarak is that it has also surprised us in terms of the love that people give. If I tell you, Amazon has a device called Alexa, and it is not that well penetrated in India, but there is a decent penetration of Alexa. And Amazon happened to release a report of Alexa usage last year. And their story on Economic Times said that every 1 minute, there is a request to play Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma on Alexa. So most of the people who have Alexa on television or Fire Stick, every 1 minute there is a request. And this is an Amazon report. I don't have that data beyond. They only published one line saying, and this beats any other show in the country. Every 1 minute somebody is asking for Alexa to play. That's one. YouTube releases a report every year on top shows on YouTube. Tarak Mehta is the only show to feature in the top 10 list of YouTube videos. Only TV show. No TV show has ever made it. So again, I'm saying it's only the love of people that has made the show go on and on. And I think it has made Mr. Modi more responsible. He's more scared of putting anything out because he knows there are people watching. He goes to an airport or he goes to a club, there are people who catch him if there is something wrong with the episode. So he has to make sure that he's responsible enough with a show of this stature right now.
Harjeet, you made a very, very, very sharp point there in your last, answer when you said, Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma hai. It's not only sort of, we believe that, what is driving internet is also driving TV. Right? But for a very long time, since streaming has come in India in the last sort of few recent years, we always think कि streaming के लिए content अलग है और TV के लिए अलग है और दोनों की strategy अलग है और they actually contrast. So do you believe, like you said, that actually the content which we see on TV, which we've grown up watching on TV when streaming was not around, is also contributing significantly to the streaming growth?
See, for any product to succeed, you have to form habits. One of things are not habit forming. You have to form habits. I am used to going to theater to watch a film. If films come once in 3 months, it is not habit forming. There is a film every weekend, so it is habit forming. Anything and everything would work only if it is habit forming. Now, for us to create that volume of content on OTT immediately is not possible. So with fresh content, you cannot really form habits. So for people to come to your platform on a regular basis, why does IPL work? Because it's a daily thing. Why does an English Premier League work? Because it's every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's habit forming. Friday आ गया, एक beer का glass लेके मेरे को football देखना है. So that is habit forming. So right now, television content is also being used by OTT players to build the habit of coming to their OTT platforms. Otherwise, as I said, I don't believe in this debate because there is an audience which is not watching linear TV, and that audience today is happy to consume limited series on internet. So we must make those limited series. And also the good thing with limited series is that they have a better quality. They are not made in pressure of a daily show. Here we are shooting in the morning and you have to air by night or the next day. A limited series is made with a lot more involvement, time at hand. So you can match international standards that you can't do with television show. So it's somewhere, we must make those kind of stories as well. When it was COVID, everybody had a lot of time, so we watched every possible series. If you see now and rewind 5 months back, you might have missed 70% of the series actually. So now for people to spend 8 hours watching a series, it has to be that good. I think, you know, now it's not that easy to get an audience for a web series as well. So you need to be that good. And if you have time in hand, you better be good.
Coming to our last question that, so how has Tarak evolved, as an IP, right? Are there any expansion plans and what is the evolvement plan?
I think we definitely are greedy when it comes to the IP at Tarak. But unfortunately, we live in a country, and I'm saying this on a platform, but we live in a country where, IP exploitation has never happened because that ecosystem of IP exploitation does not exist. Very simply because every time a creator goes to a platform, the platform takes away all the IP. And the platform does not have an IP division. So they don't bother exploiting the IP unless they want to make a season 2 of the same show. So an ecosystem where IPs are exploited beyond content does not exist. So while we've been thinking about this for a long time, we've done nothing. But now we are taking the IP beyond. 4 years back, we launched an animation show, which was a spin-off of Tarak Mehta, which is called Tarak Mehta Ka Chhota Chashma. A couple of weeks back, we've launched 2 more verticals, which is Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma Rhymes, Bal Geet, which is aimed at toddlers, which is doing very well on OTT platforms and YouTube right now. We also have a tech arm now of Neela, which has ventured into gaming. And we have extended the IP into gaming, and we are working on games of all kinds, whether it's casual, hyper casual, might surprise you, but we're working with real money games as well. And we're working on HTML5 games as well. So we have a pretty serious ambition when it comes to gaming. And the reason we are doing it is because we believe that the brand resonates well with the digital audience, resonates really well with the digital audience. We've got, on our own platform, we've got 500 million views on a monthly basis. So that's decent enough to give us the courage to do something for the digital audience. So gaming is shaping up in an interesting way, and I think by next October, it should be a full-fledged entity.
Wow, that's commendable. So with this, we've come to the end of our fireside chat. But जाने से पहले हरजीत, मेरी एक छोटी सी request है, for the audience seated out there, आप हमें आपका कोई बहुत ही favorite dialogue तारक चश्मा से please सुनाएंगे क्या? Please give a round of applause.
Mansi said she's gonna do Daya's Garba. You changed mind.
Yeah, I just did.
So I'd have one thing to say, hey Ma Mataji.
Hey Ma Mataji. On this note, please give a very, very big round of applause to Harjeet and Neela Film Pictures and Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma, which has been entertaining us for 15 years on the big screen. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you everybody.
Thank you, IWMBuzz, Siddharth and the entire team. Thank you very much.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि सर आप लोग डांस करो या ना करो, वो पोस्ट तो कर दो दयावेन का वो वहाँ पे फोटोग्राफर्स के लिए. May I please call upon stage Franklin Toscano, CTO and founder, IWMBuzz Media Network, for the token of appreciations. क्या बात है. फोटोज मिस नहीं होनी चाहिए, वो प्रॉपर फ्रेम में लगेगा. थैंक यू. ये शो चलता ही रहे बस. I think that's all, something we all hope. Let it go, let it continue. We want more sessions on this. Thank you so much. Pleasure. Right now, a lot of interesting panel discussions done, fireside chats done. अभी एक बहुत ही special subject को लेके हम लोग बात करने वाले. I have a special guest joining virtually from USA for this one. So we'll be beginning shortly, and just give us a 2 minutes break till we get the setup done.
और होता कुछ और ही है.
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या पे खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के 7 वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
The success story of Dangal TV is a dream-like journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest primetime ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है।
mythology,
जय हनुमान संकट मोचन नाम दिया,
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा।
comedy,
मैं झुकेगा नहीं साला।
supernatural fantasy,
इश्क की दास्तां, नागमणि,
and much more. Dangal TV, providing the best entertainment to 195+ million monthly viewers. A network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की। सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की। हम दिल से दिल जोड़ेंगे, सपने नए बोएंगे, ले आएंगे खुशियों की बरसात। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से।
Ladies and gentlemen, IWMBuzz TV Summit 22. IWMBuzz TV Summit 2022, co-powered by Dangal, title partner Colors, associate partners GTPL, PTC Network, Neela Film Productions, Sri Adhikari Brothers Group, Everest Entertainment, Fandrum, and 24 Frames Digital. An initiative by IWMBuzz Live, as always. We have a special session. We are just waiting for some time till we get the technology set up. Okay, wonderful. So, welcoming Sanjay Chhabria, sir, founder and CEO Everest Entertainment over here. We are going to be talking about a subject called regional is the new mainstream, myth or reality. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi,
First of all,
hi,
thank you so
everyone.
much for joining us all the way from USA. I think it's a tremendous effort from your end. Thank you so much.
Not a problem at all. Always a pleasure.
You know, when we talk about regional, pan-India, these are words that have been, very much...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You need to maybe go closer to the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Not really, not very clear.
Am I audible?
No, not yet. Okay, I'll manage. Yeah.
Wait, does this one work better?
Much better now. Much better now.
This is
yeah.
better? Sure, okay. I'll use this
much
one.
better now. Yeah.
So, sir, ये जो words है, myth, we talk about pan-India, we talk about regional content. This is something that we have been discussing for quite a long time. And I think we have great enough reasons to discuss on that as well. I think in the last 1 or 2 years, I think we have seen that. So, आप सिर्फ मुझे please बताइए, what exactly according to you is pan-India content? Because, say when a Prabhas comes with Bahubali, we don't really know what it is, but then it becomes pan-India that way. And then later on, you also market it accordingly as pan-India. So what exactly according to you is pan-India content?
So I think, first of all, thank you for having me here. Thank you, IWMBuzz and everyone for having me here. To answer your question, yes, Bahubali kickstarted the entire process, the pan-India process. Bahubali, then, Pushpa, recent example, post-pandemic, RRR, KGF1, KGF2. These are classic example of big ticket films which have done phenomenally well, pan-India. Not only the big films, I'd also like to highlight some of the smaller films which have become big, huge pan-India successes. Like, there was a film called Major, which was a story on Captain Sandeep Unnikrishnan. Then we have, some gems. We had recent release Kantara, which was a small film to begin with. Not a huge, big budget film, has gone on to do tremendous business. So yes, these are all pan-India films. Charlie 777 is another example which comes to my mind. And lately, I've seen a lot of great content coming out from the Kannada film industry, which is going pan-India. So yeah, I think, the South Indian languages, primarily Telugu, Tamil and Kannada languages have really taken the lead in changing, the scenario of creating more pan-India content, which is, working well in the theaters. Malayalam, which is, one of the more cerebral South Indian languages, has given us some gems on the digital medium content, which has worked pan-India. Films like Home, films like The Great Indian Kitchen, films like, Minnal Murli. These are some of the examples which have worked really well on the digital platforms, pan-India. So I think, pan-India is a phenomenon post-pandemic, which is, regional languages have taken the lead, primarily South Indian languages. And pan-India is nothing but, stories which is appealing to all people across India. Like RRR is a story of two revolutionaries. Major is a story of Captain, the 26/11 attacks. Then, the classic example is The Great Indian Kitchen, which is the story of a suppressed, housewife and how, the expectation of her husband and her in-laws. I mean, what can be more pan-India than that as a story? Yeah. So I think, one has to take a leaf. The other regional languages, like Marathi, Punjabi, Bengali, should take a leap of faith from the South Indian languages and start creating more pan-India stories.
You mentioned this fact that, these have been stories that appeal to the entire country, which is why they qualify as pan-India. But I think if we talk about quality movies from the South regional industry, I think that has been there for the longest time, even before pan-India as a word was popular. That's why even today, in today's time, when we talk about, say, successful movies, say, of Mohanlal sir or a lot of other people, we tend to refer to old movies. But those old movies at that point of time didn't really get the prominence that perhaps it gets right now. What do you think has been the change behind that?
So I think, the rise of OTT, the entire exposure to South India content started, frankly, with all the South Indian languages being dubbed and telecast on Star Gold and Sony Max. That's how the visibility of that content increased multifold. And I think pandemic did the trick. The extended lockdowns which were there for, a large amount of time, and the increased viewership and the exposure which people got to all this content has really what has worked. Today languages are no more South Indian or whatever. It's basically Indian language content, the way it is today.
Yeah. When we talk about pan-India content, you were saying something, sir? You were adding something?
No,
Did I
I'm
pause?
good.
Okay. So I was just saying that when we talk about pan-India content, the natural thing that comes in our mind at that point of time is movies from the South. We don't really tend to think naturally ki chalo theek hai, there's a nice movie in the Bengali industry, there's something nice in the Bhojpuri industry, there's something nice in the Punjabi industry. One natural thought, it doesn't occur in our mind pretty much like, say, it occurs with South movies. So where do you think these industries are missing? Because, maybe once in a blue moon or whatever, they're also making good movies. What do you think is missing from their end in terms of getting that pan-India appeal?
So I think, it's, we are almost there. I can talk about the Marathi industry. Because I'm from that industry, there is some great content from the Marathi film industry. And the other languages you mentioned, there are some, popular Punjabi films which a lot of people have seen. Time is not far where, I think a year down the line, you will talk about Punjabi films as well. You'll talk about Marathi films as well. You'll talk about some, I think a recent example was your Gujarati film, Chelo Show, which was selected for your Oscars.
Yeah.
So I think, it's a matter of time where these languages will also show up in the pan-India discussions.
Yeah. It's not just about perhaps the, the subject or the content which the movie or whatever in OTT ho ya kuch bhi ho, it's not just the subject. I think it's also simultaneously correlated with the actors who are coming into play. Like when you get a star, coming, say, featuring in a South movie, or which is primarily for the South audience, it automatically becomes pan-India that way. But I don't think, there are stars who are doing that, like say, maybe, when I say stars, I'm talking about stars who are primarily, who have been, functional in Bollywood. When we talk about Hindi film industry, they are also venturing in the South space right now. So how important do you think is, maybe the role of A-listers or people who have got a humongous appeal all over the country in terms of, say for example, a Hrithik Roshan decides to do something, in Bengali, or maybe something in Punjabi. You don't really imagine that, but that definitely increases the appeal. So what do you think in terms of what's the role of the stars going to be in that zone?
So, Hrithik is a huge star. I don't know if the commercials will permit him, to do a film in different English languages. But yes, this is happening. What you call, I can give it a word like cross-pollination. You see, an Ajay Devgan and Alia Bhatt in an RRR.
Yes.
And recently I saw an announcement. There is a big-ticket Hindi film, Bade Miyan Chote Miyan, and we have Prithviraj Sukumaran, which is one of the leading actors from the Malayalam industry. He has been roped in that film. Then I think Shah Rukh Khan's forthcoming film Jawan has Vijay Sethupathi.
Right, Otley.
Which is directed by Otley, has Vijay Sethupathi. So it's already happening, and this is going to increase for sure. And we are all familiar with all the South Indian actors today.
Yeah.
4 years back, 5 years back, if you asked me, I couldn't count 10 names from the South Indian industry. Today we know each and everybody.
Yeah. Sir, please continue.
So this trend is there to stay. You will see more and more projects where, Bollywood actors will be doing South Indian films and vice versa. Recent example is Salman Khan and Chiranjeevi teaming up together.
Godfather.
They did this film, which was a remake of Lucifer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're done speaking?
Yeah.
So what I want to say is that you mentioned this fact, and I think it's a very interesting fact when you say that you aren't really sure whether the commercials will permit someone like a Hrithik Roshan to be a part of the Punjabi industry. That's there, because they're used to certain commercials, they're used to certain things. But at the same time, if you talk about the Indian film industry in general, in terms of box office, it hasn't been the best year. We talk about movies, I think hardly 3 or 4 movies have been successful in terms of box office success this year. So do you think the role of the stars also need to come in and take it as an entire ecosystem that way? Okay, fine, our remuneration is important, but at the same time, the importance of industry flourishing overall and, getting back on foot, that is more important. So maybe the stars, maybe cutting down on their fees to ensure the industry works overall. What is that? How do you see that?
So, there is no doubt that star prices pre-pandemic had hit the roof. Okay. And even today, I think, the star prices, if 60 or 75% of your budget goes to the cost of talent again, then, there is something wrong in the maths of the project. So that has to, proportionately correct. And I see that correction happening at this point of time. yes, a lot of films have not done well at the box office. The content, it's easy to blame the content, but also what has happened is people are picking and choosing their films post-pandemic. What is working in the theaters mainly is, films which are large events. Eventization of films is really what is working. I mean, Brahmastra had mixed reviews, but I think it's a step in the right direction. People went to see the film for the scale, for the VFX, the first of a kind for a Hindi film. So star prices definitely need to come down, need to come to more practical levels if the industry has to survive. And that's the way it has to be.
Yeah. When we talk about pan-India content, it means that, we are bringing all the industries together into one. We are culminating them into one overall. So does that also simultaneously remove the concept of regional? Is regional no longer regional, and is regional slowly, say, merging into, like there's nothing like, say, a Bengali film. It's an Indian film at the end of the day. When we talk about, say, movies of India, the perception, say, in abroad countries, say, the perception of Indian movies abroad, I don't think they look at it as, say, a Bengali movie or, say, a South movie. They look at it as an Indian movie. You're getting what I'm saying, right, sir?
So yes, some time back it was all about Bollywood, not anymore. Like I said earlier, South has taken the leap, but we are soon going to be recognized as the Indian film industry only, and Indian films only. I mean, and I think the divide between regional and national, Bollywood is soon ending. If you look at the Ormax ratings of the most popular actors today across India, the top 10 actors, in the male actors, there's only one Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar, which features in them. I think, the most popular star pan-India is Thalapathy Vijay, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I think the Bollywood actresses are doing better. We have three of them, probably Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone, and I think Katrina Kaif. But the most popular actress, female star, I think pan-India is Samantha. So, regional is no more regional. It's crazy. The things have changed very, very rapidly.
Yeah. So you need to change. Why, sir? Where do you see this change going, maybe say in the next 2 years, 3 years? Because as you said, the change is really rapid. Are we adapting quickly enough to kind of, get used to that change?
Yes, the change is, it's going to get bigger and bigger. Regional is definitely going to get bigger and bigger. And I think Bollywood also, we may not have had a great year now, but I think it will definitely bounce back come 23, come 24. And you will see a lot of more South actors being roped into Bollywood films and vice versa, and across languages. But yes, to answer your question, this phenomenon is going to get bigger and bigger.
As far as content is considered, sir, we always say that content is king, and that has to be, that's the basic fundamental that you need to get right. Everything can, come and go, but that is the most important, that's the core. But what if I have to ask you that in terms of content, what according to you think works in regional TV in today's time?
In regional TV, television?
Yeah.
So television, I think, be it Tamil television, be it Marathi television, be it Bengali television or any regional languages, I think fiction is ruled by women. It's absolutely women power all over. I mean, if you look at the most popular, the #1 rated show in Tamil, it's a story of a female protagonist. Then there is in Marathi, the top ranked show is Ai Kuta Kai Karte. And then there is a Bengali show. I'm sorry, Anupama, for example, the Hindi show is a remake of a Bengali show.
Yes.
And the Marathi version of it is also, a remake. So television is dominated completely by, story of dark complexioned women, story of a suppressed housewife. I think, we are still in the fiction space. That is what is ruling the roost across all regional languages.
When we talk about adapting to changes, I think it's very important that you also make a SWOT analysis and understand what is your strength and what is your weakness. So according to you, what are the innovations that perhaps, the creators should go forward with in terms of ensuring that what they're doing is also simultaneously working. Of course, you cannot have guaranteed results, but at least you need to strive for that, right? So, and in that process, what do you think are the challenges that they're going to face when they look forward to doing something like that?
So I think, KGF is a classic example how the Kannada, someone from the Kannada industry, Hombale Films, took that leap of faith and they made that movie at a budget of, I think, 60 or 75 crores at that point of time when there was no market available. So that film created the market. So I think other regional industries have to take that jump and do the same thing. I see that happening in the Marathi industry. There is a film which is announced, Veer Dodle South, in which Akshay Kumar stars as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. It's a huge 35 crore film. And, so it's a step in the right direction. I think other industries will also do that. And that will open up the market. Then I think another thing what filmmakers can do is put technology to use. You have technologies like Unreal Engine today, and films like The Mandalorian have been shot completely using that technology, where you can bring in scale into the movie. So, you have that technology available to you. One has to, look in that area as well. Challenges will always be there for the regional filmmakers. Challenges in terms of budgets, artist prices, the infrastructure which is lacking. We need many more film cities across India. We need subsidies, besides the UP government and the Uttarakhand government. I think, we need more states to come forward and make it more shooting friendly for filmmakers. So, all these things are there. The multiplexes, it has to become easier for a regional producer to release his film in the multiplexes. The VPF charges need to go. Worldwide there is a sunset clause, but there seems to be no sunset here. So, these are challenges which are there in front of our industry. But I'm sure in times to come, these things will get better.
We have that leap of faith as well. The last question for you, sir, before I let you go. What do you think and how do you think Everest Entertainment is going forward in terms of promoting regional content and perhaps turning it into pan-India content?
So we are doing a lot of, we have primarily been, we are a film studio which is specialized in Marathi films. We have done over 25 films. We own content of over 250 films. We recently acquired the Dada Konke collection, which was not yet shown on television or on digital. And we started our Gujarati film a week back, so which is a remake of a Tamil film. We're doing 4 projects in the Marathi space. We're doing a film called Maharashtra Shahir, which is the story of the Bard of Maharashtra based on Shahir Sable, which has music by Ajay Atul. So, that I look at that as pan-India content for me. And yes, we are in search of stories today, which will work theatrically, not only in the Maharashtra market, but, pan-India as well. It'll also help us if we are doing big ticket films, then, we need to think pan-India. It's like, you go to an OTT platform today, you go to a Netflix or you go to a Amazon, they tell you, we want content which will cater not only to India, but to 186 countries. So I think, as a filmmaker, as a studio, you have to start thinking on those lines, that you have to start creating content which is not only going to work in the Maharashtra state, but it has to work, pan-India. That's the way we have to greenlight our projects.
Well, I hope that with Everest Entertainment, your success quotient is as high as Mount Everest as well. Thank you so much. All the best. And thank you so much for joining. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? He's joined all the way from USA. Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Now the ultimate session of the day, we are going to be beginning very soon. Can we please have the promos till we go ahead with that?
जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान, पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ। अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से।
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चलें?
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है।
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के साथ वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
The success story of Dangal TV is a green-like journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network
Ladies and
is
gentlemen, we
leading
have a
Hindi
session with
GEC
Nakul
space
Mehta that
with
would be moderated by Siddharth Kannan, chat show host, MC and YouTube sensation. Kindly give us some time till we go ahead with that.
सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की। सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की। हम दिल से दिल जोड़ेंगे, सपने नए बोएंगे, ले आएंगे खुशियों की बरसात। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से।
World's #1 Punjabi television network, PTC Network. World's turned Punjabi. Have you? World's
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा, जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान, पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ। अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से।
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चले?
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है।
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के साथ वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
The success story of Dangal TV is a green-like journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest primetime ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है,
mythology,
जय हनुमान संकट मोचन नाम दिया,
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा,
comedy,
मैं झुकेगा नहीं साला।
supernatural fantasy,
इश्क की दास्तां नागमणि
and much more. Dangal TV, providing the best entertainment to 195+ million monthly viewers. A network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
Subgroups Broadcasting Bouquet boasts of the undisputed, unchallenged Masti, India's #1 music and youth channel.
नमस्कार, मैं हूँ अमिताभ बच्चन.
Hi everybody, I'm शाहरुख खान.
हाय मैं हूँ कटरीना कैफ.
हाय मैं हूँ अक्षय कुमार.
हाय मैं हूँ सलमान खान.
हाय मैं हूँ सोनाक्षी सिन्हा और आप देख रहे हैं
देश का #1
म्यूजिक और यूथ चैनल मस्ती.
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the land that offers feast to minds that love to explore. Subgroup explored and offered Daba, a complete action-packed blockbuster movie channel. My Boli, a Marathi general entertainment channel.
जमायला सगळंच लय भारी.
नमस्कार, मी सुबोध भावे.
नमस्कार, मी अमृता खानविलकर.
नमस्कार, मी वैभव तत्ववादी.
नमस्कार, मी सयाजी शिंदे.
आणि तुम्ही पाहत आहात
महाराष्ट्राचं #1
चॅनल माय बोली.
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा, जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान, पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ. अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से.
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चले.
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है.
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति.
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया.
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते.
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं,
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए.
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो. प्यार के 7 वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे.
The success story of Dangal TV is a green light journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space, with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest prime-time ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है,
mythology,
जय हनुमान संकट मोचन नाम दिया,
crime, मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा,
comedy,
मैं झुकेगा नहीं साला।
supernatural fantasy,
इश्क की दास्तां नागमणि
and much more. Dangal TV, providing the best entertainment to 195+ million monthly viewers. A network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की. सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की. हम दिल से दिल जोड़ेंगे, सपने नए बोएंगे, ले आएंगे खुशियों की बरसात. ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से। ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से।
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ। अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से।
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चले।
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है।
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के 7 वचन धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
World's #1 Punjabi television network, PTC Network. World's turned Punjabi. Have you? World's
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ। अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से।
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चले।
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है।
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति।
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया।
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए।
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो। प्यार के 7 वचन धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे।
The success story of Dangal TV is a green light journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest primetime ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है।
mythology,
जय हनुमान, संकट मोचन नाम दिया।
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा।
comedy,
मैं झुकेगा नहीं साला।
supernatural fantasy,
इश्क की दास्तां, नागमणि,
and much more. Dangal TV, providing the best entertainment to 195+ million monthly viewers. A network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
the undisputed, unchallenged Masti, India's #1 music and youth channel.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं अमिताभ बच्चन.
Hi everybody, I'm Shahrukh Khan.
हाय मैं हूँ कचीना कैफ.
हाय, मैं हूं अक्षय कुमार.
Hi, मैं हूं सलमान खान.
हाय मैं हूँ सोनाक्षी सिन्हा और आप देख रहे हैं
देश का #1
म्यूजिक और यूथ चैनल मस्ती.
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the land that offers feast to minds that love to explore. Subgroup explored and offered Daba, a complete action-packed blockbuster movie channel. My Boli, a Marathi general entertainment channel.
चमायला सगळंच लय भारी.
नमस्कार, मी सुबोध भावे.
नमस्कार मी अमृता खानविलकर.
नमस्कार मी वैभव तत्ववादी.
नमस्कार, मी सयाजी शिंदे.
आणि तुम्ही पाहत आहात
महाराष्ट्राचं #1
चॅनल माय बोली.
गुजरात की प्रतीक्षा, जो बस बांटना जानती थी दूसरों में खुशियां, जो थी अपनों की जान, पर हो गया एक हादसा और छिन गया सब कुछ. अपनों ने रंग बदले और अपने फायदे के लिए जोड़ दिया रिश्ता मल्हार से.
प्रतीक्षा, शॉपिंग हो गई हो तो चले.
अक्सर जिंदगी में हम सोचते कुछ हैं और होता कुछ और ही है.
और दूसरी ओर है रवि, जिसका प्यार है कीर्ति.
मैंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि इतनी खूबसूरत होगी मेरी दुनिया.
पर न जाने क्या है किस्मत के इरादे, क्यों टकरा रहे हैं प्रतीक्षा और रवि के रास्ते.
एक्सक्यूज मी,
अरे आपको कहीं,
ये क्या आपके खेलने की जगह है?
अरे बीच में तो
आप आए.
किस्मत बहाने ढूंढ ही लेती है जब किसी को किसी से मिलाना हो. प्यार के 7 वचन, धर्मपत्नी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे.
The success story of Dangal TV is a green light journey, but the one that is most real. A vision that became a mission and reached the city of dreams, Mumbai. Today, Dangal TV is ruling the hearts of millions with Dangal TV, India's #1 prime-time Hindi TV channel. The network is leading in Hindi GEC space, with Dangal TV as India's most watched general entertainment channel that enjoys the highest prime-time ratings and unbeatable reach. The channel is creating absolutely original and impactful content relatable to the deepest aspirations of Indian audience. Be it family drama,
हमें क्या पता माँ कैसी होती है.
mythology,
जय हनुमान, संकट मोचन नाम दिया.
crime,
मर्डर हुआ है, केस अभी शुरू होगा.
comedy,
मैं झुकेगा नहीं साला.
supernatural fantasy,
इश्क की दास्तां, नागमणि,
and much more. Dangal TV, providing the best entertainment to 195+ million monthly viewers. A network that has made its mark in the hearts of millions of Indians. Dangal TV.
सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की. सबकी आवाज बनके एक साज देखो गूंजेगी, मिलके पूरी करेंगे चाहते एक दूजे की. हम दिल से दिल जोड़ेंगे, सपने नए बोएंगे, ले आएंगे खुशियों की बरसात. ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से. ये कनेक्शन है दिलों का, ये कनेक्शन है सीधा दिल से.
right, ladies and gentlemen, the last session is going to be happening right now. Thoda excitement, please dikha do. Can we please clap for the session that we all have been waiting for? Yes. IWMBuzz TV Summit 2022. Title partner Colors, co-powered by Dangal. Associate partners GTPL, PTC Network, Neela Film Productions, Sri Adhikari Brothers Group, Everest Entertainment, Fandom, and 24 Frames Digital. An initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Now the man that we have been waiting for. In aankhon ki masti mein mastane hazaron hai. How many girls are saying this right now for this lovely gentleman called Nakul Mehta? Can we please clap? I see so many hands raised over there. And I have with me a lovely chat show host, MC, YouTube sensation Siddharth Kannan, who will be moderating the session. Can I please have Siddharth Kannan on stage, please? Kya baat hai. Love you, sir. Love you, sir. And on that note, I'm going to be welcoming the man of the moment, Nakul Mehta. Huge round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that's the energy we need. Thank you. Kya baat hai. Kya baat hai.
Thanks so much, Subhajit. Give a round of applause for Subhajit as well.
I have a question for Nakul. I have a question for Nakul. Before, sir, आप begin करो.
पूछो.
ये जो milky गाल, silky बाल, and that beautiful beard that you have, what is the secret to that?
Of a working parent. दाढ़ी काटने का वक्त नहीं मिलता और बाल बनाने के लिए भी वक्त नहीं.
But have you counted the number of women out there who drool over those eyes?
Why are the men not drooling? Why?
Everyone is drooling. Everyone is drooling. On that note, I'll leave it to Siddharth, sir. He will take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Subhajit. Well done. Can I have some monitor, sound monitor also loud so that he can... Okay, first give it up for Nakul, please, ladies and gentlemen. हम और नकुल बात कर रहे थे बाहर. Let me tell you a little background on Nakul and me. We were in the same college together, and Nakul is like my younger brother, and I've known his sister, who's also my classmate, and Nakul and I were talking that now we're going to do a fireside chat. So, thanks, man, Nakul. So good to see you. I'm very proud of you.
Sir, it's an absolute pleasure to sit and try to make a serious conversation happen here. We've never done this before. But I really look forward to it.
Okay, ताली बजा दो यार, हम लोग को भी अच्छा लगता है यार, everybody, come on. So I have been told, you know, मैं बहुत सारे interviews करता हूँ, and I do interviews for a living. And Bollywood stars आते हैं, Indian film stars आते हैं, TV stars आते हैं, OTT stars आते हैं, performers आते हैं, वगैरह वगैरह. But in this day and age, there's this constant battle talk happening, you know. Hindi film industry, big screen versus OTT versus television. And somewhere things pop up like, is television losing its vajood with online content coming up and things being churned out which are edgy, out-of-the-box scripts? Do you think television somewhere is losing its importance with the influx of Sony new platforms?
Sid, thanks for that question. Before we sort of get into a conversation, I thought, let me say hello. Good evening. How's everyone doing? It's been a long day. Anyone wants coffees, I can quickly order. And because it's me, Sid will organize. Anyone wants coffees here? We're okay? I just want to get a sense of what is this room like? Like, are we from the network side? Are we creatives? Are we... Will you just, will anyone just raise their hand and shout? So I have a sense of the room. Wonderful. Great, great. The rest. Say that again. Say that again. Content creator. Who else? Like, give me a sense. Somewhere there, back of the room, anyone? Sales. Oh, nice. Good to know that. Okay. Anybody else? Baki sab, audience. Well, thank you, sir.
Arey sir, punchline maar diya.
So sweet of you. Do all of you have a television screen at home? More or less, right? Okay, great. As long as they have a TV screen at home, I think all of us have business. It's a very relevant question. I think it's a question everyone is asking. India is a fairly large country. Over the last few years, I think with the internet growing the way it has and mobiles reaching every household, in fact, multiple mobiles reaching every household. Everyone has their own device, right? Which, if you look at it from the business point of view, of course, there are more windows of opportunities. There is more OTT content which is being made. There is more film being made. But just like that, the TV shows I make or anyone else here makes also has more homes, right? It's not just your TV. It's also on your phone. It's also on your iPad. It's also on your laptop. So from where I see it, I think it's a stage of growth. There are more people watching you. And your television show, which you might think you're making in a studio in Film City or Malwani like I do, is not just an Indian TV show, because I feel we don't take ourselves in the television business very seriously.
Yeah, you feel like that? We as in, you're talking about actors or everyone in the business?
I feel all of us. I feel we must have far more pride, because the shows we make are watched all over the world. They are, mind you, they're international shows. The last show I did, which was on Star Plus, was a show called IWMBuzz, was dubbed in 30 different languages. It went to a country called Kosovo, which is a small little country in Europe, to Gambia in Africa. And these are small examples. I'm not even telling you the Indonesias and the South Africas and the Americas and the UK, which everyone knows, right? So our shows are watched all over the world. They're translated in different languages. They're translated in regional languages. They're remade in regional languages. Hence, I feel that television will always survive, right? It's like when the OTT came up, people said, will films die? It happened in the West about a few years ago. Films didn't die, but I think the business model changed. Tentpole films continue to thrive, and like small indie films continue to thrive. I think the बीच का जो riffraff होता है ना, वो कहीं ना कहीं quality आपकी बेहतर हो जाएगी. So I think TV is here to stay, and TV is a medium. It's a language which speaks to the masses. It speaks to most of the country, and I actually foresee growth of all these mediums you spoke about, because internet is growing. So it's a good space for all of us.
Wow, you know what? I love this fact that how Nakul said कि इनके जो soaps है, serials है, they get dubbed in 30 languages. So when OTT came in, people were saying, वाह यार, OTT को दुनिया भर में लोग देखते हैं, people watch it in US. We've forgotten the fact that television has always had that, right? Dubbing it. I remember, forget the city that you're talking about. People in Indonesia, a friend of mine used to say that TV stars can't stand. They get mobbed there too. What is very, very important is that you've been in the television business for such a long time. You've been headlining a lot of daily soaps, television projects. What are the challenges that you face? And how does a Nakul become a brand beyond the soap?
I'm glad you asked me that. I think it's a very important question. So I've been in the industry, actually not as long as some of you might have been here. It's been 11 years doing active television. I've headlined 3 shows, which are actually not too much at all. I pick and choose my shows. I take time off. I have the privilege of living a life in between the shows and gaining all life experiences to come back to a new show. But I think what is important, just like in any other business, I feel, is to be able... So TV shows, unlike web or film, in India can be not finite, which means if the business is doing well, it goes on, and we continue to milk it, all of us, all the stakeholders. I feel, and I can speak only as an actor, I feel it's very important to pace yourself. So in the last 2 shows I did, the first one ran about 600 odd episodes, the second one did 750 odd episodes. It is challenging because beyond the first 1 year, I think when you finish about 250, 300 episodes, everyone gets into some sort of monotony. Writers are writing every day, editors are cutting every day, actors are emoting every day. I feel it's important to pace yourself, right? Like, so on every TV show, there is a month or a track where, which literally changes the game for the show. And you play it on the front foot and you play it strong, right? But to be able to find inspiration and motivation and come back after that first year is done, maybe that sheen is worn off. There's another TV show which is as popular. I feel to still be playing it every day and still coming with motivation, inspiration, and understanding it's a test match. It's not a T20, so not every day will be a day of highs. There will be days you'll have to grind. There'll be days you'll be struggling with the material. And it's hard because writers are also creating on the fly, right? It's a very hard business we are in. I think we very often forget that whilst we also act or someone's writing or someone's editing, we also have a family life, which everyone has errands to run, right? And कौन करेगा? मतलब आपको करना ही पड़ता है. Like my biggest grudge is मैं टीवी का कितना बड़ा भी स्टार बन जाऊं, OTP तो मेरे फोन पे ही आएगा. You know, it's funny. Like I was doing this.
और बोलेगी तुम जैसे मेरी वाइफ बोलती है ना बीच में, अरे रिप्लाई आई हैव टू मेक दिस पेमेंट. अरे बाबा मैं स्टेज पे बोल रहा हूँ यार.
Funny thing is, every OTP can wait and my spot boy can take it, right? Chirag's right here, is a very kind man. But I was doing this very emotional scene and it's a very funny thing. My child's potty seat was ordered. Wife was not in town. If I didn't get that potty seat, the kid would have to again use the diaper. I needed to save the kid and my marriage. And an emotional scene in front of us, right? So I had to, in between a scene, I heard my phone go off. A father's instinct went, took the OTP and gave it. No one was there at home. But I mean, the idea is to tell you that all of us are fighting all kinds of challenges. Through this year and a half stint on Bade Achhe, I have been, it's not something I'm proud of, but I've been so sick. Every month and a half, I've had a bad viral, bad flu, COVID, lost my appendix. It's been all kinds of challenges, but the show never stops, right? Like I remember I had COVID and I shot 2 days from home on my own. What I take away from it is, of course, the business is hard, but it also, I think, makes you very adaptable. It makes you very flexible. That when I go out and do work in other sort of mediums, I do theatre or I do a web show, I feel I'm so agile, I'm so easy. अच्छा ये resource available नहीं है, television ने आपको सिखा दिया है, आप उस दिन राइटर की तबीयत खराब है, आपके डायलॉग्स आए नहीं, आप खुद लिख लेते हो, आप इम्प्रोवाइज कर लेते हो, कोरियोग्राफर अवेलेबल नहीं है या फाइट मास्टर का बजट नहीं है, आप खुद करते हैं. I think that kind of adaptability really gives you the wings to take on anything, right? So I think, so I'm kind of lost. Where did we start this from? Yeah, sorry, we were talking about how do you keep it going, right? So I look for these little learnings after the first year of when the sheen may be over, right? I think what is also important for me is not to run yourself dry, to keep away from distractions, which is hard. When things are good, there is reality shows on the offering, there are campaigns every day of the year. I try to pace myself because I know I'm here for the long run. I am here not just to, I mean, of course, all of us are here to monetize whatever skill we have. But my basic purpose is to able to, I think now, a few years in the business, it didn't start off like that, is to be able to continue to hold that credibility with all my stakeholders, right? So my producer and my network is my first stakeholder. My audience is my second stakeholder. I mean, if they've invested in me and come back and sampled my shows and liked them, it's because at, you know, somewhere back of their heads, they know that if he's made a choice, there must be something to it, right? So I think to be able to make those choices means also letting go of a lot of distractions, which I work very hard at. I think the third thing is, which I feel is very, very important, is to be able to build relationships while you're doing, because TV shows come and go, hit shows come and go, right? But the relationships one has built with your writers, with your directors, with your camera person, with your co-actors, to me, that is the real sort of takeaway from all the years you've put in, right? And if you continue to nurture them and give them mutual respect, which sometimes I feel in television becomes a bit transactional because you're every day working, right? Every day you're churning. But in the churning, to remember that it's a human job. You know, you're working with human beings, and not to forget that. I feel that, again, keeps me alive and wanting to go back to work every day. So, yeah, these are some of the things I try to sort of put at work. And yeah.
I always believe that Nakul is always Zen mode. He's so spiritual inside, meditative. He's always been ahead of his times. But, you know, I'm going to come back to another question, which is Dekha Jai. Again, let me give you one analysis. So, since I do interviews on YouTube almost on a daily basis, so I interview people from OTT, Bollywood, Indian film industry.
Everybody.
TV actors. But would you believe, and this is a strong, strong case study, that when we do people who are very good in their jobs on television, they get far, far, far more views and engagement than even renowned Indian film industry actors. And that's the truth and nothing but the truth. So-called, I hate these terminologies like Bollywood A-listers. So you have a Bollywood A-lister and you have a TV star. Would you believe your views, blindfoldedly, I will tell you, will be more on TV side? Because people's relatability to TV actors is far more, because you're there, right? You're there every day in their lives. But some comments come saying, you know what? TV has to up their game. क्योंकि OTT में बहुत वक्त बिताते हैं web series करने के लिए. The writers take months on end to write dialogue, screenplay. People put the project together. ठहराव के साथ बनाया जाता है. And television, they say, is a factory. ठक 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 दिन ब दिन होता है. तो quality of OTT projects would शायद be more better than a TV show. What do you have to say on that?
There's no denying that. It is true. But let's understand that there are different playing fields, right? Television, you can't, I mean, you're producing content every day. You're shooting 22 minutes a day, right? And that's if you have a good, like, you have an easy producer. I've heard of cases where people are shooting 30, 35 minutes a day. It's difficult to maintain quality. So it's kind of hard to compare it to any other sort of medium, I feel, but let's also understand that television show is a habit, right? So I have understood over a period of time that people come to it for writing, for the characters, for the relatability, like you said, and they're very sort of, what's the right word? They're very easy on, you know, they will not judge your show basis how it looks or how glamorous it is, or I don't think television audiences necessarily today, and I'm saying today's audience, is looking for nuance, right? And I feel the golden age of TV was 80s and 90s. It's the TV's 90s and early 2000s, actually late 90s, which I watched. We were still not doing daily soaps. We were making episodes which are 2 episodes a week, and they were still shooting it every day of the week, right? So for any creative job, you need time and rest. Our industry right now doesn't allow it because it's a different business model. So if it's a different business model, to expect the same, I think it's like comparing apples and oranges. Actually, apples and kiwis. Kiwi might be OTT. We're Apple, but you need Apple, right? An apple a day keeps the doctor away. So I feel it's like, today the entertainment spectrum is like a thali, right? If you go to Makhan Bhog, तो उस थाली में सब सजा के खाना मिलता है, right? Or any other thali you like. Now, it'll be difficult to say कि उस खाने में मुझे ना सिर्फ नान चाहिए या मुझे उसमें पिज़्ज़ा स्टार्टर चाहिए. थाली तभी कंप्लीट होती है जब उसमें वो चटनी भी होती है और पिकल भी होता है और डिजर्ट भी होता है. I feel that, like, it could be entertainment or content via television, via YouTube, via the shows you're making. It could be a podcast. All of us are basically in the same business of competing for your time, right? We are competing for your time. So if we get your time, now it doesn't matter if it's a TV show, OTT, I need to be able to touch some part of you, right? And I feel what television does very successfully is it is able to have this emotional connect, because here characters are telling a story over days and weeks and months. It allows you to come into my life and then become a part of my life. So it's also more, I feel a television audience is far more forgiving. An OTT audience or a film audience, which both of us also, a lot of people in this room will be, if you are not enjoying something, we are ready to move on, right? I am thankful my television audience is not that. You know, they'll stay with you through good times and bad when story is going through all kinds of rubbish days, which happens to all of us, right? They'll stick with you. So I think it's just a case of different products.
It's like, what I've understood from you is like having a best friend. And you've been with the best friend on a daily basis, and you start accepting them no matter what comes your way, with the flaws, without the flaws, because you're saying, ye mera best friend hai. TV truly, I believe as well, is like a best friend to you, right? True. It's around, it's going to be around always. Theek ho, nahi ho, you accept it. Now, I've heard a lot of stories where people come and say, yaar, main actor hoon, maine ek acha show diya hai, फिर शो खत्म हो गया, and you know what, काम नहीं रहा 8-9 महीना, but obviously you made good money in those couple of months or years, but you've taken 8-9 months off. A guy like you, knowing you very well, you would use that time to develop yourself. I remember during COVID times, I called you up and you said, hey, I'm doing this podcast and I'm doing this, and you were very excited. So you were using that time for self-development. You're probably one of the most intelligent actors I know. I've never said that to you, but it's okay. So then you hear people saying, yaar, ek plan B hona chahiye. Kyunki you never know kaam mile, kab mile, kya ho. Now when I use your, जैसे कहते हैं ना विकिपीडिया जाओ या देखूं, तो this is what you are. You're known for your social political poetry. You are a storyteller. You're one of the first few actors to produce on the web. So I can't say Nakul the TV star. ये सारी चीजें जो तुम करते हो, and your poetry is also very intense. In fact, I remember during the lockdown, I should suddenly have you just talking to the camera and putting up maybe Instagram posts where you're doing intense poetry. Now, all these things that Nakul does, is it a part of a well thought of strategy to keep the game long, have more avenues to survive in? Or is it saying, yaar, ye sari cheezein main karna chahta hu, isliye main kar raha hu? Strategy or just going with the flow?
So I feel, number one, I think as an artist, it's very important to experience life in all its glory, right? What we do on set or on film, on television is summarize life. But I can't summarize life if I don't live life, right? So I think it's integral for me to go work on something, give it 2 years of my life, and then take off and live life and let life come to me and come into me and let people come into me and let me hear their stories, to be in touch with what's going on in the country, like when I hear many artists say that, you know, I'm apolitical, I don't understand. Nothing in this world is, this coffee is not apolitical, man. It depends on, you know, Assam mein kya ho raha hai. So you can't be apolitical, right? I feel all of us need to be, we may not necessarily need to express our opinion, but we need to be able to take in everything which is happening, and with that constantly reimagine the product which one it is. So whilst you call yourself an artist, I also feel you are a business. Like Apple iPhone comes out with a new version every 6 months which no one needs, but yet they make sure you buy into it. I feel if I am not going to give my stakeholders, which is my network, my producers, my audience, a more attractive, a far deeper, a far more eclectic return on their new investment in me, at some point somebody else will be doing my job, right? So partly it comes from there, partly it comes from, like I said, wanting to let life come to me and letting myself be affected. So when I did all the poetry I did with everything which was happening during COVID times and the political situation in the country, it was me reacting as a citizen of this country, right? There was no plan because, like you said, it was me looking at the camera. There was no like photographer or no makeup, hair, etc., which we usually have on good days. But it's because I felt it. And I think it's very important to be able to naturally express yourself without, and today one can, like you gentlemen, like here sir said, he's a content creator, right? I think today everyone is in their own way. But I feel, what is content? Content is an extension of what you're feeling. It's your expression. I feel as an artist, if I'm going to box myself and only let somebody else sort of package that content, which is writers, directors, DOPs, where is my true voice? Where is my voice? And if I don't have my own voice, when I go and collaborate with these writers, directors, DOPs, producers, I have no other stake in it except just showing up as an actor. I need to be there as a creative person and add to the product I'm on, right? So I feel when people ask, you've only done 3 TV shows across 10 years, it's because I feel a lot of my life goes into that one show which I do for 2-3 years, which go on. It's not just showing up for 10 or 12 hours and acting. It's a lot more which you take back, you process, you jam, you bring on.
And add on.
And add on, right? So it's a mix of both, letting life touch you, and also being able to be cognizant of the fact that you need to constantly feed new things to yourself to be able to give better output to everybody involved.
Nakul, now, what is the responsibility of a TV actor? One is, when a TV actor says, hey, you know what, I am popular, मैं बहुत popular हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे Instagram, YouTube पे ऐसी following है, likes इतने हैं, dislikes बहुत कम हैं, and you start judging your success on that, right? You do a project, and you're like, wow, look at the following that I have. Or is it not looking at that side and saying, you know what, my responsibility is more to the audience and the network? How do you gauge your success and your responsibility?
I think again, great question, Sid. My first responsibility is to not let myself down, right? When I 15 years ago, when I wanted to be an actor and I didn't know how to get my first job, all I wanted to do was first make my parents proud, which I think all of us at some place want to, which I feel to some extent I have. I think all the awards and the material glory in some way and people congratulating them makes them happy, and that makes me happy. But I think the biggest responsibility I have is to not at the end of this journey feel that I didn't fully actualize what I wanted to achieve. You know, wanted to be the best version of myself and sort of gave in to kar liya, acha ho gaya hai, you know, not to shortchange myself. So I think my biggest responsibility lies there. Funnily, I've always thought that even on social media, I never really cater to or play to the galleries to what I feel fans or audiences might want. I feel it's just a reflection of the authentic version of who I am. An extension of who that is there. At work, I'm firstly responsible to the network and the producer I'm working with, and I feel that if I can give him a great value on the buck he spent on me, that is what my job is, right? So some people might say that Nakul charges a lot of money to do television. I feel if you ask my producers, they'll say he's the most value for money actor ever.
Wow.
Yeah?
Lovely.
So,
I love that.
Yeah.
You know, there's another conversation, a debate that goes on. A few days back, I had a lady actress who's also a dear friend who's been around the business for quite a while. And then she came and she was talking about how social media influencers are overshadowing TV actors. I've also heard stories where people say, you know what, acha, aap achhi actress ho, achhe actor ho, पर सोशल मीडिया फॉलोइंग जबरदस्त नहीं है तो शायद आपको प्रोजेक्ट में नहीं ले पाएंगे. Now it's getting blurred. Is a TV actor or an actor supposed to be a great actor and come and deliver their performance and get a standing ovation saying, you've touched my heart and you've blown my brains? Or a person has to be an influencer, use those followings, get a TV project, and gets those eyeballs on TV because you're popular on digital.
Correct.
Where does one go? What is right? What is wrong?
That's a great loaded question again. There's a lot of truth in that. So there are two ways to see it, right? One way to see it is, yes, your digital footprint is very important. It's like your CV. A lot of you here might be on LinkedIn, and I think, I have this kid of reading like random corporate LinkedIn posts where someone's talking about motivation and surviving and all of that, right? So there's posturing happening there also in the corporate world, and there's posturing happening also on this side of the business where you're showing the great life you're living, the successes you're having. No one's really sharing like the weak moments, the bad days, in which all of us have a lot of them, right? I feel the second part to it is, it's great that today there's a level playing field. I remember when I was like setting out, there was no way one could break into films. I didn't know how television worked because there was so much of a hierarchy and systems in place and gatekeepers in place. But today, because of social media, you can have a random kid in Indore, in Meghalaya, who's good at something, has some skill, today can command an audience which is far greater than the biggest TV star there is, or an A-list Bollywood star. Forget why TV star alone. Anybody. And that is wonderful. Like, to me, a great example of social media is probably the second or third most followed Indian right now on social media is this very talented singer called Neha Kakkar. Neha Kakkar was an Indian Idol contestant, right? Not even Sunidhi's, not even Shreya's, who had a 30-year, like a 20-year career now. Today, Neha Kakkar has a following which is unbelievable. And how do you fathom that? What is the phenomenon? You can't explain it. But like, what right do I have to say that, you know, she's not deserving of it? Because of the following she has, she's also built it basis something which people want to consume, right? So today I feel, personally, I don't cater to social media. That's not my job. I go out and act. I go out and live my life there. But I use social media effectively, a large part of which I personally enjoy, and some part of it as a CV which is out there. So no one anymore will ask you, oh, what have you done, or can you send us your photographs? Your social media is your LinkedIn, is your CV, is your profile. So I feel it depends on how seriously you take it, right? I think in the last couple of years, that's my manager there, Rajiv Kumar, who Rajiv and I have worked for 9 years together, and I can't tell you enough the importance of having professional management in an industry where television is still not run very professionally, right? So I met Rajiv 9 years ago, and we've sort of together, I think, built this business. But never has money or let's do a social post, let's try to gain some influence, been a topic of conversation between the both of us ever, right? In fact, this is one manager who keeps telling me, sir, we can't do anything which you will not do in real life, like poker, betting, all of that we are not here for the quick money, right? So I think it's a personal approach. I feel that social media is important, but it is meant to be an extension of who you are. But that's not whilst it is an important vertical and it generates enough revenue now, post-pandemic, it's not what I work for. It's not what I wake up for. I wake up to go to sets, put up makeup, read lines, deliver them to the best way I can, and everything else is secondary to me.
You know, so basically what you're trying to say is, you know your path, you know your vision, you know what you stand for, and digital is, by the way, enhancing what you're doing and expressing what you do as Nakul Pehta, the person, right? What's your aim on TV now? I know you've done little work, but quality work. There is OTT, there's the big screen also. What are the viable options right now for you on television? Is it saying, "Acha, maine kar diya hai, ab I want to leave a bigger mark on web, or on films"? Where's the journey ahead in TV?
Sid, I want your job, man. I think I'm going for a YouTube channel next, and now I'm going to call Sid on my show and compete with his channel.
You'll kick me out of business, brother.
But I think that's a very tough business. It's being an entrepreneur. You have to be so driven to drive that business. And I've seen you over the years, and I've seen how you've pivoted, right? From, I think when you started, there was no social media, there was no online business, there was no YouTube. And to see you constantly reinvent yourself is beautiful. I think that's what I aspire for as well. It may be another story on television, I don't know. It could be a story on the web, I don't know. But I feel there's a story which will call out to me. And until then, I'll continue to work on what I know best, which is myself, which is my product. And I think once I do that, like, the stories will find themselves home.
So that's Nakul Mehta, the actor. Obviously, you produced very earlier on web as well. I feel there's a major kida of you creating projects. You have a kida. Do you have that in you?
I've always wanted to write and direct, and that's my eventual goal. And every time I felt like this is the right time to move away from acting to do that, someone or the other, some mentor of mine has said, no, this is the right time, you're doing so well and you're shining, and use these, because all of these experiences in front of the camera will guide you to be a better storyteller, right? And today, actually, I feel that, I greatly enjoy being an actor. I feel an actor is as much part of storytelling if you work like that with your directors and your writers. And I feel creatively fulfilled because there's so much you can add to it. So my initial understanding of what an actor brings to the table compared to what it is today and how I work is very different. But I'm hoping that at some point I can tell my stories and, right now I do it in maybe 90 seconds on Instagram or Twitter or through poetry. But I think this expression will find its way in long format, maybe at some point, and if not, through the acting work I do.
What's been your growth as a human being doing बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं?
What's been my growth? To take my biggest lesson last year and a half has been to take your health very seriously. I think one of the challenges of working on TV, because you're working incessantly, right? I won't even say long hours, because now today no one does 18 hours, or no one should. If someone is, we shouldn't encourage it. But even those 10 or 12 hours which you do are very packed 10 or 12 hours. I mean, you're doing 22 minutes, which means you're constantly changing, you're constantly learning new lines. In between, you're also sort of moonlighting, answering, a parent might call you or your partner might call you. You're sort of solving those problems, being the fire extinguisher to other things in your life. I think what I've realized is most important is to take care of yourself, because this is my instrument, right? I don't have any other instrument. This is my device, this is my instrument. If this is good, I will be able to go out and entertain. I will be go out and be able to tell stories which I want to be part of. So to take care of myself, I think is key, and most importantly, not be stuck in the boxes the profession puts on you, or the society puts on you, that, oh, now you're an actor, or you're a successful actor, or you're meant to behave in a certain way. Very funny story. I just landed from London last night. I was there on a family vacation. And as soon as I entered, the air hostess, very kindly, Air India, just lovely air hostesses, and it feels like home and you're welcome back. Very kindly pointed me to the left, sir, please come, I'll take your bags. She assumed that I'm traveling business, which I always do at work, right? But I was traveling economy. She said, oh, so I said, no, I think I'm on the right, I'm on this seat. She's like, no, sir, I think you're mistaken, this is your seat. I said, no, this is the seat, I'm traveling with family, and all of us wanted to sit together, etc. And I didn't want to spend the crazy money, man. And I feel, we get put into boxes where now you're an actor or now you're of a certain stature, you have to live a certain life and posture. I refuse to do that and bow down to that, because I feel that I want to be able to collect all these experiences, which I can only if I am interacting with society, if I'm interacting with people. And that very kindly, that air hostess actually got me food from business. She thought I might be missing it. I was perfectly fine there.
But business का खाना better था कि eco का?
Airline का खाना बकवास होता है. I don't know anyone who likes food here in airline. So, but it was fairly enjoyable. At least I could sit with my son. Otherwise, my son would have to be on my lap. So it was a fairly enjoyable experience.
मेरा ये कहना है, आलू मटर गोभी business में हो या eco में हो, सब सेम ही होता है. आलू का taste सेम ही होता है. Thanks so much, Nakul. Thank you so much. Like I said, ये मेरा family है यार. When people, I was told Nakul is going to jam with me, I'm so happy, because I've really seen him from Mithibai College canteen. I've known his whole family, and the beauty is the entire family, the whole DNA is, they're also rooted. It's very important to be real to your craft. Sometimes there's fame, there's pesa, but once you're very sincere to what you do, everything else follows. And for you, you've always been this real man. Your thirst for knowledge is always going to be there, and you're destined for bigger things, ladies and gentlemen. Bas, YouTube channel start ko to mera mat khatam kar dena bhai. Give it up for Nakul Mehta. So you want to ask a question? Okay, come on. It's okay. Sorry, Subhajit. Bolo. Subhajit, you want to give them a mic? If it's okay? Acha, main aata hu na, koi tension nahi. Aao na, sir. Come. Arey, don't worry. Come on stage. This is the content creator guy, right?
Hi, Nakul. We really appreciate you said that nobody can be apolitical, and everyone follow you on, social media. You you write a lot of good things against hate speech and hatred. We follow you regularly on social media, and even though during the COVID time, you said a lot of things about this. But I just want to know, there are very few celebs who take on these very crucial issues like hatred and hate speech. How does this thing come to your mind? Do you think that it may lose your commercial projects and something like that?
Very valid question. So firstly, I don't think from the point of view that I'm a celebrity or an actor or a star on television. I look at it as my natural expression of angst, anger, as a citizen of this country. But because I'm an artist, I have my own artistic way of expressing it. So I don't need to necessarily be an activist and chant slogans and go out and, which is also important, do a dharna. I have other ways. I have storytelling. I mean, all of us, you know, creative people in this room have other ways. You can write, you can stage theater, you can find, if you're a content creator, you can put up a piece in your own language, own way. I feel that is how, as artists, we will be able to affect change, right? And will it affect my commercial? Have you lost a deal yet, sir, Rajiv? No, not yet. So I think I think credit to people I work with and networks I've worked with, that they've been very empathetic and they understand this is my natural need and desire to express. Having said that, I'm also aware that I will never let a project, you know, suffer because of my personal opinion. So I'm cognizant of that, but other than that, I don't take myself too seriously.
सर एक टीवी का क्वेश्चन है, कुछ सेलिब्रिटी से, बॉलीवुड सेलिब्रिटी से पूछा गया कि आप ओटीटी पे काम करेंगे कि नहीं. मैं आई डोंट वांट टू नेम देम. लोगों ने कहा कि मैं कोई टीवी एक्टर नहीं हूँ कि विच विल स्विच ऑन फ्रॉम टीवी टू ओटीटी. एंड सम अदर से दैट कि वी आर नॉट अवेलेबल इन 499 रुपीस. व्हाट्स योर टेक ऑन दैट, सर?
बहुत बड़ा कॉम्प्लीमेंट है, क्योंकि सब स्विच ऑन स्विच ऑफ नहीं कर सकते हैं. तो जिसने भी ये कहा है, मैं उनको शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा. It's true. Like I said, I think television actors, you become so flexible and so agile that it's easy, or I would say at least you're ready for anything which life throws at you, right? And 499 की जो बात है, आजकल तो वैसे भी फिल्में देखने कोई 250 रुपए दे के भी नहीं जा रहा है. तो मुझे लगता है जो 500 रुपए मिल रहे हैं महीने के, मैं वो रख लूँगा. I am very happy with that. I mean, that's a joke. But I mean, to each their own. I feel today a content creator who might be sitting in Gwalior to a film star or a television star or a sports person is as relevant, depending on the skills and your artistry, right? तो माध्यम छोटा या बड़ा नहीं होता, हमारी सोच छोटी या बड़ी होती है.
Thank you so much, sir.
शुक्रिया.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Siddharth sir. मैं एक ही चीज बोलूंगा, आप 10 साल में 3 शो करो कि 30, I think you get 30x the love from the audience. I think that's what matters the most.
Thank you, Shubho. Thank you. So kind of you.
And Siddharth sir, you've been my favorite for the longest of time. Thank you so much for joining us over here. May I please call upon stage Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief IWMBuzz, and Franklin Toscano, founder and CTO IWMBuzz Media Network, to please present the mementos. दोस्तों, फाइनल टोकन ऑफ अप्रिसिएशन है, और थोड़ा जोर से तालियां होना है कि नहीं? प्रॉपर ग्रुप फोटो प्लीज. फैंटास्टिक.
अच्छा, सब लोग एक बार खड़े हो जाओ. रुक जाओ. This is the last, this is the grand finale. Please get up, everybody. For IWMBuzz team, सब लोग हाथ ऐसे रखो. पहले तालियां नहीं, मैं वो आउटडेटेड सी है. ऐसे रखो सब लोग, और इन सबको बोलो 3 बार शाबाश, 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 and a flying kiss to both of them. ऐसे. Love you, brothers. Thank you so much, Siddharth. I love your journey, मेरे भाई. And ladies and gentlemen, ये लोग बहुत बड़ी पार्टी फेंक रहे हैं. 22 तारीख को drinks are on the house, food is on the house. Please call your neighbors, the entire building, society, सबके लिए पार्टी अवेलेबल है. प्लीज आना, ये लोग दिलदार है. थैंक यू सो मच. सबको इनवाइट कर दिया भाई. ठीक है. Louder for them, please. What a journey these guys have had. Thank you.
Fantastic.
नकुल मेरे भाई.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been an incredible audience throughout the entire day. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart on behalf of IWMBuzz Media Network for joining us over here. That's a wrap of IWMBuzz TV Summit 22. We have refreshments outside. Please enjoy and have a great time. See you all the next time. Thank you so much. That's me, your host Shubhojit, signing off.